fast, and actually brought it pretty good. He went 25 seconds. Sequence starts. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running.
And welcome to the stunning shores of Kalmar and this historic coastal city in southeastern Sweden for the 13th stop of the Experience Oman Ironman Pro Series and the final opportunity for athletes to punch their ticket to the 2026 Ironman World Championships in Kailua, Kona, Hawaii. There are 3 slots per gender up for grabs, and we have an impressive professional field today, with 15 men from the World Championships last year and 3 of the top 11 women from Kona. But it's not just World Championship slots, there are valuable points on offer for the Experience Oman Ironman Pro Series. 5,000 points for the winner, with points reducing by 1 for every second the athletes are behind the champion. And the potential, depending on the outcome of today's race, for changes and challenges to those top positions in the series, making it close, exciting races as we head into the World Championship races. I'm Laura Siddle, excited to bring you today's race. With me on the ground, we have 3 times Ironman champion James Kunemar, who we'll say hello to shortly. And in the studio, hopefully, we're having some slight technical issues alongside me, but hopefully we'll have Sam Appleton to take me through the race. But for the moment, you have me on my own, so I am going to give you as much flavour and what I can for the course today. So our Experience Oman, well, today's coverage is made possible by Experience Oman, the naming partner of the 2026 Experience Oman Ironman Pro Series. It's been a fantastic series so far, and we thank them for bringing us all the action from Sweden and all season long. Well, we are stunning scenes down in Kalmar in Sweden. There's the Kalmar sign that's become so famous, as many are in cities and around the world where tourists can have their photograph taken, but what a stunning morning we are seeing down. So let's have a look at some of our pro men and pro women racing today. Well, no huge favourite in the men's field. It's an incredible field, like I said, 15 from previous World Championships, but Matthew Marquardt coming off a fantastic performance at Lake Placid, coming up short just against Martin van Riel, but running a marathon PB. We've also got Jonas Schomburg that, whilst is amongst the top finishers from the 2025 World Championship in Nice, is the only one of our sort of top competitors yet to win an Ironman. We've got Trevor Foley, who made the choice to put his Pro Series ambitions first over his focus on Kona, so he's headed over to Europe to race today. And also Antonio Benito Lopez. We've also got a bunch of other athletes that are going to be right up in the mix. I'm excited to see some of the Brits in there, obviously, but we've got some other athletes coming back into form. Daniel Beckergaard, good to see him on the start line as well. And for our pro women, well, we have our defending champion, Katrine Christensen. She returns. She won her first Ironman title here last year, and She was on the podium in 2024. Also, Laura Philipp, we're excited to see her race. She was in hospital earlier the year, but then she podiumed in both Aix-en-Provence and Hamburg, booking her spots for Nice and Kona. So excited to see how she's preparing for the World Championships. It'll be Laura's and Katrine's second Ironman score in the Pro Series, so a win for either of those could really set themselves up for the top of the leaderboard. Rachel Zelinkas is out and out our best swimmer. She had a fantastic swim at Lake Placid. Jackie Herring is always dangerous, but she's coming off a running injury. Someone else I'm excited to see in this field is actually Kristen Leopold. She actually won this race back in 2016 and holds the run course record at 2:55. Now, I'm pretty sure some of these records are going to be broken today. We haven't had a men's race here since 2022, and the last time it was raced, it was Alistair Brownlee that actually won, and he has the overall course record. That's 7:38.47 for the men. So let's have a look now at our course maps and see what the athletes are going to be taking on today. So it's a 1-lap swim. The 3.8 kilometer, 2.4 mile Roka swim takes athletes into the Kalmar Strait and the Baltic Sea. It's a unique swim with that 1 lap, but there's quite a few turns which might break it up. And it's also unique because the swimmers get really close to the crowds. And we're going to talk about the crowds later because they have heard they are absolutely amazing. They get to swim under some spectator-lined bridge, so it's a really unique opportunity. The bike then, it's a 1 loop, 180 kilometers, the Zoot bike course. It heads out on to the island of Öland. Known for its stunning natural beauty, it's also the island of sun and wind, so that might indicate what we have to come. But it's on an island, it's pretty flat, it's pretty straight. The athletes will come back over the Öland Bridge, which is normally closed to cyclists. It's 6 kilometers long. It's one of the flattest bike courses on the circuit, but the North Loop is quite technical, but it should still make for some lightning fast times today. And then we get to our 3-lap Hoka run course, 42.2 kilometers, 26.2 miles. And this course has gained a legendary reputation as the whole city turns out passionately to cheer on. There's one of the neighborhood areas, Neptunwagen, I think it's called, where there's competitions between the streets to who can have the best support. And it's one thing I've heard about this race that I'm hearing all week and from the people I've spoken to is how amazing the crowd support is. Now, this race has been going since 1994, but it only became an Ironman brand in 2012. But the area of Sweden really gets behind this course. So I'm excited to see some of those crowds out in support of all of our amazing athletes. You can see them already lining up along the docks on the harbour side. And it looks like fantastic weather down there. So we're going to see weather presented by Roka. You can see 63 degrees Fahrenheit, so it's 17 degrees Celsius. It's overcast at the moment, but very, very light wind. Now, we know with it being very flat that we could have some wind out on the bike course, particularly on that Öland Island. The water temperature I've heard is around 17, 18 degrees Celsius. So it will be a wetsuit swim. And it is obviously a little bit chillier in the water, which plays in favor to some athletes. The wetsuit swim, some of those smaller swim gaps will mean smaller swim gaps. Like I said, we have got lots of turns in this course, which might break it up. We've had, over the Pro Series, a lot of these races, we've had big swim packs coming out, and I think that's going to be the case, particularly on the men's side. We have some very, very established swimmers in this race. Andrea Salvisberg, Jonas Schomburg, Gregory Barnaby, Sven Thalmann, Kasper Stepniak, just to name a few, Matthew Marquardt, Daniel Beckergaard. I think in contrast on the women's side, we just have one standout swimmer really being Rachel Zelinkas, and it's going to be see how far can she get her head and get her gap, and then the chasers behind, the likes of that gap to Laura Philipp, Jackie Herring, Franzi Hoffman, another one, and then obviously our defending champion, Katrine Christensen. And another athlete to look out for, as we see on screen, Laura Philipp and Jackie Herring there. Laura in the green cap, Jackie in that white cap. coming in. Again, both had sort of mixed run-up. Jackie's coming in off a run injury, so excited or waiting to see what form that's going to bring. But she's a fantastic runner, so I think as long as she's fit and healthy, the run capability will still be there. There we have our defending female champion on Katrine Christensen. I'm assuming that's her little daughter down next to her by the side with our little M dot tattoo on. And talk about kids, we had the Iron Kids race, and this shows you just how amazing this race is. There were 1,300 Iron Kids at the race yesterday. Just absolutely incredible. And actually there was a sprint or a short distance, a sprint Olympic distance triathlon on Wednesday of race week, and it had 1,400 competitors, which, as I was saying, just shows you how popular this race is. And as I said, it did, I think we are down now to the pro start, or we're going to be having our pro call-up very soon. We'll go through our top 10 ranked men coming up shortly. The pro men will be heading off at 6:45. So here we go with our M13 is Luciano Tacconi. He's from Argentina. He's coming off a win at Ironman 70.3 Brazil. And then M11 is just going to wait for our names to come out. So bib M9 is Henrik Gosch from Finland. He finished 8th in the Pro Series last year. Solid result at Ironman World Championship in Nice, and he's chasing Kona qualification here. We have M7, Kasper Stepniak from Poland. He just won Ironman 70.3 Krakow and had a superb result at Ironman Frankfurt with a 4th place finish. His top 15 at the Ironman World Championships in 24 and 25, and has been 13th and 12th in the Pro Series. Antonio Benito Lopez, M5 from Spain. Slow start to the year, penalty in Oceanside, and blew up in Texas. He says himself after following Martin Van Riel was a DNF, but it was impressive in Frankfurt in 3rd, and it's been his best result since Texas last year, where he finished runner-up. Bib M4, Matt Hansen from the USA. This is his 3rd Ironman of the season. He was 3rd at New Zealand, 11th in Texas, and he's currently sitting 2nd in the Ironman at Pro Series. He's one of the best runners in the sport. The question will be, how far back will he be from the swim? But he's had some fantastic swims this season. So watch out for Matt charging through on the run. Bib number M3, Jonas Schomburg from Germany. He was 2nd at Oceanside and 7th at Ironman Texas, and he was 6th at the Ironman World Championships last year, which was a breakthrough coming from a short course specialist. He's one of the strongest swimmers in the field, but has yet to win an Ironman outright. And M2, Trevor Foley from the USA. He adjusted his schedule to add Kalmar after a poor performance at Lake Placid, where he finished 8th and made the decision to chase the Pro Series rather than focusing on Kona. This year, he already ran 70.3 Happy Valley, won, I should say, and Ironman in New Zealand, and could take the lead in the Pro Series with a win here today. And bib number 1, Matthew Marquardt from the USA, coming off a fantastic performance at Lake Placid, just outrun by Martin Van Riel. A really strong runner. I know he's looking for another PB. He ran a 2:37 in Lake Placid. He's a former collegiate swimmer and a medical student as well. Busy man, that is for sure, Matthew Marquardt. So that is our top 10 ranked pro men. We also had, I missed at the beginning, Jonas Hoffman, and 2 are women. So bib number F14, that's Rachel McCarthy from Australia. She's a 3 times 20 to 24 age group champion before turning pro in 2025. And this year she was 15th at Ironman 70.3 Geelong. F13, Antonia Mawalski from Germany. She's been 11th at Ironman South Africa, 15th at Ironman Hamburg, and she turned pro last year. She also works as a nuclear engineer. F11, Johanna Ahern's from Germany. She was 13th in Texas this year, 14th at Hamburg, 10th at Ironman 70.3 Swansea. She's been a pro since 2022 and also works as a civil engineer. F10 is Jenny Jędrzejczyk. She was 6th at 70.3 Swansea, 15th at Elsinore, 13th in Hamburg. She just missed out from a Kona slot in Hamburg, so she's looking for her slot to the Big Island here in Kalmar. And F18, Franzi Hoffmann from Germany. She earned her first pro Ironman win at Wales last year. She won by nearly 20 minutes. She ran a 3:04, which is very impressive on that Wales course. She struggled a bit with health the last couple of years, but hopefully she might be up there looking for a podium at the end today. And F6, Rachel Zelinkas from the USA. Really strong all-round performance in Placid, where she finished 3rd. She was also 6th at 70.3 Mont Tremblant. She's by far the best swimmer in the field today on the women's side. And F5, Jackie Herring from the USA. She didn't start in Boise after a running injury and has had some time off the run, but she's had some of her best swim and bike training, she said. She won Little Elm in Dallas, 7th in Happy Valley, 3rd at Chattanooga, 4th at Texas, and 5th at Oceanside this year. And Leonie Conzala, a part-time doctor, she had a breakthrough Ironman distance race last year and 9th at Kona, having been 51st out of the water, but then has had a bumpy end of year and beginning of this year. So this is her first race of 2026, and she's looking for that Kona slot. Bib number F2, Laura Phillip, our 2024 Ironman World Champion. She's 19 Ironman 70.3 wins, 7 Ironman wins in her career. The best runner in the sport, I would say. Possibly, she ran a 2:42 in Hamburg. What are we going to see today? And finally, our F1, Katrin Christensen from Denmark, the defending champion here in Kalmar. She was also 2nd here in 2024. So 2025, it was her first Ironman win as well. And she has just gone from strength to strength and seems to be getting better and better with each race. She was 11th in Kona last year, which I know she was a little bit disappointed to, but I think she has stepped up a level in racing this year. So that was our top 10 pro men and pro women. We have over like 60 pro men racing, over 30 pro women. As I said, there's a huge stack of fantastic swimmers in the men's race. And in the women's race, I think the clear favorite is going to be Rachel Zelinkas, who will be out in front, I'm sure. But it's going to be exciting to see how those tactics develop. The swim, absolutely gorgeous. I was talking to Lisa Norden, who won this race in 2023, and congratulations, Lisa. She's just 5 weeks after having the birth of her new little son, and she seemed to be absolutely glowing. But she said actually the swim can get pretty choppy because it's not actually protected, but we are looking, it looks absolutely fantastic down there. It doesn't look like there's a breath of wind, and I know we'll have some words from the ground shortly as we see our pros getting into the water. You can see, look at that, the crowds are already out, packed and lining the shore of this harbour area. And I've said it again, it's one thing that I think this race I'm hearing is so renowned for and has won a lot of awards from athletes, is just the crowd support and the spectators. So all of our athletes getting in to warm up. We are about 15 minutes or so away from starting. The pro men will start at 6:45 local time and the pro women 5 minutes later. So we are now going to head down on the ground to who we've got. We've got James Kunnema down there, 3 times Ironman champion. James, down to you. What have you got? What's the atmosphere like down there?
From Kalmar, it is loud. They're very excited people around here. We've got Paul Kay getting everyone really worked up behind me, as he does best. Just over there, you can see the incredible crowds that we have here at Kalmar. We spoke about them already, and there are hundreds and thousands of people out here already. Behind them, there's around 2,700 age groupers who are doing their final preparations for the race here today. You can't really see them, but just in front of me, the time for preparation is over for our professional athletes. They're already in the water. The men will go off in a few minutes first. The women will be pulled out of the water while the men start, and then the women will get back in before our 2,700 age groupers start streaming into the water. Now, a little word on the weather here today. Right now, it looks absolutely sublime. It is the perfect temperature, the water is the perfect temperature, and there is hardly a breath of wind in the air. However, the wind is picking up, and it's picking up rapidly. It's coming out of the south, which means on the bike, they're going to feel it for the whole middle part of the bike. On the swim, however, they're going to swim out, and they're long out and back. The athletes are actually going to be swimming back into that wind, and that's also into the current. So expect the stronger swimmers to start pushing a little bit on that turnaround, about 1/3 of the way into the swim, because that'll be the point where the stronger swimmers can really make a difference to how their race unfolds. If they've already got a gap, they'll be able to extend that gap. If they don't have a gap, that'll be the point where we're going to see the pro men or the stronger pro women swimmers really pressing their advantage. All right, Laura, back to you in the studio. I'm going to find somewhere a little bit quieter for when you come back to me.
And thank you, James. Fantastic to hear on the ground, and fantastic to hear how amazing that atmosphere really is, and how hard it is actually to hear yourself think when you're in with that. And like you said, all those pros warming up, and then 2,700 age group athletes, and look at those views just as all the supporters and fans are packing in to this area, really central in Sweden. The other thing that a lot of people have said is why I think it also gets voted and is so well loved by the athletes, is everything is really central and close together. So the swim start and transition, and all the crowds can get around to watch. And so that really makes it easy and accessible for the athletes, where they can stay, getting out, getting to the swim start, getting down to race morning as well. The other thing that's interesting about this weekend and this area is, you know, there's a lot of history between Sweden and Denmark, and there's been a lot of historical fighting over different areas and the port of Kalmar. Now we have a different kind of fight, because actually both regions run an Ironman race on the same weekend. So we have Ironman Kalmar today. Tomorrow we have Ironman Copenhagen in Denmark. It's about a 3 and 4 hour drive. And I know there are some athletes here today, not the pros, but some age group athletes are doing crazy doubles. In fact, I know that because I have one athlete myself doing that. So he's going to race Ironman Kalmar and then head down the road to Copenhagen tomorrow, which I just think is crazy. I mean, I was going to talk about today how, you know, the pros racing Kalmar, they're 8 weeks out from Kona, and how does that affect their preparation for the World Championships? You know, those people either looking to qualify, but those who have already qualified and are racing in Kona, are they using this as a training, as a prep up? Some people race better once they've had an Ironman a few weeks out. For others, they are, you know, everyone else at home, all the other pros racing, you know, they've got their feet up, or they're in a big training block. They haven't had to taper down for this race. They won't have to recover afterwards. So there we see one of our pros doing press ups. That's very much a Christian Norwegian. He does press ups. Christian Blumenfeld is the name I was trying to get out there. He does press ups before the race to warm up. So yeah, some of the pros using that to get warm before the swim. As I said, the water temperature is around that 17, 18 degrees C. So a little bit cool, but it's going to be some fast, hot swimming. And it was interesting to hear what James was saying about the weather. And actually, it looks a little bit choppier now than it did to start with. And this water isn't that protected, so it can get choppy. And as he said, they're going to have the wind and the current that they're going to be swimming into. And also, interestingly, with this bike course, with the Zoot bike course being so flat, when the athletes get out onto the Öland Island and it's straight, flat and exposed, they're potentially going to hit a lot of that wind out there. So we are about 6 minutes or so away from our professional men starting here at Ironman Kalmar, the 13th stop in the Experience Oman Ironman Pro Series.
It's the beauty of Oman. Our tradition, our hospitality, the sounds of limitless opportunities to explore. Listen, it's Oman.
And they may well ask, why climb the highest mountain? We choose to do things not because they are easy, but because they are hard. Because that goal will serve to organize and measure the best of our energies and skills. Because that challenge is one that we're willing to accept, one we are unwilling to postpone, and one we intend to win.
Hello and welcome back. We are down at the beautiful swim start for Ironman Kalmar. It's the 13th race in Experience Oman Ironman Pro Series. The last chance as well for athletes to gain a slot to the Ironman World Championships. I'm Laura Siddle here in the studio to bring you today's race coverage. We've got James Kunamar on the ground and we've had a few technical issues. So at the moment it's just me. So you get my lovely dulcet tones. I should say not technical issues, that is apologies on that one, but it is just me in the studio at the moment. So you get, yes, my lovely dulcet tones as I'm going to take you through the race. We are 4 minutes or so away from the professional men starting. The professional women have now come out of the water. We can see Katrin Christensen there in that silver cap, Jackie Herring in that white cap. There are notable swimmers as we see that very traditional cannon ready to fire. We'll also have, before the race starts, the athletes will have the national anthem and a blessing as well. Our pro men are in the water and the pro men, you can see them lining up there between those two Roka swim boys. We have, as I said, 60 professional men. Some of our notable swimmers in the race today, so Andreas Salvisberg, Jonas Schomburg, Gregory Barnaby, Sven Thalmann, Kasper Stepniak, Antonio Benito Lopez, Daniel Beckgard and Matthew Marquardt will be looking to get away as fast as they can and hopefully put as much time as they can into the likes of Trevor Foley, who was, as they did in Placid. And we are going to go down to the national anthem now, which is being performed by Alicia Wahlgren. That was the national anthem, as said, sung by Alicia Wahlgren. A beautiful national anthem from Sweden, as we are now moments away from our professional men starting Ironman Kalmar. A fantastic start line. We've got 15, I should say, of the men that raced at the Ironman World Championships last year racing today. And I think we're going to see several races in one today. You've got those athletes that are still looking for that slot for the Kona, for the World Championships in Kailua Kona in October in Hawaii. You've got athletes obviously wanting to go for the win, but you've got Ironman Pro Series points on the line as well. So 5,000 points up for the winner today, and then 1 point gets deducted for every second that everyone else is behind that champion. And you have some real contenders for the Pro Series lining up. So Matt Hansen currently sits second in the Pro Series, so he's going to be looking to solidify his points in the race for the title at the end of the year. But the likes of Trevor Foley, if he has a good race here today, he could go to the top of the leaderboard as well. And it really makes it exciting. At the moment, Christian Blumenfeld is up there on 14,142 points as the cannon fires and our professional men are away. The over 60 professional men, the Roka swim, it's this one lap and the washing machine. That is the start. And I always wonder, it's fairly frantic and furious in this first few 100 meters as the athletes are trying to find feet. You can see some arrowheads already forming as those top swimmers try and get away, try and get clear water, and everyone else is trying to jump on feet. So we're going to keep our eyes out for some caps. I can see a green cap there of Andreas Salvesberg, so he's leading one of those lines. The purple cap as well, there's a Kasper Stepniak is in there looks level or on the shoulder of Salvesberg, and the white cap as well. So that's Matthew Marquardt. And we talked about Matthew, he had a fantastic race at Lake Placid just 4 weeks or so ago, where he ran his Ironman PB at 2:37, but was just 4 minutes short of Martin van Riel, which was another outstanding performance. So he seems to have pulled up well and recovered well. He's always wanted to come to this race, as we've said, and I think we're going to be seeing and hearing more about that. I can also see there's a blue cap on the far of the screen. I would imagine that's Antonio Benito Lopez. It could be Trevor Foley early on in this race. He's also one of our blue caps swimmers as well, as we're looking and we're sort of getting two distinct line of swimmers, one on the right and one on the left, as they head out into the Baltic Sea. And as you can see, those fantastic aerial shows, and this is where they come out of the harbour and of the unprotected, and it's a fairly complicated swim course. The course record actually for the swim is back from 2019 at 43:50. But the first bit of the swim, it's a long straight, about 500 meters or so, straight out of the harbour area. You can see that wall area as well. They're going to exit and go straight out into the Baltic Sea in the Kalmar Strait. And then they'll take a left-hand turn, and they have a long stretch back towards, and looking again, we can see again Antonio Benito Lopez in the blue cap and the green cap of Andreas Salvesberg. So yes, so just going down the list of our ones to watch and our swim cap colours. You can see that now up on screen. So as I said, the green is Andreas Salvesberg. We've got Jonas Stromberg, which is in a pearly pink colour, Gregory Barnaby in silver, Sven Thalmann in an orange, Kasper Stepniak in purple, Antonio Benito Lopez in blue, Daniel Beckergaard in again another purple but a bit lighter, a violet colour, Matthew Marquardt is in white, and then from the chase pack we have Trevor Foley in blue. So keep your eyes peeled. As I said, this front pack of swimmers are going to be wanting to get as big a gap away from the likes of Trevor Foley, who we know can run. Same with Matt Hansen, one of the fastest runners in the sport. And I think if we look back to Lake Placid, that's really what derailed Trevor's day in Placid. Like Martin van Riel just took the swim out and managed to get a gap that was too big. So we can see now the athletes coming together in one long line, I think that's Jonas Schomburg at the front. I can just about think that's a pink cap leading the charge. I think with I can see purple or a dark colored cap behind, so I would say that's Kasper Stepniak behind. As you can see these fantastic aerial views giving us coverage of that race. And as said, the swim record, it's 43.50 from 2019 by Alex Berggren. So we could be on with the likes of the swimmers that we have here today. We could be likely on for a swim course record. I think, though, you know, if the conditions stay good and with the caliber of athletes, it could be records falling across the men and the women's race as well today. But we will obviously see how things pan out as we go. Beautiful scenes down here. Jonas Schomburg taking the swim out hard. And interesting to see, there's been a lot of chat this year. I know back from Oceanside, where they said the swim wasn't taken out as hard and due to the 20-meter draft. As we see with our split screen on the right, our professional women are now off and underway. So they're one lap, 3.8 kilometers or 2.4 miles in the Kalmar Strait waters of the Baltic Sea. And I think in contrast to the men's race, we're seeing on the left, we've got our professional men. On the right of screen, our women are just starting, and you can see two gaps or separation down the pro field of the women. But I think in contrast, like the men's race, we're going to get this big group of men or leading it out, whereas in the women, I'm fully expecting Rachel Zelinkas to be out there on her own. But we see Jonas Schomburg really driving it hard. He's stringing the field out, and everyone's just trying to grab feet where they can, which means that pace is hard when they are all in a single file. So he's certainly not hanging around. As I was saying just before the women started, we had some chats earlier in the year about the swim maybe not being taken out as hard anymore because of the 20-meter drafting on the bike, or no one wanting to quite take it out. But I think these guys have got a race, and they want to race. They want to have their best days. They've got some good runners behind them. They are going to be wanting to make the most of their skills and advantage. And I know that Jonas Schomburg, he doesn't know how to race any other way. He goes hard from the start and wants to make everyone suffer. And you can see how good that pace is, because the gap and the distance that he has already put from himself to the back of the pro field is quite incredible already as they head out. And you can also see that it is a little bit choppier out there now. There's a little bit of wave. It always, for us viewing it, you can see the waves, but it's always very different when you're actually obviously swimming in. But you can definitely see some ripples going, and that sort of loping stroke and style of Jonas Schomburg, but incredibly effective. And as said, Kasper Stepniak on his feet. Now he is coming off the back of winning 70.3 Krakow just a couple of weeks ago, and actually he won, and Daniel Beckergaard was second. Good to see Daniel Beckergaard back racing as well. He's been having some health issues. He's talked about the mental health issues he's been going through over the past couple of years. He's gone to coaching himself to go try and go back and find his love of the sport again, and he said that in that race that he in Krakow, he did find that. And up now on the women's one to watch caps. Well, Rachel Zelinkas in that blue cap. We're assuming she's going to be out in front, and then Laura Philipp, our 2024 Ironman World Champion, is in the green cap. Jackie Herring in white. We've got Franzi Hoffman is in violet, and Jenny Jadryshik in red. Katrin Christensen is in silver. She's our defending champion, 21 in 2025. Or I should say attacking champion, as I think she'll call it later when we perhaps catch up with her in the race. And Leonie Consala is in the blue cap as well. As we see these fantastic views, race morning down at Ironman Kalmar. And I think we're going to see, I know with the women, obviously, Rachel Zelinkas is going to be trying to play to her strengths, but I think I can see a green cap there as well. So that would be Laura Philipp and Jackie Herring in that green and white cap, if we are back on the women's race with 4 of the women tucking in behind, and I can see a violet colour cap, so that's Franzi Hoffman a little bit further back. Haven't seen the blue cap of Rachel Zelinskas. She might already be out in front and off the picture, because I'm pretty sure that was Laura Philipp and Jackie Herring. And they talked about they're pretty similar swimmers anyway. So they talked about hopefully, well, Jackie said perhaps coming out together with Laura, and maybe they could use each other to, you know, at the moment they're swimming side by side, so both working very hard. It is sometimes hard to communicate though in the swim and, you know, take it in turns or sit on the hip or the feet of one person and rotate round. I'm not sure the women have the WhatsApp chat group that the men all seem to have about the swim and things. So I think it'll be interesting to see how the dynamics of the women play out. And I understand now that I am going to be joined in the commentary by Craig Alexander, our 5-time Ironman world champion. Craig, are you there? Are you joining? And where are you joining from, I should probably say?
Hey Laura, how are you? It's great to join you for another round of the Ironman Pro Series. I'm actually in Kona, so I'm where a lot of these athletes will be in a couple of months. Obviously for the big dance, the Ironman World Champs, but we've got a little bit of racing to do today and between now and the Ironman World Champs.
And are you checking out the course in Kona? I'm sure you know it pretty well yourself, Crowe.
I only check it out from my car these days. So yeah, just over here for a week. And it's actually, there's a tropical storm here. So it's very, very windy, which again is nothing new to the Big Island. But yeah, interesting races here. It's I'm going to say very interesting timing for a lot of these athletes. Of course, some are racing the Ironman 70.3 World Championships in Nice in a month. Others, the Ironman World Champs in 2 months. So, you know, there's always good storylines. We've got the Ironman Pro Series in play. I'm sure we'll see a little bit of movement on those rankings today. And also the qualification slots for the final qualification slots for the Ironman World Championships.
Yeah, that's right. And in fact, we've even got some athletes that are down to race in Ironman 70.3 Zell am See, which is in 2 weeks' time. And that's the final race in the Pro Series. So potentially, though, as we see one of our athletes doing a bit of backstroke, that's Kasper Stepniak doing backstroke, letting the others take the lead. Andreas Salvisberg in that purple hat just taking over. But yeah, some athletes have come over to race Kalmar, and then they'll go on to Zell am See, and then the Ironman 70.3 World Championships in Nice. That's a pretty heavy schedule, wouldn't you say, Crowe?
It is, as we get a nice close-up look of Andreas Salvisberg here. He's no stranger to leading the swims out, and a lot of the stronger swimmers, a lot of the swimmers we've seen at the front of Ironman Pro Series races are in this front group right here, of course. You mentioned Schomburg, Kasper Stepniak coming off that great win recently, so we know he's in form. And yeah, I think one of the challenges, Laura, is the scheduling of your season. What we've seen a lot of these athletes do is, you know, multiple build-ups within a season, and then racing blocks that may include 2 Ironman 70.3 events and then an Ironman as well. So the timing is tight, but these athletes are professionals, and you know they've got 12 or 18 months often to prepare. So you know, there are a few who have jumped in at the last minute. Obviously, you've got contingency plans if a race or two don't go to plan. And again, that's the benefit of having a 16-race Ironman Pro Series.
That's right. And I'm going to come back and ask you a little bit more about scheduling and how you put your races, how it might have changed over the years. But at the moment, or for now, we're going to go and hear a little bit about a soundbite from Andreas Salvisberg on swim tactics. So let's hear what Andreas had to say.
Yeah, I'm really excited for the race. I love it here. It's beautiful, people are super nice. The water is really perfect. Temperatures as well. In Switzerland right now we have a heat wave coming, and yeah, I'm really glad to be here. It's a really nice city. Yeah, you should actually save energy in the swim. So at the same time, it's also important to have a fast swim. So we usually talk before the race if we can work together. But the perfect one would be have a nice start. That is always important because you don't want to fight other athletes. That loses a lot more energy. And definitely find myself together with Schomburg or Kalmar in the front. You know, changing up the lead and have someone to sometimes have some time to sit in the legs and recover, and then go back to the front to keep the pace high. Now I think the first couple meters is always now, since we have 75 people, 80 people starting together, it needs to be aggressive. Before, I remember first Ironman at 70.3 I did, there were like 30 people and it was super easy, you just sprint and you're gone. But now with 80 people, there's always someone who can catch your feet. And with the neoprene as well, everybody is fast, so yeah, this is a bit different. So I'm always a bit nervous before the race because you never know what happens.
So great insights there from Salzburg. As on screen now, we do have our picture of our female swim leader. So yes, Rachel Zelinskas in that blue cap, out in front, wanting to get as big a gap as she can over the rest of the women. And Chloe, we were saying before about the athletes being professional. They know they're training, they know they're backing up of races. I think it's changed though over the years. Like we used to have, you know, you wouldn't do back-to-back races, or you wouldn't do an Ironman. You know, 4 weeks seemed a short time between Ironman races, and now things have changed, whether that's obviously training methodology, nutrition, the technology, and things that we have with the bikes and the shoes, that we are getting athletes racing high level much closer together. Like for you, how long before Kona would you have your last race?
I would always do a 70.3, 3 to 4 weeks out. So there's no doubt things have changed. I think we're getting a good look at Rachel Zelinskas here leading the women's race, and that's really not a surprise. That's what the form guide suggested would happen. I guess the big talking point and something we need to watch for is to see, you know, whereabouts Laura Philipp and Jackie Herring are. Last shot we got of them, they were heading up the chase group. But yeah, no, I think things have changed, Laura. I think the sport has progressed, it's evolved. I think everyone would agree that nutrition is a lot better. I don't think these athletes get as depleted towards the end of the longer races. I think the shoes with the extra stack height and that new foam also helps with recovery a little bit. So, you know, and I think just a progression of the mentality as well. And things like the Ironman Pro Series athletes, really the top level athletes, and that high performance mentality is to try and bite off more than you can chew. So we do see some schedules that look super ambitious, but to be honest, we're into the third year of the Ironman Pro Series now. I think the athletes would have a lot of data around their recovery and what sort of turnarounds. And, you know, I don't think it's that uncommon to see, again, athletes schedule blocks of 3 races, you know, a 70.3 and an Ironman, or potentially even a second Ironman 2 or 3 weeks later with a shorter recovery window. So they all know the dates of, you know, the Precision Fuel and Hydration Ironman 70.3 Worlds in Nice, and also the Ironman World Championships in Kona in October. So those dates don't change and they get locked into the calendar early. And I think the athletes who really do have their eye on the Ironman Pro Series, the overall series standings, would have a preferred sort of scenario A plan, but they'd have some contingency plans as well. I know in the past we've seen Kat Matthews jump into some races. I think it was Zalamshi last year. Of course, that's coming up in 2 weekends. We saw Kat jump in just to get sort of an insurance point score in the bank. So, yeah, the athletes are super professional. They work with their teams to schedule their seasons, and, you know, there's not too many surprises.
Yeah, that's right. And I mean, talking about one athlete that, you know, we had on screen, our female swim leader, Rachel Zelinskas, who raced just 4 or 5 weeks ago in Lake Placid and had a fantastic performance. So she's got her Kona qualification. This is probably points for the Ironman Pro Series. And we have a soundbite now on our swim leader, Rachel Zelinskas. So let's see here what she has to say and her approach to the swim.
I absolutely love it here. It's amazing. I feel awesome, and I think just the energy of the city, the town, this whole country, it's got me even more excited to race. Yeah, it's super important for me to have a good swim and make it basically get the biggest gap I can if possible. I don't always do amazing in cold water, so that's something that I'm really focused on, is trying to get a good warm-up so that I can get a good start and hopefully just make the swim as hard as possible, especially just with the bike. There's not really any opportunities to break things up, no key climbs, no hard sections, so just getting good position is the main priority, and that is going to start with the swim.
So great words from Rachel. Now, interestingly, our swim course record is actually currently Jodie Kunamar, a 48:30 from 2013. Her husband down on the ground, joining our commentary team today. But we can see up on the screen now the record times presented by Precision Fuel and Hydration. These are our current course records. We can see that 48:30 swim by Jodie Kunamar back from 2013, and a 43:50 swim back from 2019. Also Boris Stein, the bike, 4:03:08 from 2019. Then we had on the women's side, we've got Marlene de Boer with a 4:31:55. That was last year, and the overall course record was last year with Katrine Christensen. Our run course record, as I said earlier, is Kristen Leopold back from 2016. She is racing again today, so I'm super excited. She's an athlete. She's been around for many, many years. She used to be one of the most consistent sub 3 hour runners. Now, obviously, that mark has moved a little bit. We're seeing the likes of Laura Phillip do 2:40. But on the men's side, we've got Alistair Brownlee with the overall course record from 2022. Now, that was the last time that this race had a professional men's field. He also got the run course record of 2:40:46. So they are our current race course records presented by Precision Fuel and Hydration. Chloe, I'm going to put you on the spot. Do you think today we are going to see some records fall? I know it's early to tell. I know it's an early call.
Yeah, it is an early call, but I'll stick my neck out. I mean, it comes down to conditions. You know, we heard James Kunamar say earlier that the wind is forecast, so a lot of these records are condition dependent. It was interesting, some of those records super quick. Alistair Brownlee, of course, our viewers will know, one of the greatest male triathletes of all time, 7:38. That's a fast time on this course. And, you know, we got our women's defending champion here too, Katrine Christensen. So I think, I mean, it's a fast course, but it will come down to what sort of wind they get, particularly out on the bike course.
That's right. And, you know, when we get onto the bike course, and we'll obviously spend plenty of time on that, and it is flat, so it is potentially fast. There is, obviously, like you said, the wind elements, and the northern loop of the bike course, I think, is quite technical with a few turns. But flat doesn't necessarily mean easy, does it, either? You know, if you're having to hold that aero position, there's not much variation to get up and move around. So certainly, well, no Ironman is easy anyway, but it's certainly not an easy course, even if we are potentially down for some fast swim, bike, and run times today.
Yeah, no, 100% correct. I think, you know, fast doesn't always mean easy, and every race presents different challenges. And if there's not a lot of change in elevation, for instance, on a course profile, it requires you to power up the whole time. There's no free speed, coasting down hills, recovery sections. It's high heart rate, pushing power the whole time, and a high dependence on holding that aero position. You know, there's a huge aero penalty for coming out of that position where you have your lowest coefficient of drag when average speeds are higher. So none of these races are easy. They just definitely present different challenges. And I mean, I know we're getting splits that the lead men's group's moving currently at about 106 per 100 metre pace, which for those who swim know, that's moving. And it doesn't look like it's super fast conditions. So there must be some water moving out there. You know, we can see a bit of texture on the surface of the water here, a bit of wind chop on top. So it's a really quick pace, but as you mentioned, Laura, a lot of the best swimmers in our sport are here today.
That's right, and we did get word from James Kunamar on the ground, and also talking to Lisa Norden before, that she said, like, you know, once the swimmer, they get out of that initial swim start area, it does get choppy. It is unprotected, which I think is what we're seeing here now. And if it looks choppy to us, then it's certainly choppy to the swimmers in the water. And also, I think James said as they come back in towards the exit, they're going to go into the current. And so that's might be why we're seeing some fast-moving swims at the time. I think our course prediction at the moment for Rachel Zelinskas, as it is, would have her coming in at around a 46 minute, which would be a good sort of minute 90 seconds off the course record. Again, early days, and they've got to turn back into that potential current. But there, I think the men certainly look to be putting the hammer down. You can see again that's Antonio Benito Lopez in that blue cap, Kasper Stepniak in the purple cap in that front group. And we have a big front group as we were expected in the swim. And one of those swimmers I just mentioned, Kasper Stepniak, he's coming off a win at Ironman at 70.3 Krakow. So let's go and find out what he thought about the swim today and race tactics.
If I'll have energy, which should happen probably, then I'll just try to follow for as long as I will feel comfortable. And I hope to follow Jonas Stromberg, who probably put the swim. And yeah, we'll see if I will have good legs to follow him also on the bike. If not, I'll just try to be smart and save some energy for run.
Kasper Stepniak, short and sweet, but hoping to, as you said, stick to Jonas Stromberg. But it's not just Jonas Stromberg. There's a group of men at the front of this race. And Corey, we've seen a little bit this year with races that we've had a bigger lead pack of men come out the water. Talk us through why do we think, is that just there are more men coming up from short distance, the swim has improved? Why do you think that dynamics changed a little bit?
Yeah, it's a great question. As we see our swim leaders up on the graphic there, we've got Sven Thelman, who again, another athlete who's no stranger to the front of these races, Antonio Benito Lopez, Andreas Solversberg, Jonas Schomburg. They're some of the big pre-race favourites, particularly athletes we thought we'd see in this lead swim group. Gregory Barnaby's in there as well. Of course, he was the winner of the inaugural Ironman Pro Series 2 years ago. I just think there's a lot of depth in our sport at the moment. It's a natural progression to come through short course racing. It's most athletes' introduction to our sport. Of course, there's a global circuit, there's Olympic Games, there's World Triathlon events, and a lot of these athletes have, both male and female, have great short course pedigrees. And yeah, we've seen a lot of swim groups this year that have had 8, 10 or 12 athletes, many of the athletes in this front group. So, we're getting word from the women's race that Rachel Zelinskas went through 1500 in 17:56, which is about a 1:12 per 100 metre pace. So that's not hanging around either. So she's got over a 30-second lead to the second lady out there. So yeah, no, it's just an interesting dynamic, Laura. I think as we get an overhead shot here, great shots, great scenes here in Kalmar of this opening discipline, the swim leg. And I just think there's so much depth across the board in all distances of triathlon. And a lot of these athletes, have had great short course careers. They've been super competitive at the Ironman 70.3 in middle distance. And they're bringing that form and that competitiveness up to Ironman racing, which really lends itself to a super exciting race dynamic.
It does, doesn't it? As we had, you can see on the other side of our screen behind our pro men, you've got our thousands and thousands of age group athletes. 2,700 age group athletes are heading out to the start of their day. You can see a slightly curvy dynamic from those athletes coming out as our pro men are heading back past that Ironman Kalmar sign. They're going back into the harbour and they're going to hang a right where you can see that orange buoy and head out along the parallel to the shore. So the crowds are going to get really close. Also hearing as well, and I will give another shout out to Lisa Norden. She's been fantastic. She was the winner here in 2023. But she does say the water also gets pushed around between the piers and the little islands with houses. So it's choppy in the way that a washing machine and comes in from all kinds of directions. So we are going to catch up with more swimming as our pro men are heading over halfway in the Ironman Kalmar, the Roka swim.
Just do it, it'll be fine. It's breakfast with precision. It's breakfast with precision.
Thank you, Poncho Man. Welcome to Breakfast with Precision at Hugo's on the Rocks. I'm Andy Blow, co-founder of Precision Fuel and Hydration, and we are stoked to be the official hydration partner of the Ironman Global Series.
Hey, what are you doing on my set?
Get a plan for your next race at pfnx.com.
Security! It's breakfast with precision. It's breakfast with precision.
I'm not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Ironman Kalmar brought to you today by Roka. Find faster with Roka. And by Oman. Beauty has an address, endurance has a destination, experience Oman. And we are back here at the Roka swim at Ironman Kalmar, our 13th race in the Experience Oman Ironman Pro Series. The last chance for athletes to gain a slot for the Ironman World Championships in Kailua Kona. I'm Laura Siddall in the studio today, and joining me I have Craig Alexander as well. Craig, kind of playing out to form at the moment on both the women and the men's side, don't you think, in the swim?
Yeah, definitely. I think all the pre-race chatter online and on the ground in Kalmar has been that there would be a little power group on the men's side, a lot of depth, a lot of good swimmers. I mean, and a couple we haven't mentioned in that swim group, but we know are in there. Daniel Bakkegaard making his return to high-level racing. We know what a phenomenal swimmer he is. So you can add his name into the mix. And on the women's side, it was, the standout form of Rachel Zelinskas. We knew she would lead out. I guess the storyline for the women's race is what sort of a lead can she post here, and where are some of our pre-race favourites, such as Laura Phillip, our 2024 Ironman World Champion, Jackie Herring, and also our defending champion here, Katrine Christensen.
That's right, and just looking through 1,500 metres, as you said, Rachel Zelinkas out in front, and Laura Phillip looks to be just under a minute back, and just on the men's side as well, looking down our tracker. We're looking for Matt Hansen. He's about 1:20 back. And Trevor Foley, actually, as with Lake Placid, he is a little bit further back. His timing chip, he could be in that last chase group about 3 or 4 minutes back. But we are going to go back on the ground to James Kunamara, who's going to walk us through T1. James, take it away. What have you got for us?
Thanks, Laura. Yeah, I'm here at T1. A little bit quieter than it was at the start. I hope you guys can hear me. I couldn't even hear myself talk at the start. I think that may be a bit of a theme for the rest of the day for me here on the ground. There are crowds everywhere. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to avoid them. Over my left shoulder, you might be able to see that's the bridge that the pro men are going to emerge out of in the last few hundred meters of their swim. They then swim straight across behind me here where I'm standing, and they're going to get out of the ramp over there, a purpose-built ramp for them, before they go into T1. And I have to say that T1 may be the most straightforward transition from any Ironman I've ever seen. They literally just run across the road and they're in transition. So I'm going to take you into transition now. The age groupers will be going straight to their bags, which you can see a whole line of down there. They're going to grab their bags, change, and then grab their bikes. The pros don't even have to worry about the bags, because the pros don't have any bags here. They just have boxes next to their bike. And they're going to come into the Rivi transition zone straight to their bike, change, put their wetsuit into that box, and then get ready for the bike. Now, I spoke to a few of them. You guys were talking about Andreas Silversberg earlier and his tactics. Andreas Silversberg, obviously, one of those swimmers who is absolutely capable of swimming away from anyone. But I spoke to him before the race, and he actually said that today his main goal is getting a Kona qualification spot. And he doesn't want to burn any energy on the swim unnecessarily. He wants to save it for later on in the race, so he won't be leading out the swim. He was pretty adamant about that. I said, what if the guys don't swim with you? And he said, I still won't. He said he started a bit of a WhatsApp group, spoke to a few of the other pros, and they've got a bit of a plan where they're all going to share the workload to get the weaker swimmers as much of an advantage as possible on the weaker swimmers. But he is definitely not here to lead out the swim, even if he could. A few other tactics going on. I also spoke to Daniel Bakkegaard, who's also in that pack at the moment, and he, very similar situation. He also wants to get his Kona spot. That's his first goal here today. Obviously, he's on a bit of a comeback trail, so he wants to prove himself again, but his main goal is to get that Kona spot. So again, he's going to work for the long game. He's in it for the full day. Now, I'm going to take you through a few of the bikes here. They're all racked and ready behind me. I mean, there's 2,700 of them over there, but particularly the pros ones we're going to look at. There's some interesting things here. Obviously, all of the pros bikes have the race rangers on them. And now, if you're not familiar with Race Ranger, it's the draft detection technology, a 20-meter draft zone here today. So every one of the pros bikes has got two devices attached to them. They've got this puck on the front, which is detecting the rider in front of them and how far away they are from them. And then they've got the other device on the back, which has a light on it. It's orange, blue, or red, depending on their distance, and that gives them a very accurate measure of how far behind the rider in front of them they are, and they're not allowed to go into that draft zone to keep it as fair as possible for our athletes out there. Every single athlete has that, of course, on their bike. Looking at the bikes here, I'm going to go to Matthew Marcotte. He's obviously one of our favorites, and he's looking to ride really hard today. I asked him what size his chainring is. 64-tooth chainring, which is absolutely massive. He's on a 1 by 64-tooth. I'm going to come back to his bike because there's another interesting thing I want to talk to you. But Trevor Foley's bike, who's right next to his, and he's only on a 60-tooth. And I say only a 60-tooth. A 60-tooth is still pretty big. But I asked him why he hasn't gone bigger for this course, particularly if it might be windy. And he said he didn't get around to changing it and he'll be okay. Which is pretty casual, but I guess he's happy with that. The wind I spoke about earlier, as you can see from that flag, it's already becoming a factor. I don't think it's going to affect them on the swim. I think the pros will be out of the water before it kicks up too much of a chop or makes too much of a difference. But they are going to feel this on the bike. I can feel it coming over my shoulder now already. And it's going to be a stiff headwind for the whole first 50 or so Ks of the bike before it's a proper tailwind for a big section of the bike. And that's where that 64-tooth on Matthew Marcotte's bike is really going to come in handy. Going back to Matthew Marcotte's bike, though, he's got all these handwritten initials on there, which I asked him about. The ones on his front fork, those are personal people he knows, friends and family who have been affected by cancer. And then all the other ones on the back end of his bike are other people, followers, who have been affected by cancer. And as you can see, there's a lot of names on it. And I asked him, why is he racing? And he pointed at those and said, that's his why. I mean, everyone has a good reason to race. That's his reason. We spoke to Dan Williams yesterday, who's actually got brain cancer. And he's racing yesterday. He took a 2-week break from his chemotherapy to come and race and get the medal here at Ironman Kalmar. So look out for him. I think he's race number 809. We'll be following all of these athletes. The men are going to be emerging out of that, under that bridge any minute now, so I'm going to throw back to you guys in the studio so you guys can watch all the action unfold as they come through transition. I'm going to get out of their way and try and see if I can spot any interesting things happening as the pros come through here. Back to you guys.
Thank you, James. Yeah, fascinating to get your insights from T1, get that walkthrough of where the men and the pro women are going to come out, but also look at some of those bikes and understanding, yeah, we all have a reason why. And whilst James was talking, we had fantastic footage of the pro men as they swam really back close up to the spectators, almost seeing eyeball to eyeball if they were breathing left the spectators and the athletes could see. And interesting to hear as well about Andreas Salvesberg and his tactic. He is not leading, so at the moment he's sticking to his guns. We've got Sven Thalmann in that orange cap is in the lead, and the white cap of Matthew Marquardt, if that is correct, in second. So yeah, obviously that WhatsApp group and either sharing the load or with Daniel Beckergaard as well, wanting that cone slot being the first goal, they've put Sven Thalmann out in front. Crowy, thoughts on anything James had to say or what we're seeing as the athletes come back around, and we're not too far away now from T1, Ruby T1?
Yeah, no, there was some awesome insights from James. How great to have a man of his experience. Of course, he got 4th at the Ironman World Champs, and you mentioned before the women's swim course records held by his wife, Jodie Kunema. They were one of triathlon's first power couples, and no one's more knowledgeable, particularly on the tech side and the equipment, than James, so we'll get some great insights. As we see Sven Thalmann leading, Matthew Marquardt on his feet, and you know, one thing we've noticed with Matthew's racing the last 12 months is he's very strong in the back half of the bike rides, 180 kilometres, and also the marathon. He's a really strong and consistent athlete. Of course, he struggled with some of those cramping issues out of the swim. I think sorted that out. It had to do with his carb preloading routine. And one thing you can count on is Matthew to be really strong and well-paced. And interesting that he's got a big gear for the back half of that bike in the tailwind section. So, yeah, some great insights from James. I think it sort of lends itself to the dynamics and how this race might play out. Trevor, one of the better biker runners in the field as well. He's giving up some time to these guys. Again, we're getting nice close-ups of Sven Thalmann there leading, Matthew Marquardt on his feet, Jonas Schomburg in there, Antonio Benito Lopez, Daniel Beckergaard in that group as well. So that's a power front group, and it's good to hear some things don't change. I mean, the technology does. The WhatsApp group, the swim group they put together, I mean, I think that's as old as Cain and Abel, athletes communicating with each other before the race, particularly you know, for the dynamics and how it might play out, the race within the race. We know we've got Ironman Pro Series points up for grabs here, but also Kona qualification slots for some of these athletes. So, you know, we heard James talk about Andreas Salvesberg. That's his goal for today. Of course, he'd love a podium, but his primary goal is to check that box to be racing at the Ironman World Championships, and Daniel Beckergaard as well. So I guess from that, we can expect to see those guys sitting in this group as much as possible and not attacking on the bike. We know Daniel's normally a very aggressive racer. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this bike ride unfolds for him, particularly with the first 50-kilometre stretch into the wind.
Yeah, you're right. And I want to apologise because I think I led you down the wrong path there. I think it's Gregory Barnaby that we have sitting on Andreas Salvesberg's feet. Which would make more sense in a silver cap rather than white. It did look white to me, but I think it's Gregory Barnaby. Again, as you said as well, he was our inaugural Ironman Pro Series winner. I had a bit of bad luck this year, got sick before South Africa, and then crashed out, unfortunately, in Frankfurt. But interestingly, yeah, like you said, Matthew Marquardt, that big chain ring on, and he certainly talks about going in that second half of the bike is where he likes to push. And I'm just impressed with this swim course as a start. I think it has to be one of the most unique courses, this huge one lap, but it's got everything. It takes them out into the ocean. It looks like it's going down canals and rivers. It's going under packed bridges. It's a real crowd favorite. The crowd can get really close to the athletes can see the crowd. And I think just, yeah, fantastic. I mean, look how close they are now. And we are only a few minutes away from the men exiting the water into T2. They were on for a very fast time early on. It has, though, now clocked over 42. We're coming up to 43 minutes. So unless they've got 50 seconds to get to the swim exit, that course record, or the swim course record in Kalmar from Alexander Berggren may still be safe, but they are not too far away now.
Yeah, and you can see just the top of the water. It's not as choppy. It's a bit more protected in here. Sven Thalmann's been content to lead the group. Gregory Barnaby is an interesting athlete, isn't he? I mean, he won the Pro Series 2 years ago, had top 10s but that year at both World Championships, so he's very versatile. And, you know, you would think that with a lot of these athletes just eyeing up Pro Series points and also Kona qualification, potentially the pace is not as fast. We haven't seen Schomburg on the front. We normally see him. He likes to get out aggressively and take up the pace as we see the swim exit and our athletes coming into the last 100 metres of this swim. And yeah, the racing in Europe it's just spectacular for athletes who have been lucky enough to race there. The courses are challenging but beautiful. They're spectator friendly. So much history here in general, but history with our sport as well. And the racing on the European circuit is it's top shelf. Always brings out knowledgeable spectators, and you know the athletes love racing here.
Yeah, that's right, and I think we've heard that all week around the crowd and how much this community come out for the race. I've heard like the golden hour later on in the race where, you know, people travel in from outside Kalmar to be out there supporting the athletes as our pro men are about to hit dry land. We've got a group of about 7 athletes. So here we go, they are gonna hit that ramp, purpose built. So Sven Thalmann, I think, will be first out. We've got Gregory Barnaby. Jonas Schomburg was in there as well. Antonio Benito Lopez, Kasper Stechniak, and Henrik Ghosh. So they are our first people out the water. There we go, our Experience Oman, first out the water. As we see, our athletes, that's Jonas Schomburg has just gone past at the front. He's already got his wetsuit down around his waist, running through Ruby T1 out to the bike course. We will get our Experience Oman first out the water there. So Experience Oman first out the water, it was Sven Thalmann at 44.55. So just over a minute off that course record from 2019. That still stands, but still a very fast swim, maybe a little bit slower in the second half of the swim. They certainly headed out very quickly as, again, we see Jonas Schomburg first to his bike. He flicks his wetsuit off. He does that he's got a short course background, so he's very used to knowing how to get his wetsuit off super quick, stepping on the legs, kicking it off, as you also saw Antonio Benito Lopez there do that as well. Henrik Ghosh in the background, and Schomburg is out on the bike. Now, we know that Schomburg does not mess around in transition. There's previous races where athletes haven't even realized he's been through transition and he's out up the road in the lead of the race. I remember Roth a couple of years ago, that was the case, as we're seeing our pacing men pack coming out the water, struggling a little bit. But yeah, Jonas Schomburg was fast through transition and out on to the Zoot bike course.
Yeah, Schomburg, he doesn't muck around, does he? We've seen him, this is his MO. We saw it in Nice last year where there was a 400-metre run into T1, into Ruby T1, and he is extremely, extremely aggressive. We also saw, as you mentioned, Gregory Barnaby was in that front group, but it's only 55 seconds back to this chase group. So there hasn't been huge separation. You know, normally with the likes of Salversberg, Thalmann pushing the pace up front, you can normally expect to see a bit of a slightly larger deficit into that first chase pack, but not today. So, we've had a fairly competitive start to our men's race here today. As we see the athletes exit and ride out of this transition precinct and head to the Oland Bridge. So, yeah, the wind is going to play a factor here. It's a fast course, not a lot of elevation gain, but the athletes will be faced with other challenges on this bike course.
That's right, and that was in the blue, our bib M38. That was our Sven Thalmann, our leader out the water. That chase group were about 120 back or 130 back from the lead, and that included Daniel Beckergaard and Matthew Marquardt. So they're about, and also Tom Bishop, he's a name we haven't mentioned yet. He was 140 back, but with that chase, as we see more of our pro men now exiting the water. But yeah, 130 back to Matthew Marquardt and Daniel Beckergaard. So that's a good swim by Matthew and Daniel, obviously for Daniel going for that Kona slot for Matthew. He's looking to replicate the fantastic race he had at Placid. And I think he's looking to try and improve his. He ran a marathon PB in Placid, but I think he's looking to try and improve that again as we're back with our leading men out on the bike course. I think that is Gregory Barnaby. New race suit colours for him this year. And as you said, yeah, super interesting athlete with Gregory. He won the Pro Series in 2024 and he then went and raced. And as a result, I think, of the success he had in that race, then went and raced T100 for a year, but now come back to race the Pro Series and just had a bit of bad luck at the beginning of the year. So that's why he's chasing that Kona slot today. As we're back on screen now with our pro women, you can see Rachel Zelinskas, our swim leader. She's got a 2 minute, just over 2 minutes gap to our hens and Laura Phillip, Milowski and Jen Dreiskik. Jackie Herring as well is in that group. So that's a pretty powerful little swim chase pack there, and not too far behind actually from Rachel Zelinskas. I'm sure she was probably hoping to be a little bit further ahead, but they still have a little way to go in the water compared to the men who are out on the Zoot bike course already.
Yeah, great lead for Rachel early in the race, and not unexpected. You know, she's using her strengths well here. And I think, you know, honestly, I think Jackie and Laura will be quite content only facing a 2 minute deficit. We know their strength on the bike, particularly Laura. And, you know, Laura hasn't done a lot of racing this year. She had some health issues early, got to Aix-en-Provence and got a podium in her first appearance of the Ironman Pro Series this year, and then backed that up with another podium in Hamburg. So was meant to race Challenge Rot, didn't quite make the start list. So their loss is our gain here today. So we get to see her race another Ironman Pro Series on a fast course. So I think she'll be quite content with a 2 minute deficit to this woman, Rachel Zelinskas, who's had a great swim.
Yeah, I think Laura will be super happy if she comes out within that sort of 2 or 3 minutes to Rachel Zelinskas, and also she'll be hoping with a good swim that she's having that she's putting distance in between her and Katrine Christensen. They had a pretty good battle in Hamburg earlier this year, and obviously Katrine is our defending champion or attacking champion, or however you want to frame it, as the pro women come under the bridge. But I think a fantastic swim for Laura, and to Jackie Herring in that group, and they've got about so they're sort of that 2:15 back off the lead, and Katrine Christensen is about 5 minutes back, so a further couple of minutes back from Laura. The other athletes, I think we look further down, like someone like Leonie Consala, who's currently at the moment 6 minutes 10 back. She is a much weaker swimmer, but she's an interesting athlete that she came out of the water in Kona last year in 51st place, and then had like the 5th fastest bike and the 10th fastest run, I think, or 10th fastest bike. It was one of the ways around, but basically biked herself and ran herself up into 9th place. So definitely don't write her off further back, but we are with our leading women going past one of the pro men as well, Rachel Zelinskas, as she's not too far away from Ruvi T2. And Rachel's had her own struggles this year as well, and last year she's had a broken elbow, which didn't heal very well, and a broken collarbone before that. But really, and in Arizona last year, Ironman Arizona didn't have a great swim, but obviously is really swimming herself back into form. Had a fantastic race at Lake Placid and led out the swim and really put the pressure on the women behind to chase, and certainly what she's doing here again today to the likes of Laura Phillip and our reigning Kalmar champion Katrine Christensen.
Yeah, I think Rachel will be content. I mean, she's coming off some great results this year, most notably a 3rd place recently at Ironman Lake Placid, and also a 6th place at Ironman 70.3 Mont Tremblant, which is not one of the Ironman Pro Series races, but still a competitive race. So she's a versatile athlete, known for her swim-bike combination with a solid run, and is setting up her race nicely here as we see her coming into that final stretch this last 50 or 70 metres, and she's laid down a really nice platform for the start of her bike ride.
That's right, and just to give you an update on the men's race as well. So Trevor Foley is out of the water. He was 3:44 down on the leaders, down in 33rd. So not too bad a swim from Trevor, like much better than in Lake Placid when I think he came out sort of 8 minutes down. So if he's got his bike and run legs, then I think he'll be pretty happy with a 3:44. But here we see on course our female leader, Rachel Zelinskas, a fantastic swimmer, collegiate swimmer in her day, and certainly making it look supreme. I just wish I could swim like that. I watch these swimmers and I just wish I could have ever swum like that. As Rachel hits the water, hits dry land, goggles up, she will be starting to strip her wetsuit straight away. So they have a little bit of a run up into Ruby T1. The Roka wetsuit as well comes straight down. The athletes are going to grab or run past all the age group bags. I think James said 2,700 age groupers there. So they're going to run past all the bags. She's sorting out her suit, making sure the sleeves of that aerodynamics, you can see on that suit, it's got little white spots on the sleeve. That's to help with aerodynamics on the bike, which can sometimes make it quite restrictive when you're swimming around your shoulders. Certainly for the people that aren't as good a swimmer as Rachel Zelinskas, she obviously has no problem with having her suit up. And she's running past all of those age group bikes through transition, and she'll head to the pro racks, pick up her bike. She'll know she'll have a few other further back end of the pro men's race for company. As said, she's got her wetsuit already down. She's trying to get it as prepared as possible so she can strip that off. Goggles and cap go into the box. Standing on the legs of the wetsuit, ripping it off as quickly as possible. Wetsuit in the box as well. Race bib number on for the bike in Europe, as with many races. As we'll see her helmet, glasses on, and she will head out, leading our race on to the Zoot bike course. And there she goes. Made pretty light work of that, Crowe.
Yeah, great transition. Obviously, it's a lot easier when you're at the front of the race and you're not battling the crowds. So, you know, what do they say? That transition is like another discipline. It's like the fourth discipline. And, you know, Rachel was quite smooth and controlled through there. Just looking at some of the men's splits, you mentioned Trevor Foley, 3:44 down out of the swim. He actually gave up another 40 seconds in T1. So I guess that's the contrast. And, you know, you don't really win the race in transition, but you can certainly make it a lot harder to win with a poor transition. I mean, he's given up 45 seconds to a minute just in Ruby T1 to the leaders who already had nearly 4 minutes on him out of the water. So I think it just makes the job a little more difficult, you know, when you're coming through the field like Trevor Foley is known to do and will do today. But I guess it's just an extra minute that he didn't need to add on to that deficit, as we see the women's chase pack here with Laura Phillip, Jackie Herring in there. So there we'll get a very accurate split as we can see them coming up to, you know, the last 20 or 30 metres of the Roka swim course, and they're about to hit this purpose-built pontoon or swim exit. And interestingly, Laura, the transition here with the buckets in T1 for our pro athletes, not a change 10 and the transition bags, that usually lends itself to faster transitions. As we see our women's chase pack hit dry land.
And Crowe, just to recap on Rachel Zelinskas' time out in the swim, it was a 49.16 in the end. So Jodie Kunemar's course record still stands. I'm sure James will be happy with that, as well as Jodie. And here you see, yeah, so this is Laura Phillip coming through. So she's chosen to have her race suit down around her waist. I'm assuming that gives her much more flexibility in the shoulders when she's swimming. And now she's got but can be a little bit of a struggle to get that race suit up when it's wet and you're wet. It can often have problems. She's made that look pretty easy or pretty good going as she's running through transition. They've got a nice distance transition, I think, to get through here so that she can manage getting that cap and goggles off, getting the wetsuit down, putting the suit up, and I think a fantastic time. They are 3:19 down from Rachel Zelinskas, and she's got the likes of Jackie Herring there in as well, Antonia Molowski and Johanna Ahens, Jen Dreischick as well. So a little bit of a group coming through transition now. And you know, you mentioned about Trevor losing that 40 seconds in Ruby T1 as well. And it's interesting because I think, I mean, you always want to be as fast as you can in every aspect of the race, but I think, again, it's another thing that's developed with the pacing getting faster, with the speed of the athletes getting faster, as we see Jackie Herring going out there and Laura Philipp going out onto the Zoot bike course. But, you know, the races these days, they are coming down to sprint finishes and to being won by just seconds. And so you don't want to be giving up any time anywhere if you can avoid it. And obviously, like, the transitions are a relatively, I'd say, even space for everybody, where you should all be sort of able to have that time. But here we are, our pro leaders heading, or not, sorry, I shouldn't say our pro leaders because Rachel Zelinskas is up the road, but our chase pack, Laura Philipp, out to, again, look at the crowds, not just packed along the swim course, but packed along the start of this Zoot bike course.
Yeah, amazing scenes here at the start of the bike course as we zoom past Antonio Benito Lopez there. So we're back to the men's race. Interesting to see a lot of the girls wearing the calf sleeves, and the boys as well, for the aerodynamics, covering the skin. Every attention to detail is addressed, and that's why I think, you know, when we talk about Trevor's transition time, that little just attention to detail, not wanting to harp on it too much, but you know, I think it's important. These races are competitive more than ever. The dynamics, the depth of competition, and it does come down to seconds. We know every second is an Ironman Pro Series point, so you don't want to leave any points and any seconds on the table. Definitely different strategies. You mentioned Laura Philipp having her race suit down under the wetsuit. You know, a lot of the race kits these days, the fabric they use is really thin, it's aerodynamic, but it's very, for want of a better word, flexible. So most of the athletes will choose to swim with their race kit up, particularly under a wetsuit. It is, as you mentioned, Laura, very difficult to put on those suits when you are wet, but Laura seemed to, just being the pro that she is, just navigated through that quite quickly and had one of the quicker transitions.
Yeah, that's right. She was, I know, certainly, I guess it is a lot of preference, but you're right, the fabric and the material is so thin nowadays that it is a lot easier to transition from that swim to the bike and the aerodynamics you need on the bike and then the flexibility on the swim. Currently on screen we have Andreas Salvesberg, so he is our leading pro male, I should say. But obviously there are, as we can see, as that great camera view pans back, we get the leading chase pack. And we're going to have a look now at our Ruby transition times, who is the fastest through. So no surprise there. Jonas Schomburg, 1:17, our Ruby T1. 3 fastest times, Andreas Salvesberg, 1:20, and Gregory Barnaby were 1:20 as well. But yeah, as we would expect with Jonas Schomburg through. And for our top 3 females for Ruby T1, our Hens is 1:33, Herring was 1:36, and Milowski was a 1:36 as well. So still it's pretty speedy from the women as well. We're now going to head back down to the ground to James. He's in Ruby T1. He's going to give us his thoughts on what he saw unfold as the athletes came through transition. James, what have you got?
Thanks, Laura. I'm actually watching Kathleen Christensen putting on her helmet and grabbing her visor, which she just knocked off as she was putting it on. She's 7 minutes down on the leaders. Now, that sounds like a big gap, but actually we were expecting it to be more like 10 minutes down, so she's not doing too badly by her standards for that swim, and obviously very strong on the bike and the run, so she's definitely in the mix. As you can see behind me, there are no more men's bikes here in transition. The men have all cleared out. Did notice a few things, and not to harp on it. I know Crowy's already been harping on a little bit about some poor transitions there by Trevor Foley. He made some interesting choices. He stopped to put socks on. He also didn't have his bike shoes clipped onto his bike. He chose to put them on and then run in his bike shoes, which would have cost him a little bit to, I mean, not a very long run from his bike rack to the mountain line, but still running in your bike shoes is significantly slower than running in your socks, and stopping to put socks on is also significantly slower. Matthew Marcotte also having a few difficulties there getting his wetsuit off. He actually sat down on the ground to take his wetsuit off, so also cost him a bit of time. And we had a few, they weren't the worst though. There were a couple of other athletes who actually, one of them, I'm not going to name and shame because that seems mean, but one of them actually leant his bike against the Ruby Transition Zone banner, ran all the way back to his box to get his socks, and then he put his socks on and ran all the way back to get his bike again. Someone else then came running back with his bike all the way back to his box at the far end of transition to put his race number belt on, which he had left behind. So, you know, pros also make mistakes. There were 3 distinct groups that came through here, and they very much were distinct groups. A few people would be happy to be in those groups. Gregory Barnaby will be happy to be in that front pack because he is going for that Kona qualification. Last-ditch attempt to get that Kona qualification for him. In the second group, and I think probably a bit disappointed to be there, will be both Matthew Marcotte and Daniel Bakkegaard, who were, I'm pretty sure we're hoping to be in that front pack. Then in the third pack, we did have a few people. Robert Callan was 320 down, and I think he's probably a man to watch on this bike. He's one of the strongest bikers out there, and he is definitely going to be looking to bridge up to that second pack and then pass them all the way to the front of the race. And I think he'll probably do that sooner rather than later. He'll be looking to take advantage of the headwind in the first 50 Ks to really use his power to his best advantage. It's been quite a frantic transition, but it's cleared out incredibly fast. We're waiting for the last few ladies to come out of the water. I'm going to throw back to you guys so you can pick up all the action that's happening out on the bike course.
Thank you, James. Yeah, interesting to hear those thoughts. Obviously, Katrin Christensen, great swimmer, she's only 7 minutes down from the lead, and that actually only puts her 4 minutes behind Laura Philipp, which I think is also an important figure, being 4 minutes back to Laura. And that's 7 minutes up to Rachel Zelinskas. It just sounds like Trevor is being a bit casual today. Now, I think that's possibly his personality, Crowy, but, you know, with the casual, he didn't change his chaining. He's sort of taking his time in transition. His bike shoes weren't on, or he's putting his socks on and stuff like that. It's interesting when you made a decision to change your focus from Kona and travel to Europe to then race this race to get those Pro Series points. And as you said, every second does count in the Pro Series. You'd think there might want to be a little bit of urgency around him, but maybe that's what we're going to see on the bike and the run from Trevor for the rest of the day.
Yeah, he seems like a pretty chilled character, doesn't he? I think what we do know about him is that he's one of the best bike run combinations in the sport. So we'll keep an eye on. You certainly don't want to waste time, but he wanted to put the calf sleeves on. He wanted that extra aerodynamic advantage. So he's invested a little bit of time to try and reap the rewards of that. I accidentally misidentified, and I must apologise. I had Matthew Marquardt and Daniel Bakkegaard in my front group. They're obviously a minute 20 back. We heard James and some, again, awesome insights from James there. Matthew had to sit down and take his wetsuit off. I mean, we've seen him with that cramping issue lose 3 or 4 minutes in T1. Most notably, Ironman Cairns last year, where he lost 3 to 4 minutes and still charged back to win that race. So, you know, whilst not ideal to get stuck in your wetsuit, I don't think that's a catastrophic loss of time for Matthew Marquardt. He's such a cool customer, and he seems to just pace himself so well, so he's not out of it. And yeah, I think the other big takeaway from James is information. Katrin Christensen, a lot of the predictions and time modelling had her 10 minutes down. So to only be 7 minutes from the lead and 4 to 5 from Laura Philipp, I think she's set herself up to have a strong race here today with that swim.
Yeah, and it feels like all the gaps to especially in the women's race, have been smaller than we were kind of initially expecting. So, yeah, Philipp was only 3 minutes down to Rachel Zelinskas, and we were kind of expecting more 5 to 6, and we thought Christensen was 7 down, and we're expecting more that 10 to 12 minutes. And Leonie Kansala, we thought she would be more like 13, 15 minutes back, and actually she was only 9 minutes back off the lead. So those gaps do seem to be a little bit smaller. Wetsuit obviously helps with those gaps as well, as I think I just saw Olivia Ditzel running through the pro transition on one of our other cameras. Obviously on our main screen we have our male front pack, that's Gregory Barnaby in that blue suit. But yeah, some of the gaps are smaller, but that chase pack, they are, Daniel Bacquard and Matthew Marquardt are that sort of 1 minute 24, 1 minute 25 down at the moment as the men go through 10 kilometers. I'm just gonna scoot down to see Robert Callan. That was someone that James mentioned. He's one of the Uber bikers, one of the strongest. He's 3:10 down currently at 10 kilometers. And if I scan a little bit further down, so Trevor Foley 4:37 down, and Matt Hansen is 6:39 down, so it looks like he dropped off a little bit in the second half of the swim because he was a little bit higher up at the start. But a long day to go yet. We are 10 kilometers, 17 kilometers through for our leading pro men. Gregory Barnaby is at the front of the race, but there's a group of 7 athletes leading, that same 7 that came out of the water. We've got Gregory Barnaby, Andrea Salvesberg, Antonio Benito Lopez from Spain, Jonas Schomburg, Sven Thalmann, Henrik Gosch, Kasper Stepniak are all in that lead group.
Yeah, great shots of Gregory Barnaby here, and we can just see up close that aerodynamic setup, the drink bottle setup, just filling that gap between the arms, the narrow elbow position. And you mentioned Robert Callan. Well, he's known as an Uber biker, but all of the boys at the front of this race are Uber bikers. I would classify Callan as an Uber biker, but there's a lot of bike power at the front of this, and that split to Trevor Foley, 4:37. It seems like he's already made up 15 or 20 seconds, so he looks like he's getting his teeth into his work early in this bike course.
Yeah, that's right. I think, yeah, we had that fantastic group of swimmers at the front, and they are also a lot of them incredible bikers. I think the Uber biker has, the number of guys that we could call Uber bikers has grown, as well as, like we were saying, the number of swimmers, and so we do get that Uber biker. And obviously Trevor Foley seems to have got away from his casualness of transition and tardiness and his making moves on the bike, as we now have Antonio Benito Lopez, who is at the front, just moved into the front. He had a great race at Ironman Frankfurt. Obviously it was a slightly shortened bike and run, so he doesn't feel that he's done an Ironman since Ironman Texas last year. So hopefully he will be able to say he has done another one on his route to Kona.
And there it is, the Ironman World Champion.
It's the beauty of Oman. Our tradition, our hospitality, the sounds of limitless opportunities to explore. Listen, it's Oman.
And they may well ask, why climb the highest mountain? We choose to do things not because they are easy, but because they are hard. Because that goal will serve to organize and measure the best of our energies and skills. Because that challenge is one that we're willing to accept, one we are unwilling to postpone. and one we intend to win.
Welcome back to Ironman Kalmar. We are out on the Zoot bike course. Our leading men are through about 17 kilometers and the women not too far behind. It's an absolutely stunning day here in Sweden. We had Sven Thalman was our first professional man out the water in a time of 44 minutes 55 seconds, but there was a front group of 7 men with him, the likes of Gregory Barnaby, Andrea Salvesberg, Antonio Benito Lopez, Jonas Schomburg, Henrik Gosch and Kasper Stepniak were with him. They are still together at the front of the bike course at the moment. And on the women's side, we had Rachel Zelinskas. She was the first female out the water on her own, a time of 49:17. And then we had the likes of Laura Philipp and Jackie Herring were 3 minutes back approximately, and Katrine Christensen 7 minutes back from the lead. Katrine, of course, being our champion from 2025. But here we get our views. We've got Antonio Benito Lopez. He's just overtaken Andrea Salvesberg for the lead on the bike. He's on the left of screen, and Rachel Zelinskas. She is out on her own at the front of the race like she was in Lake Placid, a position that she is very used to being in with the caliber of swimmer that she is.
Yeah, this front men's group has stuck together, as you might expect, the early kilometres of this bike ride. And you mentioned the Roka swim times, Laura. Yes, the records were missed, but they were still decent times. 44 minutes is fast. For the man, wetsuit legal swim, I know, but still a fast time. And Rachel Zelinskas a 49-minute swim. So, a fast start to this race. It'll be interesting to see the conditions, particularly the more open countryside, which they'll get to, whether the wind really impacts the speeds and what kind of speeds these athletes hit. We're looking back through the men's field as we look at this front group of Barnaby, Benito Lopez, Andreas Salvesberg, Kasper Stepniak, Jonas Schomburg, Henrik Gosch and Sven Thalman. They've got about 1.5 minutes to 2 minutes to that chase group. So we'll keep an eye on that and how that gap, whether it comes down or what happens to that gap. Matthew Marquardt in that first chase group and Trevor Foley a bit further back. And also Matt Hansen, as you mentioned, about +6. And on the women's side, Rachel Zelinskas, 3 minutes up to Laura Philipp, and great start to the race for her. So I'm sure she'll be keen to stay out front for as long as possible. But again, the big mover, Katrine Christensen, we're going to keep an eye on that time deficit as these kilometres and miles roll by.
That's right, and as the athletes, they're heading out, it's a fascinating thing about the bike course here, much like the swim, was that one huge lap with sort of lots of turns but making it fairly unique, and the Zoot bike course is one big lap as well. There's a little bit of crossover, but the athletes aren't going to be able to see or measure themselves up against their other pros because the crossover is so big that they've done a lot of kilometers before they're going to be going past on the same bits of road. But the athletes are going to head out from Ruby T1, and they're going to head south. They're going to go over the Öland Bridge. It's a 6-kilometer bridge over to Öland Island. And the island is also, I think Öland actually means the island of sun and wind. So that might give us an indication of what they're expecting. And it's very flat and very exposed, but it's a really unique opportunity because this bridge is closed. So normally as a cyclist, you can't go on it. It's closed the rest of the year. So it's a pretty unique opportunity for the athletes, and they'll go over that twice over to the island, and then they will come back. As we've just seen Henrik Gosch move into the lead. So he was in that front swim pack. As you mentioned, he's now taking his turn at the front of this race. It'll be interesting to see how these front 7 work together, knowing the likes of Robert Callan, Trevor Foley will be coming from behind, and the likes of Jonas Schomburg. I mean, I'm kind of surprised, I don't know, that I haven't seen Jonas Schomburg kind of at the front and shooting off from the race at the front. I thought he was going to be sort of more aggressive and attacking. He's certainly got he was certainly speedy through T1, but he's got company with the rest, so maybe they're just all being sensible and working together for now.
Yeah, well, it's been interesting to watch the evolution of Jonas Schomburg at this distance. I think he's just aggressive by nature. He loves to be at the front. He loves to push the pace, and he's an excitement machine, really. He's great to watch race. I did read this week that he scheduled this one really late. Sort of half jokingly said that he had to do a long run this weekend anyway when asked if he thought it was too close, the scheduling to Kona. So, yeah, maybe he's just content to sit back. We've seen him at other races like Ironman Frankfurt just shoot off the front. I remember calling that race, and he ended up losing an aero bar, but he had like a 3-minute lead at 40 kilometres in. So, you know, we just got a close-up shot of Henrik Gosch there. He's an athlete I know quite well. He based himself in Australia for quite a few years as he was coming through the ranks, and he's had some top 10s at Ironman Frankfurt. 2 years ago that year, it was a blazing fast race, so he was in that front group. So he's no stranger to front groups at championship races. And, you know, we heard James talk about Andreas Solversberg and how he's really just trying to punch his Kona ticket. So potentially there are some dynamics and some athletes holding their cards a little closer to their chest as we see Kasper Stepniak. He's bringing some great form into this race, looks super relaxed there. We know what a strong biker he is. He looks quite calm, mouth closed, no sort of tension in the face. Just a beautiful bike rider, really. And again, we see the hydration set up. These athletes most often carrying at least 3, usually four bottles with their sort of fueling and their hydration needs, and filling all those gaps to not only hit their nutrition requirements, but be more aerodynamic as well. A lot of homework and testing these athletes do. And, you know, Kasper looks smooth as butter there, Laura.
He does, doesn't he? And I'm just trying to count up the number of bottles. He's got 2 on the front. I think I'm seeing 2 on the back, and he's got a aero bottle on his frame, which potentially could be different. It could be gels, or it could be sort of spares or anything like that. But we're gonna now, as we have Kasper Stepniak on screen, we're gonna hear from him and his thoughts on what he thought about the bike course.
Yeah, I did yesterday like 1.5 hours on the island, which is like completely flat. I was looking for some elevation, but there was no any other. And today I did a little bit on here, like on the side. And it's much more curvy, a little bit technical, but still flat. So probably the wind will be the biggest factor here.
Yeah, clearly knows the wind is coming. And as you said, he's coming in great form. He won Ironman 70.3 Krakow just a couple of weeks ago, and actually had a fantastic race Ironman Frankfurt, where he was 4th. Obviously, we know it was a slightly shortened race due to the weather that day. They had a full swim in very warm water, which I think did cook a lot of the athletes just for the temperature of the water, but then had a shortened bike, but still had a fantastic result there, coming 4th. That was back at the end of June, and then obviously won 70.3 Krakow. And as you said, tried to find some elevation. I think the only bit of elevation he'd have been able to find would have been on that Öland bridge over to the island. And so let's just recap. Let's have a look at our Zoot bike course map. As we see, it's 1 lap, 1 loop, 180 kilometers, 112 miles. The Zoot bike course heads out to the island of Öland, known for its stunning natural beauty, and then it heads back and actually it's a heritage site down in the very south of the island, and then it heads back to the mainland as athletes cross the Öland Bridge for the 2nd time. As we said, usually a no-go for bikes, and it's 6 kilometers long. One of the flattest courses here on the circuit. The South Loop contains lots of straights, but the North section is quite technical with turns and corners, but should still make for some fast times. But I think, you know, as we all know, the second half of the bike and that last 50 or 60k is really where things start to tell. And if you're not still on the ball with those corners and getting the fast line through, and also the corners potentially will break up the bike even more, rather than this first half of the bike, which is sort of the longer, straighter sections of road.
Yeah, it's a fast course, flat. I think they can categorise it at. But yeah, that presents other challenges. Holding this aero position, powering up the whole time, high heart rate, close to threshold the whole time. As again, we get a side-on shot of Henrik Gosch here, pushing a slightly bigger gear than some of the other lads in his group. A little bit of sort of shoulder roll, I guess, upper body movement, but yeah, still looks good. And road surface looks amazing. I mean, take the wind out of this. This does look like a lightning fast course, and some of those course records for the men and women would lead itself to that idea as well. But yeah, the wind can play havoc with bike splits, as we've seen in multiple courses all around the world.
Yeah, and interesting to hear that Henrik spent some time in Australia. So, you know, he's certainly got the Aussie look with that moustache and his hair. I'll probably get into trouble for saying that, as we've got Rachel Zelinskas, our female leader, on course. But talking about races around the world, we're going to look at Ironman 70.3 Chattanooga. The road to the 2027 Precision Fuel and Hydration Ironman 70.3 World Championships leads to Chattanooga in Tennessee. Set along the Tennessee River beneath the scenic ridgelines, Chattanooga blends world-class racing with unforgettable southern hospitality. It's spectacular by nature, and it's where the world's best will come together once again to race, and where endurance feels alive. So if you want to qualify to be part of the 2027 Precision Fuel and Hydration Ironman, you can claim your spot at a qualifying race. And Corey, I'm excited to see the 70.3 World Championships go back to Chattanooga. I'm trying to think now. I know Laura Philipp, it was one of her first podium races, I think, where she sort of really burst onto the scene at that World Championships. I remember Emma Pallant was up there as well. I think Tim Don was on the podium there as well in Chattanooga. So it's excited to see the race go back there.
Yeah, definitely. Some of our GOATs, or our all-time legends. I think, of course, Javier Gomez for the men, and Danny Reif won the women's. Ben Canute from the US was on the podium as well. So yeah, it's great to go back. It's all courses are different, and it's great to see the Ironman 70.3 World Champs head back to Chattanooga next year, as we get a shot of our women's leader, and it looks like she's getting into her work pretty nicely. She's obviously got a plan for how she wants this race to unfold. I think, you know, she's checked the first box with that great swim. That wasn't unexpected. I think Rachel will be looking to try and hold that lead for as long as possible, especially knowing the calibre of athlete she's got behind.
That's right, and I think it could be, we're looking at sort of the predictions on how fast those women are moving behind, and it could take them a while to catch Rachel. We were chatting to her through the week, so let's catch up and hear her thoughts on how the bike may play out and her tactics for the race today.
Yeah, the bike is going to be super interesting. I'm anxious to see what happens, how hard people ride to get to the front of the race. I think just setting up in a good position on the swim, and then from there, just using judgment calls for any tactical moves that come by. I'm committed to trying to go with people and just making a judgment call to basically know that it's a long day, so not anything too crazy to ruin the rest of the day. There's a certain element of racing within yourself, but also racing people, because it's the people that you're racing and not the clock.
Isn't that true? Racing the people in the rather than the clock, but trying to find that balance between knowing your own numbers and your own race, but then actually racing against the athletes. And just to give you an update on the men, so that chase group of Matthew Marquardt and Daniel Beckergaard have actually caught up with our front seven, as we heard that soundbite from Rachel Zelinskas, and we get our first look at our defending champion, Katarina Christensen, on the bike. She's certainly working hard. I think she's already taken some time out of the leaders in the first section of the bike course. And I just want to go back. Crowe, your memory is so good and much better than mine. So 2017 was the 70.3 World Champs in Chattanooga last there. So it will be 10 years on. and it was Javier Gomez, Ben Canute and Tim Don were the podium for the women, and Daniela Reef, Emma Pallant-Brown and Laura Phillips. So once again, Crowe, your memory and knowledge amazes me. But Katrine looks good, and she's had such a sort of fantastic year. She just seems to be getting better and better and has really put down some dominant performances on the bike. I mean, she rode 5 minutes faster than Kat Matthews in 70.3 Elsinore the other week, and she certainly seems to be moving well and knowing what she's got to do to get to the front of the race.
Yeah, she's what I guess you would call a breakthrough athlete. I mean, whoever coined that term, I guess that's what they're referring to. I mean, she comes from a kayaking background, but had some solid results 2 years ago, really stepped it up last year, and you know, she's continued that on. Rode 6.5 minutes out of Laura Philipp in Hamburg, rode a lot of time out of Kat Matthews, as you mentioned, and all the athletes, really, the whole field in Elsinore. So I think she'll be, and has a really strong run leg, you know, to finish off. So I think she'll be really happy with where she's at, and no doubt the girls up the road will be getting splits and will be keeping their eye on Katrine as well, because she, you know, according to all the time modelling and predictions, it was forecast that she would hit the front in this bike ride, and I think it's going to happen a little sooner than maybe we predicted.
Yeah, I think she's certainly on a mission, and as our defending champion, we spoke to her during the week, and we had our Fighting Chance, which is presented by Precision Fuel and Hydration. It is our race week series where we get to see behind the scenes, and we talk to some of our top pros, and we caught up with Katrine Christensen earlier this week. She, as we said, she's the 2025 Kalmar champion. So let's hear how she feels coming in as champion, her thoughts about Kalmar and the race, and how she now feels about lining up against the other women.
Is it cold or warm?
It's just like home. It's not that cold, but it's not warm either. I'm not afraid that I'm not going to wear my wetsuit, so that's perfect. Morning.
The reigning champion.
Yeah. Good to be back.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm very good. The weather is nice and I'm looking forward to get a nice swim. I love this place and I love this course. I think it's just a really cool course. It has a bit of everything, not the mountains, but everything else. It's just a beautiful course too, and yeah. And the run course is amazing. Today I'm gonna do a 45 minutes easy swim, and then afterwards I think I will go get my bike ready, and then I will go for a bike.
So do you think you're here, do you feel like you're here this year to defend your title, or you're here to attack the title again?
I'm here to attack the title. Yeah. So it's a stacked race this year, and that's just awesome. I really like when there's a lot of people to race, and nothing is really given, so you need to attack and go for it.
6 races, 5 podiums.
Yeah.
What's changed?
I keep on get these small improvements in all 3 disciplines and in the overall racing experience, and also I've gained a lot of confidence. I have learned a lot, and I really got to a point where I never stopped believing that I can make it to the front. I am not holding anything back now. Maybe before I was a little starstruck from all the amazing ladies, but now I feel like I'm a part of them, and I believe that I can be in the front.
Yeah, thank you, Katrine Christensen. Just as something about confidence that comes from results and podiums, happy athletes, you just see that those results coming more and more when you have that feeling that you can still improve, and that feeling that she's talked about sense of belonging. So thank you to Katrine, and a Fighting Chance presented by Precision Fuel and Hydration. If you want to see more or watch the short AFC episodes, you can find them on Instagram at Ironman Tri or on our Ironman Triathlon YouTube channel. And as we said, Katrine's had a fantastic year so far. She was won a race, challenged Serbani Yas at the beginning of the year. She was second at Ironman South Africa to Daisy Davis, sixth at 70.3 Aix-en-Provence, third at the Challenge Championships, and then third at Ironman Hamburg, and second at 70.3 Elsinore. And she is coming here today to Kalmar, one of the races that made her. It was her first Ironman Pro win last year. She was second the year before. She is our current course record holder, but she isn't quite in the lead of the race at the moment, or yet. That is Rachel Zelinskas, who we have on screen now, and we'll see how the racing unfolds shortly.
Life is a road full of forks, hills, dips, and roundabouts. And while we don't always know where we're going, we'd like to think of our road as a pursuit of progress. And the further we go, the more we realize that a better tomorrow starts with a better today. Athletic Brewing Company, non-alcoholic beer that's fit for all times.
Ironman is the journey of a lifetime that begins long before race day. Life is busy and time is precious, but we need to stay on course. We ride, we practice, we improve, then we do it again. So when the day arrives, we are ready, and every one of us crosses that finish line to hear the words, "You are an Ironman." Get race day ready with Ruvi and practice on your course in advance.
'26 Ironman Kalmar, brought to you today by Athletic Brewing, brew without compromise, and also by Zoot. Zoot Sports, the original triathlon brand, delivering comfort, speed, and performance since 1983. Welcome back to the coverage of Ironman Kalmar. I'm Laura Siddall in studio with Craig Alexander, and on the ground we have James Kudama. The women are 17 kilometers on to our Zoot bike course. Rachel Zelinskas, our swim leader, still out in front on her own on the bike course. In the men, they are through 30 kilometers. We have quite a large group now of 13 or so men. The front chase group and the second chase group, the front lead group and the first chase group have come together to form that group. We've got Henrik Ghosh out in the lead, Andreas Salversberg, Kasper Stepniak, Daniel Beckergaard, Matthew Marquardt. They are the important ones to say have bridged up to that lead group. Gregory Barnaby, Antonio Benito, Jonas Schomburg, Federico Scarabino, Jesse Heinrich, and Sven Thalmann, Gustav Palmer Henriksen, and Matthias Peterson are also in that front group now. So interestingly, Chloe, those two, or that chase group has caught up to that front group of 7.
Yeah, amazing riding by Daniel and Matthew. They bridged what was almost 1:30 and 30 kilometres as we get a great side-on view of Daniel Beckergaard here. And, he was one of the athletes who James talked about is really first and foremost just wants to get that Kona qualification locked away for 2 months. He seems to be still quite aggressive. I would think of him as an aggressive racer. We've seen him finish on the podium at 70.3 Worlds in Utah and take some big wins around the world. It's had a bit of a flat spell, as happens in this sport. It's hard to be on top of your game year in, year out, and it's nice to see Daniel back at the front of a big race. And it'll be interesting to see what his tactics are from here, because 2 or 3 from that first Jace group have bridged up to our lead 7. And there's a little bit of separation. That group's still together, but it'll be interesting to see what the tactics are from here, because we know there's other men chasing from behind as well, like Robert Callan and Trevor Foley.
Yeah, and I think Daniel's been pretty open about the mental health struggles he'd had, and I think he's found as well, sort of through blogging and writing, that actually the number of people that have commented or reached out to him and said, you know, they're going through things as well. I think it's something that we don't talk about enough within sport. And he's had a pretty challenging year. He was sort of from the beginning or middle of last year through really to this year. He did come second. He raced at the beginning just a couple of weeks ago, coming second at 70.3 Krakow. And I think said how, you know, that was a win in more ways than one, just to be back on the start line and trying to find his love of the sport again. And he's self-coaching himself at the moment, which he feels is just a little bit better to give himself the space he needs to manage himself physically and mentally and find that love again, as we're seeing such beautiful shots of this Swedish countryside. And we're out in out in the countryside, and yet the locals and their supporters are all out in their gardens waving and supporting. And I think it's one of the things that's amazing about this race. It's been going for a lot of years before then it became an Ironman race. In fact, I think the race actually used to be called IRONMAN. I butchered that, and I will get it correct in a minute when I find my notes, but it actually is the Swedish word for Ironman. And it started back in 1994 with 64 athletes racing, and has now sort of grown. It became an Ironman branded race in 2012. IRONMAN, it was a local race, and I think that is literally the translation in Swedish of Ironman. Excuse me. But you can see how much the locals support it, as we're getting sort of these fantastic views of our pro men. That is Robert Callan there. Are we calling him our Uber biker now, Crowe?
Yeah, he's our Uber biker. You're mentioning the locals, and he's one of our locals. You know, he's known for his bike prowess. He's racing on home roads, and let's see what Robert had to say about this bike course.
Yeah, it's like I'm feeling good. It's pretty special, like to take the car to a race, and especially when it's like this high caliber of a race on a pro field. And yeah, a pro series race in Sweden is like really big for us. So it's cool to see all these athletes here, and yeah, I'm ready to race them. I have like a power in mind, like what I want to achieve and what I'm capable of. But then I also race the race. So it depends on the race, but I have a number in my head that I want to keep. Hopefully we'll have a bit of a wind on Saturday. Then I think those parts could be pretty good places to take in some time. And also in the end, the 60 last K of the bike is pretty technical. So there you have to know the course pretty well. So hopefully I know the course a bit better than the others, so I could take some time there as well.
And it must be so good to be able to come to a home race or a local race, as you said, sort of be able to drive there and also have that advantage of that local knowledge. But Crowe, he talked about numbers there, and he said he's got an idea of the numbers in his head that he wants to put out. What are we talking about for the pros? What numbers are they pushing on the bike?
Well, I don't know. It's a big secret. It's a big secret these days. They used to publicise the power, but I think in an Ironman, it's pretty well accepted that these top men are pushing well over 4 watts per kilo. And watts per kilo is not really the measure anymore. We look more at absolute power, particularly on a course like this, because it is about absolute power on a flat course. You know, it's interesting because, again, we talk about, as we look back up to the lead of the race and we see Daniel Bakkegaard leading, and as we pan back, Matthew Marquardt looks like he's coming to the front for the first time, so it hasn't taken him long to get to the front of another Ironman Pro Series race. As we see Matthew Marquardt make the pass on Daniel Bakkegaard and now take the lead of the Ironman Pro Series race here in Sweden. Matthew is such a strong biker and really he does his best work usually the last third of the bike course. So this is ominous signs for these other boys. But, you know, Robert talked about the wind on this course, and the wind will come into play because if you've got headwinds and crosswinds, you know, it's an opportunity for the stronger bikers to exert some dominance and even a tailwind. You know, James Kunemar mentioned some of the gearings that these athletes are riding, and you know, you think a tailwind means easy, but not for an Uber biker. They're attacking in the tailwind the same way they would attack on a downhill and keep the power high, which is hard to do, but that's what the great bike riders do. So, you know, if the wind gets up, it will favour the stronger bikers, not only for the headwind sections, but every section. So, great shots here of Matthew Marquardt on the front, and you know, part of the early part of this course has been sheltered, but there's big open stretches as we see some of the trees and the foliage on the side. The wind seems to be coming across Matthew's right shoulder here, and he's certainly wasted no time, Laura, as he makes this sweeping right-hand turn, getting to the front of this race.
He looked like he meant business, didn't he? When he passed for the lead, his face was serious and grimace. I'm not sure it was a grimace, but it was focused as we just saw them go past 40 kilometers. But and like you said, you could definitely see the wind had picked up. You could see it in the grass at the side of the road. It was definitely on pushing from his right. Now he'll be going into that headwind, and you actually could see him even sort of getting a few swerves and stuff as the wind the gusting came across. You can see the foliage and stuff, yeah, bending over sort of that headwind probably right now, and he's gone to the front. He means business though, doesn't he? And coming off the back of Lake Placid, I mean, he rode Placid, he was pretty much on his own all day, so he knows what he can do when he's at the front or when he's on the own. It'll just be whether these guys are gonna hang on or not.
Yeah, he's certainly he has a lot of strings to his bow, Matthew. We've seen him lead, swims out and race from the front. We've seen him had those cramping issues and have to come through and fight through that adversity. We saw him catch the front of the race or close to the front of the race at Happy Valley, the Ironman North American, 70.3 championships. And from the sample size we have of his racing, what we know is he seems to pace it pretty well, particularly a lot of his races that I've watched of Matthew racing at Lake Placid on a challenging course. He seems to be the athlete who has the juice in the legs the last 40 or 50K on the bike, and then can still access his normal run in the marathon. And, you know, that's an interesting shot. This group is large, and these technical officials will be keeping a close eye. We know, once again, we heard James talk about race ranger and the dynamics of the race. A 20-metre draft rule in place here as we come back in the field to see Robert Callan again. He looks like he's trying to bridge up to this front group, and he just looks built to ride, doesn't he? I mean, I know he's a tall man, long levers, possibly not as aerodynamic as some of the other athletes, but so much power. And this is a great shot, Laura, looking back through this front group.
Yeah, that's fantastic scenes. You can see just how big that group is, and also like that view that we saw of Robert Callan. Like you said, he'd have been able to see the back of that pack up the road. You could see the motorbike at the end of it. So, and you can see him now as we get that sort of view on. That's him coming along from the right-hand side, just turning that corner of this hugely, what are we now, 13 athletes at the front as they head out onto these flatter sections. It's absolutely incredible. And you were talking about Matthew Marquardt. He is so calculated. I mean, he's got ridiculous number of strings to his bow just from what he does studying and all the work he does in the medical space, his love of Lego, everything else he manages to do and fit into his day. He has worked out some magic equation for making more hours in the day than anyone else, because I don't know how he fits it all in. But he also seems to have accessed, like, I think Placid was a marathon run PB, he ran a 2:37.24 there, and sort of has stepped up and been able to sort of move his run off a hard bike. And I think he was coming here today hoping to see what he could do again as he sort of another sweeping right-hand turn and takes a look over his shoulder to see who's who's still there, who's with him. Couldn't quite lip read there to see what he was saying to the cameraman.
I'll have a crack. I'll have a crack at what he was saying. Hey, sir, do you want to get back and break this pack up? Maybe something along those lines, that as we see Robert Callender about to make the catch on the back of the... Things are about to get interesting. Matthew probably need not worry, because I think Robert's not going to hang around. I think he's going to try and ride straight through this group. But with these twists and turns and the bike course and the wind direction, someone like Robert who knows these roads and knows the wind, he'll be able to use the tailwind, crosswind sections to maybe press the advantage, just go for a little more throttle and put pressure on some of the guys who maybe are just sitting in this group and right on their level or right on their limit. It's not easy to change from headwind sections to tailwind, access top speed. The great bikers can do it. So there's definitely a dynamic at play with this wind, as we see Daniel Bakkegaard just wanting to stay right at that 20 metres and not encroach with, obviously the race ranger lights and the indicators, which are clearly visible to the athletes and the technical officials. And Daniel seems to be doing a pretty good job of staying back his required 20 plus metres. And it's a little bit easy to do when you're, I guess, in the front two or three of this group. That, we saw that sweeping right-hand turn that you mentioned, Laura. And, you just get a concertina with these sorts of technical elements of the course when the front athletes are breaking into the corner and then accelerate out. Athletes further back in the group are breaking into the corner or still breaking to navigate that corner. And you just see this sort of concertina effect, they call it, or the opening and closing of the gaps, as we get a nice split screen here of our men's leader, Matthew Marquardt, on the left, and our women's leader, Rachel Zelinskis, on the right. And Rachel I thought she had a great bike ride in Lake Placid. She lost only 6.5 minutes to Paula Finley, who I would consider one of the best time trialists and one of the best cyclists on the women's side of triathlon. So I think Rachel's, and we're getting word from our spotters out on the course, she's losing time to Laura and to Katrine, but not quite as fast as maybe was expected. So Rachel doing a good job here.
Yeah, she had a fantastic bike, I think, in Placid. I think you're right, Crowy. Only losing that much time to Paula Findlay. And okay, granted, it was Paula Findlay's first debut at the iron distance, and we weren't quite sure what she was going to do, but she's, I think 3 times national time trial champion of Canada and a phenomenal athlete, and had a fantastic race. And for Rachel to have such a great day finishing on the podium, I think just shows, again, Rachel seems to have sort of made that progression up, coming off the back of the broken elbow and collarbone and stuff like that, and some struggles, but has really seemed to sort of got herself back into racing and at the very front and the best of it again. And you mentioned back then we talked about like the 20-meter drafting with the race ranger lights and stuff. What impact have you seen this year on racing that the new 20-meter drafting has had?
I think it's been good. I mean, we've seen average speeds on the bike get higher and higher. And I think, the athletes were voicing their concerns about the inadequacy of 12 or 14 metres. I think it was the right move, to be honest. As average speeds get higher, you need to extend out the draft zone. The rules have to keep pace with the technology, but also the level of the athletes. As the athletes get faster, I think, governing bodies need to make sure that the rules keep pace with that. So, but strangely, whilst it might be a harder bike ride, I think we've seen athletes possibly run well still. So, when you're 20 metres back and you're not getting that concertina-ing effect and that spiking of power, you can tend to keep things a little more steady, which lends itself to a better run split. So I wasn't sure how it would play out. I'm not Nostradamus. I was interested. And I think one of my takeaways has been that, these men and women are still running super quick. So I think it has made for a fairer race. It's spread the groups out a little bit, but athletes are riding to their own sort of thresholds and pacing strategy, probably a little better, not being caught up in race dynamics. And I think it's lending itself to really still fast run splits. And as we see Rachel here looking good in that tuck position, sort of head down in front of the shoulders, possibly not as aggressive as some of the other positions, but it looks comfortable. she's doing a great job here. And, you know, before we saw Robert Callan, he was 3:30 back. I know there's 13 or so men in that front group, and if you do the maths with 20 metre, that means it's quarter of a mile or 400 metres, the best part of from the front to the back of the group. But he certainly had sight of the back of that lead group. So he's erased a 3-minute 30 deficit, and he's doing a great job, you know, utilising his strength on the bike to get to the front and lay down his best performance. But yeah, Rachel's, I mean, I know you mentioned Paul, it was Paula Finley's first Ironman in Lake Placid. As we see, wow.
There we go.
There's the women's pass for the leader. Laura Phillip has erased that deficit, and now she is our new leader.
Yeah, and that takes place. The women are just over 30 kilometers in. So actually, we thought it would take a little bit longer for Laura to catch Rachel. Rachel, as you said, is having a fantastic bike as well. But Laura has closed out that deficit. She has just overtaken Rachel Zelinskas, and now Laura Phillip is the new leader for our pro women in Ironman Kalmar.
Just do it, be fine.
It's breakfast with precision. It's breakfast with precision.
Thank you, Poncho Man. Welcome to Breakfast with Precision at Hugo's on the Rocks. I'm Andy Blow, co-founder of Precision Fuel and Hydration, and we are stoked to be the official hydration partner of the Ironman Global Series.
Hey, what are you doing on my set?
Get a plan for your next race at pfnx.com.
Security!
It's breakfast with precision. It's breakfast with precision.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
And welcome back to Ironman Kalmar, the 13th race of the Experience Oman 2026 Ironman Pro Series. And we have just seen a lead change for the first time in the race on the women's side. So Laura Phillip on screen now has just overtaken Rachel Zelinskas and now leads our women's race. It took her just over 30 kilometers to get that lead. She came out the water about 3 minutes down and has now moved in to the front of the race. As we have our split box, we have our men's leaders on the right. That's Matthew Marquardt in the red. There is a big group of about 13 men together at the front of this race. He's obviously just moved into second. We are definitely seeing the athletes now tackling some of the wind. This bike course is very flat. It's very exposed. There's quite a lot of wind as they head out to the outer sections of the course. As I think I've said, the island of Öland, which they get to, is actually the island of sun and wind. So we can see what that's going to pay in. That's Antonio Benito Lopez in third place there. But as I said, a big group of about 13 men at the front of the men's race, all finding their position. That's Gregory Barnaby moving up on the outside as well. And as said, in the women's race, Laura Phillip is now in the lead over Rachel Zelinskas, and she managed to break away a little bit from Jackie Herring and Jenny Jadonchik. And Katrine Christensen is actually making decent moves as well. She's now 3:44 behind the lead. So she was 7 minutes back out the water. She's definitely one to watch. And we have a big race here, a very Nordic weekend of racing. We've got Ironman at Kalmar today and Ironman at Copenhagen tomorrow. But if you want another big race, well, Ironman Texas. The big show returns on April 24th, 2027. Everything is bigger in Texas, and the Memorial Hermann Ironman Texas North American Championships is no exception. Join us in the Woodlands and race one of the most iconic courses in North America. This is an athlete favorite, and it is a sellout race, so you don't want to wait to lock in your spot at the start line. Go to ironman.com to learn more or scan the code on the screen. Crowe, thoughts on the latest developments in the women's race and the men's race? We're back with the men's race, Gregory Barnaby on screen, but thoughts so far?
Yeah, it's been interesting. As we saw, Gregory just sent on screen our 2024 Ironman Pro Series champion, and now Benito Lopez making a pass here. There seems to be a bit of chopping and changing in this group, which is, I think, indicative of when the pace is fast and then slow and then fast. And so that I'm just waiting to see what happens when Robert Callan gets to the front of this group, because I think, and that might take a little while because it's 13 strong, but we saw Benito Lopez pass Barnaby not long after Barnaby already made that pass. So I think you've just got to be ultra careful in those conditions. With the accelerating, slowing down, faster sections, tailwind into headwind, that you don't encroach on that 20-metre draft zone. It looks like there's some of those dynamics in play. You mentioned before, Laura, as we see a great shot of the Langayan Lighthouse. Very scenic, this course. A lot of great landmarks on the bike course. You were talking about the wheel selection of the athletes. Well, actually, you were talking about the wind impacting our cyclists and them getting blown across the road. And a lot of the wheel selection of our top professional athletes here, and a lot of the top age groupers as well, on a flat course like this with not a lot of elevation gain, the tendency is to select a disc wheel and possibly even a front tri-spoke, because they are aerodynamically the fastest. And there's case in point right there. We've got a disc wheel, Benito Lopez disc wheel on the back, and it looks like a quad spoke or a tri-spoke on the front. I didn't quite catch a glimpse of it. That catches wind. So that's why we'll see the athletes. And as we look at this athlete here, the disc wheel, but a deep rim on the front, which the deeper the rim, the more likely you are to catch wind. It's your front wheel that tends to catch the crosswind. So when we see the athletes sort of getting blown across from the extreme right edge to the middle of the lane and even further left, we saw it with Matthew Marquardt a few minutes ago. He's got a tri-spoke on the front. It's, whilst aerodynamics is very, very important, and a lot of these athletes will select these wheels based on that, in windy conditions, you have to be mindful of your wheel choice as well.
Yeah, and that's Jesse Heinrichs, I think, that we're just seeing going past there, if I'm reading his bib number correctly. I'd apologise if I've mistaken him. And I think, yeah, it's interesting, the wheels and stuff. And I've raced in Lanzarote. Obviously, in Kona, we don't allow disc wheels with the crosswinds and difficulty there with the age groupers and the pros. In Lanzarote, you can, and that's one of the windiest races as well, and you can use a disc wheel. And I've found that actually, as you said, that tri-spoke is the most aerodynamic, but it catches wind. But it is actually, the disc wheel is not so much of the issue in the wind, because that's where a lot of your center of gravity and the weight of the rider goes through the bike. And it's more around having, if it is a windy conditions, you want to make that front wheel as shallow as possible. And so the difference between like that tri-spoke, which has more surface area, or going for a shallower wheel. But it was almost as if you planned that, Crowe. The timing was perfect with the wheels coming on screen then, as you were talking about it.
Yeah, well, it's just, I think it's an interesting dynamic. You were mentioning, as we see Matthew make that pass on Heinrich again, we see a little bit of this yo-yoing as the athletes navigate the headwind to crosswind to tailwind sections in the cornering. It's just one of the dynamics. And you're right, in a crosswind, a disc wheel is much quicker. It's just the handling that gets impacted, that's all. You tend to catch that wind and maybe get blown across the road, which won't bother a lot of our athletes here as we get the split box and now the full shot of our women's leader, Laura Phillip, the 2024 Ironman world champion, and in a place that she's very accustomed to at the front of Ironman Pro Series races. I still think, Laura, one of the best Ironman races I ever watched was Hamburg a couple of years ago, or last year, sorry. Was it when Laura and Kat Matthews went head-to-head on that historic day?
And we had also that day was Solveig Lofseth making her debut Ironman, and one of the fastest debut Ironmans. I think she came in and did like a 2:45 marathon run, but it was Laura and Laura Phillip and Kat Matthews up the front. Just an incredible day, as we have on the screen. Leonie Gonzala, who is another one of our fantastic bike runners. We've talked about her for not a strong swimmer. In Kona, she was out in 51st, but then biked her way up into finishing in the top 10. So let's hear what Leonie has to say about the bike in Kalmar.
So actually, first of all, the bike course is unique. I think it's super beautiful, and what I really like is that there's one loop, and this makes it a very fair course because you don't expect too much traffic. But what makes it hard, I think, is that you are on one loop and you are all by your own, in a good case, let's say. And if you go to Öland, to the island, I think it's very straight, it's very flat, and there you have to really stay with yourself, stay in the arrow position. And I think this can be very hard for some, even though if there's strong wind and you can't see the wind, but you have to fight it. So I think this will be hard. And then I think what will make the difference on that course is then also the second part, when you go on the mainland in the north. There is a quite technical section, and I think this then may also be a big difference. Yes, how you ride the corners, if you stay in arrow, if you can keep up with your flow, or if it's more like an up and go.
Great. Leonie talked then about sort of the corners in that second half, and I want to bring this back to the disc wheel we'll talk about as well. Like, the disc is good in the wind and obviously on a course like this, but that second part of this bike course has a lot of twists and turns, which means there's going to be slowing down, or potentially slowing down, acceleration, which with a disc is harder because you're having to get it back up to momentum time and time again. And then I think that's where herself, and then we heard, Robert Callan talking earlier as well, and about knowing the bike course, because picking the right line so that you carry that speed through the corners is important as well when you have a disc wheel. You don't want to be accelerating and decelerating all the time.
No, absolutely. I think cornering is obviously one of the technical skills. The better cyclists have it. It's you don't want to wash off any speed. So, the great cyclists will hit a corner wide, hit the apex and exit wide. And a lot of these sort of sweeping turns, they won't even touch the brakes. They won't even, as Leonie mentioned, they won't even get out of the aero position. I remember watching Nice 2 years ago, Kat Matthews descending in her aero bars, and that's what the technically proficient cyclists can do. So it's interesting, Leonie. Before I change topic, I will say with the disc wheels, I think definitely it's a consideration breaking momentum, but I feel the disc wheels these days are as light as they've ever been. So potentially that inertia or change in momentum of braking is not a bigger penalty. But you're 100% right, Sids. You want to keep that speed up. You don't want to wash any speed off coming out of the corner, because every time you've got to accelerate back up to speed, it's just burning more matches. So the really great cyclists will, you'll see them, they won't hardly touch the brakes. They'll pick great lines. They'll hit the apex of the corner. And then they'll exit with great speed. So not a lot of accelerating back up to race speed. We know Leonie, she's just coming from an altitude training camp in Livigno. She's known for her biking, got 9th in Kona last year. So definitely one to watch here today as we go back up to our women's leader, Laura Phillip, our 2024 Ironman world champion, and I think just well recognised as one of the best women in our sport for years now, 5 years or more.
Yeah, I think for Laura, yes, she's won the World Championships. She won in Nice. I think she wants that win in Kona, as many of the women do. And I think that's very much been the focus for her since she won in Nice, is to get to the island. You know, she's had great results there, but she hasn't had that top step. And for so many of the athletes, standing on that top step in Kona is so important. And I think, you know, yeah, she had a rough start to the year. She got her spots. She qualified for Nice 70.3 World Championships in September and for Kona. And then is using this, you know, came here excited to race, to see what form she's in. She wasn't able to race in Roth, but she can get another Ironman race down for the Pro Series. She likes racing a few weeks out before the World Championships. She feels it benefits her. And it's just fantastic to see her hopefully coming back to like some of that best form, because it's so exciting, the World Championships that we've got coming up with like Laura Philipp and Kat Matthews, and obviously defending world champion Solveig Lofseth, and all the other athletes, you know, a Chelsea Sodara in there, Taylor Knibb is going to be in there. We've just got such, I mean, the men's racing is exciting as well, and we can come on to that and talk, but the women's racing is so exciting at the moment, and seeing Laura sort of back at the front of this race is super exciting, and I'm excited to see what her run is today as well when we get to there. A long way to go yet, though.
Yeah, and let's not forget Lucy Charles Barclay. I mean, I agree.
Yes.
I think the women's race in Kona this year is just, it's mouth-watering, with 5 or 6 athletes who legitimately can win the race. So Laura is just, yeah, she's so efficient and powerful. It's almost a paradox to say, but we know she likes the course in Nice. She's got the Precision Fuel and Hydration 70.3 Worlds coming up in 4 weeks. It's a course she won her Ironman world title on, and we saw how strong she rode that day. But she's got great results in Kona too, a couple of 3rd places there in 2023 and 2025. She's just a versatile, consistent athlete, as the great ones are. They can adapt to any course in any conditions. And, you know, she's doing it again here on a course which is probably not noted for its heat, but it is noted for a little bit of wind and a fast bike course. So I think Laura Philipp is an athlete who can adapt her skill set to any race, any continent, in any conditions.
Which is the sign of a champion, right? That you can do that, because, you know, we know Laura loves climbing. She loves her time in the mountains that she spends training. She won in Nice, we've got the Worlds coming up, and yet this course is flat. Completely opposite to what she loves riding, but then she is such an accomplished athlete rider, she can adapt herself to a time trial flat course.
Yeah, it's amazing versatility and just a diverse skill set, isn't it? She can climb, she can descend like a demon, she can hold power in aero. We saw her do it in Frankfurt. She's doing it again today. A bit of clear air behind her. So we know Katrine Christensen is the fastest on the road, but not by much. Yeah, Laura's an amazing athlete. It's interesting, you know, we saw Rachel Zelinskas leading the race, and, you know, we've got our number crunchers and our data people behind the scenes, you know, predicting that Laura would get to the front, maybe not as quickly as she did. And what we're hearing is that, you know, Laura and Katrine are probably riding close to what was predicted. Maybe Rachel is a little bit off what was predicted for her today. Perhaps that effort from Placid is still in her legs. Still a long way to go, as you mentioned, but I do like all the predictions and the modelling of data and you know, race dynamics. So something we can chat about and, you know, compare what's predicted to what actually plays out in the real world. But, you know, Laura's just such a beautiful athlete to watch. I mean, she looks so smooth and efficient, but, you know, she's holding high power. And, you know, you're right, Laura. I mean, I think that's the definition of greatness in our sport. I know there was all the debate when the World Championships for Ironman moved locations. And if you actually look at the results for the Ironman World Champs between, you know, when they're in Kona to when they're in Nice and when they made that brief appearance in St. George, Utah, it's a lot of the same athletes for the men and the women who are in the top 5 and the top 10. So the great athletes just find a way to get it done.
Yeah, the cream always rises to the top. I think what those championships do when they do move is it actually gives those people that are in sort of that maybe that 5th to 15th position that have the different skill sets and suit different courses. I think they're the ones that get the opportunity, whereas I think the world's best are going to be the best on whatever course, and they take the time to go and scout the course and to train and to learn how to ride it, and they can adapt, and like you said, the versatility to be able to do that. And Laura's like, she's already gapped Rachel Zielinska, so she's got 40 seconds now, having made that pass not that long ago. 3 minutes back is Katrine Christensen, and this is now going to be the interesting thing that we will be talking about over the next 130, 40 kilometers on the bike. Will be to see what that number becomes and how much faster can Laura run on the marathon compared to Christensen. So Laura's marathon PB is 2:38 from Hamburg. We were talking about that epic race earlier and how iconic it was. And that's compared to Christensen's, which did a PB as well in Hamburg this year of 2:45. And so it's going to be interesting to see if and when Christensen catches Laura, and then how much time she puts into it, if that happens at all, or if she catches her, Laura might not let her go. So yeah, interesting number crunching from our team. So I thank them both, thank them for doing the work, thank them both, that's not the right saying, but thank all the team for doing the numbers. But it's going to be good to see as we have now gone back to Jackie Herring, who's come here, talking about running, a very solid runner, hasn't run for the last little while because she has been injured, but over that time says she's had some of her best biking and swimming. So interesting to see what form she's going to be on the run. And Crow, do you think like when running is one of your sort of natural talents and strengths, even when you've been injured and had time off, is it still there? Like it's much easier to come back to and bring out on a race day?
I think it's different for every athlete, but I think if you're a pure runner, I think it's always there. You might lose a little bit of your top end, potentially fitness and neuromuscular, your firing patterns maybe lack a little bit of efficiency, and it's the balance of this sport. We often see, the great example is Tim O'Donnell that year. He didn't run in the lead up to Kona, did a lot more swimming and biking, but ended up with a podium position. Let's go and catch up with Jackie, who talked about the swim and her race today.
Yeah, a successful swim. I don't think too much about the swim, just kind of got to let it happen and see. I think there is a world where potentially me and Laura could be by ourselves with nobody else by us. I think as what happens with these Euro races, like there's a lot of little bit more towards an hour swimmers, so I'm really hoping not to be by those people. But if I am, whatever. The swim is just a short part. You just get through it. Yeah, I think the reason I came here and the reason a lot of people come here is for the run vibes. And yeah, I really look for an Ironman that is going to give that energy to us racers on race day. So that's kind of why I'm here. That's what I'm looking forward to. A successful day would just be putting together a race I can be happy with, just executing all three, staying mentally in it, not checking out, and making sure that, I'm executing my nutrition and just doing a decent job, not going overboard. And if I can kind of just keep all those things together, I know I can do a fine Ironman.
I think it's fantastic listening to Jackie. I'm a huge fan of hers, and it almost feels like for Jackie, the Ironman Pro Series gave her a new lease of life in her racing. She was incredibly accomplished and has won a lot of 70.3 races, but when the Ironman Pro Series started a couple of years ago, it sort of gave her the kick or the nudge, however you want to call it, to go back to the full distance, the full Ironman. She hadn't raced it for 9 years, and she came back in fantastic fashion. She was second in the Pro Series in 2024. In that first year, she was fourth last year. She is currently sitting in 17th in the Pro Series, but she's got one Ironman race and a 270.3s, but a good result here will put her back into that top 10. But it's just been fantastic to watch her, and she's a mum of 2, but to watch her coming back up to the Ironman distance over the last few years and having incredible success and results.
Yeah, Jackie's she's an interesting athlete, isn't she? She looks great so far today. I mean, we've seen her. I mean, last year, most notably, she had an issue at Hamburg, but was able to pivot after a disappointment of Ironman Hamburg, a flat tyre, hop on a long-haul flight and fly down to Ironman Cairns in Australia and win an Ironman Pro Series race down there. That takes a lot of mental strength, belief, and a great support network. We know Jackie's a wife and a mum, and she has a very tight support network around her, so it's great to see her challenging in these races. I mean, she got an amazing second place in Oceanside last year, comes in with quite good form this year, and I think she's setting herself up nicely.
Yeah, so we're going to take a look at our male pros, our Mortem Momentum Index. So this is the athletes that have moved up the most number of places in the race. So we can see our Morten Momentum Index on the right-hand side of our screen. So Marinussen has moved up 12 places. Marquardt also moved up 12 places. And Jonas Hoffman has moved up 6 places. So for our pro men, that's our Morten Momentum Index. The pro men that have moved up the most. And yeah, Matthew Marquardt, suddenly he did move up a lot of places. We now see him at the front of the pro men's race. Again, there's still quite a big group. They are getting a little bit stretched out. There are 13 of them, but they still are together. We're just seeing Jonas Schomburg and Matthew Marquardt at the front. We've got Jesse Heinrichs in there as well, Daniel Beckergaard, Gregory Barnaby, Kasper Stepniak. Robert Callan has caught up with that group. We saw him chasing for a long time to reach that group as well. So a lead group of men, Sven Thalmann on screen now. He was our swim leader early on, that 44.55. And as you said, not course record, but still a very fast time. He is about 1 minute back, so he has dropped out of that front group. He's about 15, 20 seconds back off that lead group. Sitting in no man's land. That's a hard place to be, right?
It is a hard place to be, and I think the big change up front has been Robert Callan biking through that group. And no surprise, he has not wanted to hang around to catch his breath even for a moment. So, you know, this race is going to really open up now. It's quite early catch from Robert. I mean, we know him as the uber biker, but it's an early catch, and I think this will make the race very, very interesting. Now, I think there's potentially 1 or 2 athletes in this group who might be able to perhaps not go with Robert, but at least use Robert's move to press their own authority on the race and separate themselves from some of the other 13 athletes in this group. As you mentioned, Sven Thalmann there, he seems to be trailing off the back of the group. And, you know, we were getting word on course that Robert was holding 1 to 1.5 kilometre an hour average speed higher than that group. So the catch was inevitable, and we've seen it now. And I think we're going to see some interesting dynamics as the rest of this front group fight for their life.
Yeah, that's right. And they are going to be fighting for their life. The men have actually, they've gone through, they're just coming up to 70K. So they are now, they've gone past the furthest point, or the furthest southern point of the course. They're out on Öland Island, and they're now making their way back north. They're about probably halfway back up a long straight section of about 20 kilometers before they're then going to make a left-hand turn to head back over up towards the bridge to go back over to the mainland. But yeah, I think, you know, 60 kilometers in, 70 kilometers in, not quite halfway yet, but I think there's going to be some people who are, as you said, hanging on for dear life for the rest of it.
Yeah, and this is the interesting part of the race for us watching, and we get to sort of speculate what we think might happen. I mean, Robert Callan is not known as, I guess, a uber marathoner, for want of a better expression. He can run a low 240, but I think there's men in this field who will run well under 240. Jonas Schomburg, Matthew Marquardt, you've mentioned, ran a 2:37 in Placid earlier this year. Benito Lopez, I think, will definitely clear the 2:40 barrier by some minutes. We know Trevor Foley will as well, so just keeping an eye out for where he is on the leaderboard and with the splits. But yeah, this is where the rubber meets the road and the real race dynamic plays out. You know, that swim group, whilst it had a minute 20, minute 30 lead, that's never a race-winning lead, particularly with the likes of Robert Callan only, 3 minutes back, and Matthew Marquardt was only a minute and a half back. So we're seeing these gaps really open up at the front of this race now as we zoom back in on Matthew. I wonder if he's thinking about Lego right now, or if he's thinking about, what do I need to do here? Do I ride my own race? Do I potentially just hitch my wagon to these two other men who have taken this race up the road? And yeah, this is where we see some fireworks on this bike course. Flat course does not mean easy, Laura, as you've been saying.
That's it, and I think we're seeing the first move off the front. Robert Callan has gone, as you said, not wasting any time, has gone straight through, and we're just starting to see that gap stretch out a little bit to Matthew Marquardt. Trevor Foley is 6 minutes back, but that was through the 60-kilometre mark, and we've just seen the men go past 70-kilometre marks. I want to know what I'm a bit disappointed I didn't see what Matthew Marquardt brought from his Lego box to be building for this race. We saw he built some of the Star Wars Enterprise and stuff like that in the past, but I didn't see if he brought anything this time. Maybe it was too big or too short a trip. As we see, Robert Callan has started, I think, to make some moves on this race. He's biked up to the front. He's now in the lead, and we started to just see that elastic band starting to stretch as he heads off the front of the Pro Men's race here at Ironman Kalmar.
Endurance isn't just about medals, it's about showing up, even when your brain says go and your body says no. Showing up means taking care of yourself, skin and all, because when you train hard, your skin works hard too. That's where Bulldog comes in, with products packed with brilliant natural origin ingredients that help prepare, protect and recover your skin. No fuss, no nonsense. Bulldog skincare is man's best friend. Official men's care products of Ironman Europe.
And they may well ask, why climb the highest mountain? We choose to do things not because they are easy, but because they are hard. Because that goal will serve to organize and measure the best of our energies and skills. Because that challenge is one that we're willing to accept, one we are unwilling to postpone, and one we intend to win.
Welcome back to the coverage of Ironman Kalmar in Sweden. Today's coverage is brought to you by Oman. Beauty has an address, endurance has a destination, and experience Oman. And also by Ruvi. Ruvi, the indoor cycling experience. On screen now, Jonas Schomburg was in our lead pack out of the swim and is in our lead pack of men, sitting in about 4th or 5th place. You can see the men up ahead. The gaps are starting to show though, aren't they, Crow? We were saying that just before we had that short break. The gaps are just starting to break up, but we caught up with Jonas Schomburg in the week for part of the A Fighting Chance series presented by Precision Fuel and Hydration. And this is where we head behind the scenes and chat to the pros and what they get up to in race week. So let's hear what Jonas had to say about racing in Kalmar and about the tactics, and also, interestingly, the relationship with his dad, who is his coach.
How do you like the new bike?
Yeah, it's a bit beauty, a bit moody sometimes, but the relationship started rocky, but I think on good terms now.
Good evening. How are you?
Good, huh? Oh, it's nice riding here.
Is this your first time here?
First time. Beautiful. Nothing beats Scandinavian summer, so.
You had a pretty good start to the year, right? Second in Oceanside, 7th in Texas.
Yeah, I had a good run of races. Then I struggled a bit actually, and now I'm back to get some more points for the Iron Pro Series. So I think that's the mission, to get a decent race, and then championship season is around the corner.
I wanted to touch on your coach actually. Who's your coach?
It's my dad. Yeah, it's a good relationship actually. Yeah? We talk every day. I think it's builds on trust and it works with us.
You've always had this reputation to race aggressively, eh?
I think for Ironman distance, I will keep the same. Never change a winning system. So I love a hard swim, bike, run, and not the guy for tactics. Even though sometimes I have to hold back myself a bit. But I think when I'm fit and healthy, I can hold everything together.
So is the plan basically just to get to the front of the race and make everyone else suffer?
That's always the plan, huh? The harder the better. Try to push it, for sure. It's in me. I've got the strength in the swim, and I think it would be dumb not to use the swim and make them suffer. You have to push at the right moment. You can't push the whole time, for sure, but if you push in the right moments, anything is possible. I think also nutrition is a big part. I'm still learning. It's my second year on the long distance. If everything comes together, and I've got a shot, but I have to be smart, a bit more pacing.
Your swim bike has been the major weapon. Do you think now you're becoming more of a complete athlete?
I've always been a complete athlete. I'm always a good runner. I'm running 29 minutes. Just enjoy the show.
You're going to put on a show for us?
Try to.
I think Jonas always puts on a show. I think we've seen some fantastic racing from him over the last couple of years. Obviously prior to that when he was an Olympic distance athlete, but I think when he rocked up, I say rock up, to Ironman South Africa last year as a sort of training race and came away with a podium, but in that very explosive style, so racing hard from the front. But I think today we're seeing a little bit of more patience and control from Jonas. He, interestingly, got dropped on the bike at Roth earlier this year, but then the two guys ahead of him, Sam Laidler and Rico Bogan, had fantastic bikes, but I was quite surprised to see that. And I think today he's just sort of sitting in that front group. He sat in the swim, it seemed, and now he's sort of sitting in on the bike. I'm kind of pleasantly surprised, and hopefully maybe he's going to have some good run legs off the back of that, Crowe. What's your thoughts on his race tactics so far?
Yeah, I think Jonas is maybe showing a bit of experience or maturity. He's coming off a 5th place, as you mentioned, at Challenge Rod, and I love how he got a little indignant at the interviewer and casually mentioned that he has run a 29-minute 10K. It's funny how we pigeonhole these athletes, but the top men and women are great at all disciplines. As we get to ride here with Benito Lopez up towards the front of the race, and I just checked my notes. I actually said I thought Robert could run a 240 or mid 240 marathon. It's in the 250s. So I think it's a fair assessment to say that he's going to shape this race. He's possibly not going to win it. When we've got some men at the front of this race who we know have legitimate and ratified sub 240 marathons to their name. So he's definitely going to impact the race, though. He's a spoiler, particularly for any of the men in this group who wanted more of a sort of a calm, casual ride. You mentioned, Laura, that the gaps are starting to open up in this front group. I think our lead pack of men is still 11 strong, but those gaps are noticeably a lot greater than they were half an hour ago when we saw them bunching up into and out of corners and turns. And, it looks like the athletes are 20, 30, 40 metres apart here, and some of them right on the red line.
Yeah, and I think this is also where, as we're getting that, they're still on the island, we're heading back towards the mainland, but the wind is also definitely going to have a bigger impact, and especially those crosswinds, it kind of just cuts through and can make it holding that line and holding that position to the person in front a little bit harder. Interesting. We're talking Antonio Benito Lopez on screen. He doesn't feel he had a great race in Frankfurt, but he doesn't class that or count that as an Ironman because it was a shortened distance. So he doesn't feel he's finished an Ironman race since Texas last year, where he was on the podium. So he's kind of quite excited to test his form, and obviously in a training block leading into the World Championships, like a lot of these athletes are. But here, in contrast to the pictures we were seeing not too long ago, where you had that long train of athletes a lot closer together, you're just starting to see, it's only 2 or 3 we're seeing on screen at any one time now.
Yeah, they're spread out. They're spread out. It's an honest pace and an honest race here, and that'll favour the stronger athletes, I guess, like your Matthew Marquardt and your Jonas Schomburgs. And look, they're all strong, but I'm just, if I'm trying to just speculate what might play out, when there's a bit of wind and there's a constant high pace for hours on end on the bike, it tends to favour the athletes who are known for their back end strength. And certainly what we've seen from Matthew in his racing the last 12 to 18 months, that's his forte, coming on strong, holding a high pace, and maybe when the fatigue and the wear and tear hits the others, he can hold pace for that little bit longer. Gregory Barnaby on screen, he's having a great race. We know, we talked about his pedigree, his top 10 finishes at World Championships across the different distances, his Ironman Pro Series win 2 years ago. And here's another man who, like you mentioned, Laura, I'm not going to say he's flying under the radar because he's in our top 5 here, but he hasn't gone off the front or been really even on the front. He just seems nice and relaxed. We're not even at half distance of this bike ride yet, so there's so much of this race to play out. But I do think Jonas is an athlete who can run in the mid 230s, based on exactly how deep they go on this bike. But he looks quite comfortable at the moment. And I guess another Jonas we should look out for is Jonas Hoffman. He's a little bit further back on the splits, but he's also known for his running prowess. Matt Hansen as well. So there's some athletes in this field who have bona fide low 230 Ironman marathons to their name and to their credit. And if that's the case, then they're never certainly out of top 5 contention.
Yeah, and Jonas Hoffman was actually an athlete that sort of didn't have or suffered a little bit due to the changes at Frankfurt. So I'd be excited to see what he's going to do back over like the full distance. And as you said, like I think Gregory Barnaby is someone that you do forget about, even though he won the Pro Series back in that first year, and he's been 6th in Kona before, and he's had fantastic results, top 10 at 70.3 World Championships, and has a great results. He's just not had the best of luck. He got sick before Ironman South Africa this year, and then unfortunately had a crash in Frankfurt. But I'm excited to see where he is at the moment in the race with Matthew Marquardt and Schomburg, because I think he can really run. But I'm super excited with Jonas Schomburg and how he's riding. I think, it is funny at the end. He said, oh yeah, I have run a 29 10K. He hasn't, he can run fast marathons, but he often goes out hot and suffers a little bit. But I'm intrigued to see with the way he's riding the bike, and it seems a lot more controlled, that if he's going to get that sort of nutrition and pacing. And we have to remember, he is still in the 2nd year of the full distance racing. So he's still so new to the game. He had a fantastic result at the World Championships last year. But out of our top, we were saying this earlier, out of our top men, hasn't yet sort of won an Ironman outright. but he's putting himself in a pretty good position. Obviously, Robert Callan is up the road, but as you said, I don't think he's got the run pedigree that these guys that are not too far behind him have. And what we're also now seeing, I think, is like the change of wind direction as the athletes are heading back up towards the mainland. They've obviously got the Erland Bridge to go over in a little bit of time, and that's a 6K bridge, which is going to be pretty exposed, and they're going to have sort of crosswind over that section. But once they get back on the mainland, the wind isn't going to have as big an impact. I think it's going to be a little bit more sheltered, but they're definitely seeing the impact of the change of wind direction now as well.
Yeah, well, the wind will have an impact because it'll take the sharpness out of the legs. They've been pushing into it for 90 minutes to 2 hours now. Some of these athletes at the back of this group really need to keep their wits about them and not drift into that zone coming into corners. Just be mindful of that 20 metres they could get caught. Obviously, with the rules the way they are, you cannot slipstream, and once you enter that zone, you've got to ride through and make the pass. So, yeah, I mean, I'm loving it. For me, at the moment, two of the guys who are in probably the best position in the box seat right now are Matthew Marquardt and Jonas Schomburg. I think we know what they can do in the marathon. Some of these other guys, we haven't seen much of Barnaby in the Ironman racing this year. Heinrichs, small data set. I'm quite comfortable saying I think I know what I'm going to get out of, Matthew Marquardt, Benito Lopez. Maybe not so much Antonio, because you mentioned his Ironman pickings have been a little slim, although he did have that incredible second place finish in Texas last year where only Christian Blumenfeld beat him. And they were running at warp speed. So we know he's got that pedigree and he's got that kind of a performance in him. It's just a question of exactly where his fitness is at. But, I think Jonas Schomburg, I'm loving the maturity and the experience we're seeing from him. He is a super talent across all disciplines, swim, bike and run. And, I think with the wind and this sustained high pace and just constant pressure on the pedals today, nutrition's going to come into this. These guys are holding high intensity, high power for long periods of time. You cannot get your fueling wrong. That can come back to bite you on the backside. So we saw Benito Lopez knocking back a gel a little while ago. They're getting his 30 or 40 grams of carbs in. Very important that the athletes stay on top of that with just these sustained high speeds with heart rate high the whole time. They're going to be chowing through the calories. So I just think with Jonas, you make an interesting point, Laura. It's, he has got a 29-minute 10K on his resume. Sometimes in these longer distances, you just got to figure out the fueling and your energy levels and the limit of exactly how hard you can push on the bike to still be able to access your full run potential. And, every minute that you go under that designated time, it eats into your run. And it's like a music equalizer. You're just figuring out exactly where, you're trying to get the balance perfect.
Corey, talk about fueling. How many grams were you eating when you were racing?
Yeah, nutrition is night and day. I was doing the best I could at the time, but I can safely say I was getting around 60. I wanted more, but we just didn't have the nutrition products that would enable the gastric clearing. Of course, it was about 2017 or 2018 where most of the really high-level nutrition brands changed ingredients and made it easier to get those carbs into your blood. So, yeah, I was doing what I could, grabbing a lot on course, a lot of Coke and Red Bull for me back in the day. So I can't exactly quantify the exact amount, but I just know for me, that's one of the big advancements in this racing, and it's why the athletes can back up so often and why I think they recover so well. Not only, the super shoes and the cushioning, but they're able to fuel themselves and not finish these races as depleted, which I think lends itself to potentially better recovery and being able to, fit more races into your schedule. So it's one of the interesting things to watch. And I know these athletes test it. We've seen KB push the upper limits to the point where it made for interesting viewing because he'd throw it all up. I think he was trying to hit 170 or 180 grams of carbs per hour in Kona one year. And I know Danny Reef, one of our co-commentators and probably the greatest triathlete male or female of all time, I've heard her say that she used to regularly get 120 grams of carbs per hour, and going at the pace and the intensity that she used to go at, you need that carbohydrate to fuel the effort.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting to see how like that has developed over the years as well. And I think the key point you said is the recovery aspect of just you're not finishing as depleted, and you can then bounce back a lot quicker, or you can recover better if you are fueling, let alone getting that energy access during the race as well. And like the intensity and the high levels that these athletes are racing in, you need to have that access to those carbohydrates. As always with these things, it is individual, and I would recommend those age groupers that are racing today or watching this race, maybe don't go and try and do the 170 or 100 plus grams straight away in your next race. And you've got to definitely build up to that. But
Well, it's great advice, and it's intensity dependent. You know, a lot of our top pros are up around threshold intensities, so they need the carbohydrates to fuel it. You know, an elite age grouper might be sort of high zone 3 or low zone 3, but the majority of athletes, like our 2700 age groupers racing today, the majority of those athletes will be in high zone 2 for a lot of this race. So potentially don't need the carbohydrate. It's very individualized, but broadly speaking, you definitely wouldn't need the carbohydrate intakes that our top male and female pro athletes have.
That's right, and definitely something you should practice. So saying out to everyone, like, make sure you practice this in training. So on your long rides or long runs, make sure you're practicing your fueling. Don't sort of do one fueling habit or don't eat or whatever during your training and then try and replicate that, or try and then increase your carbs in the race. Definitely important to practice and make sure you know what's on course as well, and you are familiar with that in case you need to access any of that. As we are back to our women's race, and Katrin Christensen, who was our 2025 Ironman Kalmar champion. It was actually her first pro win, and she was second here in 2024, and that was her first professional podium or Ironman podium. We're going to take a look at our female pros, the Morton Momentum Index. So this is the athletes that have moved up the most number of places. So you can see Callan there has moved up 10 places. Wonder if any relationship to Robert Callan, obviously doing well on the bike, maybe has the same genes from that perspective, or maybe it's a name. Ingehead has moved up 8 places, and Gonzala has moved at 6. We heard about her talking about the bike course earlier, and she was one of the athletes, had a fantastic breakout year, finishing 9th in Kona, but a fantastic bike and run got her up into that top 10. As we see Katrin Christensen on screen now, she's 3 minutes back from Laura Philipp, and it's kind of been holding steady at 3 minutes for the last, I'd say, 20 kilometers or so, since sort of Laura caught up with Rachel Zelinskas and made that pass, and then Katrin sort of got to within that 3 minute gap, and it's sort of holding steady. She's gaining time on Rachel Zelinskas, or Rachel Zelinskas is dropping back from Laura Philipp. She's just 50 seconds behind Rachel now, so she should be moving up into second place. But yeah, holding steady from Laura, as we're looking out onto this sling bike course and going through so much of the history and heritage of this region in Sweden, and we're keeping our eyes out for some of the landmarks that is in Sweden. So we have the Equipe Fortress, which is an ancient fortified settlement. You see, you didn't know you were going to get a history and geography lesson today in this Ironman race. It's an ancient fortified settlement on the Swedish island of Öland, near Kalmar, which is where the athletes are racing on the bike course. First built around the 4th century AD during the Iron Age, and the fortress was rebuilt and expanded several times and was used for hundreds of years. It's a strong circular stone wall protecting the people and animals living inside. We get fantastic pictures now, and archaeologists have discovered thousands of objects there, which have helped researchers understand everyday life in ancient Sweden. The fortress was later reconstructed using traditional materials and techniques. And today it's an open-air museum where visitors can learn about the Iron Age and medieval history of Ireland. So there we go on screen, your local geography lesson for today, or for this part of the race course. We are going to have a few more of those popping up because this course in Sweden has some fantastic landmarks and history and heritage in the race. A lot of history in the Norwegian or Nordic countries, I should say. But back to racing. Katrine Christian on screen. Rowie.
Yeah, it's an intriguing time in this race. I mean, if we look at our two women who have just been up on screen, we just went from our second place, Katrine Christensen, to our leader, Laura Philipp. That gap is holding steady around 3 minutes. And if we look at our most recent data, both these ladies raced at Ironman Hamburg, and Laura ran a 2:42 low and Katrine was a 2:45 high. So it was a 3.5 minute deficit. So on that most recent form, you would suggest that Katrine needs about 3 to 4 minute lead. And at the moment, that's the opposite of what we're seeing here. So we'd need to see almost a 7 minute turnaround. And now Katrine's worked quite hard, as has Laura, at the initial kilometres, the first half of this bike. We know Katrine's pedigree on the bike, so I'm expecting her to make a big push, the second half of this bike ride, because she will know. These athletes know each other's strengths and weaknesses, their most recent performances, how they've matched up head to head, and they will know better than we do exactly what they need. So Katrine needs a bit of a turnaround here. She is holding second place, but as a defending champ, I'm sure she's got her heart set on trying to defend that title. And, Sids, we just got an interesting little insight from James Kuhnema, who's, got such a high triathlon IQ, and talked about how the change in this bike course direction recently, about 10 or 15 minutes ago, where they went from a crosswind to a tailwind, has probably led to these, in the men's race, these gaps opening up. Gone from, pushing into a wind to high top speeds, and the stronger athletes can maximise and push those big gearings, those 62 or 64 chain rings, keep the pace, incredibly high for incredibly long periods of time, which just wears thin. But, Laura Philipp here on screen, our women's leader at race 13 of the Experience Oman Ironman Pro Series. Just seems to be another day in the office for her, pedalling through this extremely scenic countryside, and she's in a fantastic position right now. Not quite at half distance for the women on the bike course, on the Zoot bike course, but she's exactly where she needs to be. I noticed, Sids, the last time we were with the pro men, that some of those gaps were opening up. It looked like Benito Lopez was starting to get distance from the back of that group. Heinrich Gosch and a few other athletes we know have bona fide sub 240 marathons. And but Schomburg was still tucked in nicely at the front, as was Matthew Marquardt. So Robert Callan, I'm loving the experience of some of the men in that front group. They're just letting Robert Callan do what he does, which is explode a front group, and they're going to hopefully be able to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, and I'm also getting word from our team, or thank you to the comments on YouTube, and apologies for my lack of knowledge on this one. Karen Callan, we believe, is Robert Callan's sister. Not 100% on that one, but she is in her first year as a professional. She was on our Mortar Momentum Index, and she was the 2024 Swedish middle distance national champion. So that was, a couple of years ago now. But that was she was in our Morton Momentum Index. We have Laura Philipp on screen now, who moved into the lead of the race of our Ironman Pro Women in Kalmar.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
and there it is, the Ironman World Champion.
Ironman is the journey of a lifetime that begins long before race day. Life is busy and time is precious, but we need to stay on course. We ride, we practice, we improve. Then we do it again. So when the day arrives, we are ready. And every one of us crosses that finish line to hear the words, "You are an Ironman." Get race day ready with Ruvi and practice on your course in advance.
Welcome back to the coverage of Ironman Kalmar. I'm Laura Siddall here in studio with Craig Alexander Crowe, and we are about halfway now, or the women are just coming up to almost halfway on the Zoot bike course. Laura Philipp is our leading professional female. She took the lead from Rachel Zelinskas, who led out the water at about 30 kilometers, and now has just over 3 minutes lead over Katrine Christensen, who's in third place. She's our defending champion from 2025.
Yeah, Laura Philipp, having a great day so far, as you mentioned. Leading our women's race here today, we've got Rachel Zelinskas, 2:20 back in second, our early leader out of the water in the women's race. One of our other pre-race favourites and the defending champion here for the women, Katrine Christensen, is hovering around 3 minutes behind the lead. So it appears on course at this moment that two of our pre-race favourites, certainly the two women we thought would be the agitators on the bike, Laura Philipp and Katrine Christensen, are pretty much just marking each other or riding roughly the same pace out on course. So not a lot of change there. If we go further back, we've got Jackie Herring in fifth place at plus 5 minutes 30. And also another athlete we featured earlier on, Leonie Conchala. She's in eighth place at 8 minutes 45 back of our leader. So, yeah, the women's race kind of playing out to the form guide so far, Sids.
Yeah, that's right. And on screen now, or was just then, was Jenny Jędrasik. She German athlete, works as, an engineer and electrician, but she just missed her Kona slot in Hamburg because she lost a little bit too much time on the bike, and she's currently, she's having a pretty good day today. So she's in fourth place. She's sitting behind Katrine Christian, just ahead of Jackie Herring. She's 3 minutes 20 back. So she's looking for obviously a Kona slot here, having just missed out in Hamburg, and it's pretty solid across the board. She ran a 2:58 in Hamburg, so sub 3 hours, pretty decent, and we'll see how the legs go today, but she's putting herself in a fantastic position to try and get one of those Kona qualification slots. She's raced 3 of the Ironman Pro Series races this year, 13th in Hamburg, and we said just missing that slot there, and then was 15th at 7.3 Elsinore and 6th at 7.3 Swansea. So Jenny Jędrasik currently on screen, sitting in fourth place at the moment in our pro women's race, 3:23 back off the lead at 76 kilometers for the women.
Yeah, and with 3 Kona qualification spots up for grabs, Jenny's sitting in a really great spot now. With a lot of the women ahead have already secured that qualification as we go back up. And interesting, the contrast in not only the position but the cadence between Laura and Jenny. Laura tends to ride with a high cadence. She just looks so smooth and efficient, keeps those legs turning, and really, as the kilometres roll by, you don't see too much. There's not a lot of tell in Laura's posture on the bike. We've watched her enough times now across the years on all sorts of different courses. She just is able to hold that position, looks very comfortable, is extremely aerodynamic as well, and is able to keep the power up.
Yeah, and I think that contrast is so stark now when you go back to Laura. She's so smooth, and Jenny really looked like she was sort of stomping hard on the pedals and fairly jerky. And also her position kind of a lot more outstretched if you looked at the aero, where she was holding on the aero bars. If you look at Laura now, she's pretty compact. Her head is super tucked down. She's got that really good, like, looking at the top of her eyes through the visor. We've waxed lyrical about Laura's form and how good and how smooth she looked. And Jenny is still having a fantastic race. It's just a very different style when we saw her on the bike and pushing that gear.
Yeah, Laura does look comfortable, doesn't she? I mean, the elbow width is narrow, but she doesn't look super stretched out. Not a lot of pressure on the lower back or the core. These new cockpits seem to take a lot of the body weight. She just looks really, really comfortable and in a great spot. At last check out on course, Laura had managed to put about 15 or 18 seconds back into Katrine Christensen, so that leads back out to 3:22. And, we'll keep an eye on just how that gap, I'm sure it's going to yo-yo through the closing half of this bike, but, Laura in a great position now, knowing that she's got that, just that incredible marathon split up her sleeve. And, probably would have been in a great position getting off the bike three plus minutes behind Katrine today. But as we speak, she's 3+ minutes up, so in a great position.
And this is probably the difference we're seeing. Sorry, coughing again. The difference we're seeing of Laura with a few more weeks of training under her belt. Like if we look at Hamburg, Katrine rode 6 minutes, I think, into Laura. And now I think you said, I think that gap is going to sort of yo-yo a little bit, but it is going out a little bit at the moment, and it's now back up to 3:22. And I think we're just seeing Laura, she came off being in hospital at the beginning of the year. She raced Aix-en-Provence and Hamburg, but I think wasn't at the top of her game, which she doesn't need to be in back at that time of year. Like, her game is to be on form in October, and I think potentially at the moment what we're seeing, particularly on the bike, is Laura then having stepped up a gear from having a few more weeks of training and months of training. She's been at altitude, and now, stretching her legs out and putting down a fantastic bike split so far.
Yeah, she looks incredible, and she seems to be pacing this season well, whether that's by design but definitely coming more into form. I did the commentary on that Aix-en-Provence race, and while she was still class and quality, she clearly wasn't at her best, and it feels like she's getting back to her best, at the right end of the season. We're coming into the championship races, and, we've just got some word from our spotters down on course that the last 3 segments she's been the quickest on course. So her speed's been the quickest, her splits have been the quickest. So, and I guess that explains why she's taken that little bit of time back out of Katrine, who's on the chase.
That's right. And I do just want to take a moment, take a slight tangent, and just reach out or mention about Jeanne Cologne, who was meant to be racing today in our professional women's field. In fact, last week she raced Alpe d'Huez and finished second. And unfortunately, we heard a few days ago she had a serious bike accident. And I just wanted to say on the broadcast, on behalf of the Ironman community, that we're all thinking about her and her family and sending well wishes and strength at this time. I was wanting to mention it earlier, but timing with the race and stuff, but I did just want to make sure that she got a mention and that she knows that all of our thoughts are with her. Never good to see anything happen to any of the other fellow athletes. So back on screen though, Laura Philipp looking supreme, almost halfway through the bike course, not quite halfway through the bike course, so still down in the bottom section, south part of the island of Öland, but they'll soon be coming back up to mainland and Kalmar.
Yeah, Laura looks great. She looks just, that cadence is fantastic, really. But it's an interesting part of this course because, yeah, all the talk beforehand was the possibility of a 2-horse race and, you know, how much lead would Katrine need, how much would she have? And at the moment, you know, as you mentioned, just short of half distance here, coming up to 90 kilometres, not too long from now. Laura Phillip is just leading them all in merry dance and looks amazing. So, you know, this is an extreme close-up. I'm not sure if we need to be this close, but we love to ride with the athletes and be in the action, but this has almost taken it to the extreme.
It is, isn't it? It's we're almost seeing the eyes of the athlete there, getting up close and personal with the athlete. That's Federico Scarabino, I should say, racing. He is a little bit further down. Actually, he's in 11th position, so 2:21 off the lead, and actually with Andrea Salvesberg and Henrik Gauche, so he's kind of making a trio of those athletes. They're sitting in 9th, 10th, and 11th position so far on and the men are through 98 kilometers, so well and truly over halfway for our professional men. They'll be heading back to mainland shortly, but yeah, Federico Scarabino on screen at the moment.
Yeah, Federico having a great race. He's in a group with Henrik Gauche and Andreas Salvesberg, one of our early swim leaders, and yeah, they're about 2:20 back of the lead, but only about a minute back of our lead chase group, which is, you know, the group we've been mentioning with Daniel Bakkegaard, Jonas Schomburg, Gregory Barnaby, you know, further up the road. You know, Robert Callan has established that gap now. It's out to a minute 24. So, you know, we expected him to ride through pretty quickly. I think he broke up the group from 13. It went down in size relatively quickly. We had a couple of athletes and, you know, I think tactically, again, you know, Jonas Schomburg and, you know, Matthew Marquardt would have been licking their chops at Robert Callan coming through because it sort of created that gap and maybe even more so when Antonio Benito Lopez was gapped, but he's put the bit between his teeth, Benito Lopez, and he's been able to bridge back up the 10 or 15 seconds, and now he's back with that first chase group.
Yeah, and we're going to head down shortly to James Kunamar on the ground, who is out on the bike course, and I believe, James, you have a special guest with you.
Thanks, Laura. Yeah, I'm here at a hot spot on the bike course, 120 Ks, so the pros aren't quite here yet, but I'm here with a Swede, Rasmus Svenningsson. He lives up the road in Stockholm, but he has been here before. Good to be back in Kalmar.
It's incredible to be here, especially on this day. It's just the atmosphere around this race is just like completely incredible. It's like one of the best atmosphere, you know, along the race course, like anywhere in the world.
Yeah, I mean, we've been trying to find a quiet spot to broadcast from, and well, that's just impossible. So now we stand in maybe the loudest spot. The crowds haven't quite built up here as much as we thought they would just yet, but the pros are still about 15-20 Ks away from here. What they will do is they come down here, they literally come all the way around this circle. It's called the Angarondelen circle. Did I say that right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I'm like a local. Yeah, so they come all the way around here and then they head out to the last 60 Ks of their bike. Now, they've been out on the Öland Island and they've been talking about the wind quite a lot, and it's been quite dramatic. Will the wind be as much of a factor in the last 60 Ks?
It's not going to be as exposed as on Öland, but on the other hand, the athletes are getting tired, so I think it will be more impactful on the race, despite, you know, it being less exposed. So yeah, I think it's going to be, especially like the final 20K or so, they're going to come back with a headwind, and that's going to be, you know, you can make up a lot of time there for sure.
Well, we've seen Robert Callan push the pace. As soon as they made the turn at the bottom of the island and he had that tailwind, we saw him push the pace, and I think that was tactical, right? I mean, that's where he can get the real advantage over the other athletes. They were all in a big group, and he's now got over 50 seconds, I think it is.
Yeah, no, Robert is he wanted lots of wind today, and you know, he got it. So I know that you guys talked about the power numbers, and yeah, I know what you know, power numbers that he has in mind, and it's but that would be too scary to say.
Okay, that's a secret. We can't tell you how much power, but we can assume that it's pretty high because he's putting time into a big group there. We are waiting here for the pros to come past. We'll cross back to you guys, or come back to us when the pros actually come through the circle, and we'll try and look at the whites of the eyes and see who's feeling nice and strong and who's really hanging in there for the last 60 Ks of the bike. Back to you guys.
Thanks, James. Can you also have a look at their bike computers and tell us those power numbers that they're hitting that everyone's so secret about? That was great to have James on the ground there talking to Rasmus, and also that roundabout is something that I've heard so much about. Again, you know, chatting to Lisa Norden, and she mentioned it as one of the highlights of the course, and it just gets absolutely packed with spectators. So that sits at 120 kilometers. So the men, there are about 15 kilometers to go before they hit that. So a little bit more time for those crowds to build. We've currently got Matthew Marquardt back on screen. He is about 148 back from the lead, but in that chase pack of men, he was leading the bike for some of it, but has just dropped to the back of that chase pack. So taking his turn at the front and then dropping back and letting some of the others lead the way. But I'm excited to see, you know, we're already seeing the crowds building out on the race course as they go through all these different towns and villages. So I'm excited to see when they get back to James and see what the fans are like then.
As we see Matthew Marquardt coming up to make a pass on, looks like Benito Lopez, who he looks like he's just been dangling. We saw the rubber band, as they call it, stretch right out, but he's fought hard to get back on. We'll have to keep an eye on Antonio and see if that effort comes back to bite him a little later on as we go and catch up with Matthew Marquardt as he talks about his race tactics for the race in Kalmar today.
Well, it's sprint the swim, push the bike extra hard, and then, you know, drain all the tank on the marathon, right? That's how you should pace it. No, you know, I think really the swim is an area that we're looking to improve upon, and we've got some really great swimmers here, and so looking to kind of test myself against them. And then the bike, you know, we're just going to try and put together a smart bike, and the run, we'll just see what we can do and see if we can't build off of Lake Placid and maybe go a little bit faster. I mean, a big part of where to make the breaks on this course is going to be dependent on the wind. So part of that's going to be dependent on like what the groups are looking like, as well as what the wind's playing. But you know, as always, we're looking for the back half of the bike is kind of where I always try and push. And so I don't expect it to be any different on race day. Very rarely look at pace anymore. I run my marathons almost entirely off of feel and off of heart rate. So whatever the time is what the time will be. Hopefully it's faster than 2:37 in Lake Placid, but there's no specific goal beyond that.
Thank you to Matthew Marquardt. Interesting to hear that he races on feel and effort and doesn't look at the numbers. Always fascinated by that as we see these athletes coming past some of these amazing crowds and out of support, everyone out on the streets supporting the pros. They are 105 kilometers in, so going to the aid station, taking the aid, but about 15 kilometers from where James was on that roundabout. And just always interesting to see how some athletes race. We heard Robert Callan say about the power numbers he wanted to hold. We just heard Matthew Marquardt talk about racing on effort and feel and not really looking at the numbers. Crowe, what were you when you were racing? Did you go on the feel and effort, or were you looking at numbers?
Well, when I was racing, Laura, it was back in the dark ages, so we didn't have the wearable tech. And no, I think there's some great insights there. The first thing is obviously Robert Callan does have a power number. I wish they would share it with us because that's interesting data and it gives us a chance to look under the hood, so to speak, and see what these athletes are capable of. We know that Robert's at the moment averaging well over 46 kilometres per hour. So, our number crunchers behind the scenes here have told us to keep an eye on that overall world record bike split time of 3 hours 53. I think it's held by Cameron Worth of Australia, 3:53.32. So that could be in play. But I think what was interesting about Matthew's interview there was he talked about not using pace. He uses heart rate and feel, but not pace. And yeah, I mean, I think that makes sense. Pace is fool's gold. I mean, if you're running downhill with a tailwind, the pace will be high, but the effort will be low. Similarly, if you're running up a false flat into a headwind, the pace could be low, but you could be running well. The effort will be high, but the pace will be low. So it's based on how hard your body's working and operating in and around your best sustainable pace for as long as possible. And I think from what we've seen from Matthew in his races the last couple of years, he's a master at doing that. And we also heard him say that they always target the last 40 or 50K on the bike. So I think it's we've seen him execute that plan before. I'm sure that's on the docket again today. Robert Callan slowly increasing this lead, but, I think our main race favourites at the moment are right here in this group. We've talked ad nauseum. We've got Schomburg in here. We've got Marquardt in here. We've got Gregory Barnaby. Benito Lopez. We've got some men who we know can run in the mid 230s or better, depending on what this effort takes out of them. As we're riding here with Heinrich Gosch, who's a little bit further back on the road, and it's it almost feels like we're mounted on his aero bars here. We can see the strain. Well, actually, he's not too strained. He looks quite comfortable. He certainly doesn't look as relaxed as Schomburg and Marquardt and some of the boys in that front group, but he looks okay and still well entrenched in the top 10 here. So as he's getting passed by Scarabrino here. So they've got a nice little group.
Yeah,
this
these
group
guys...
that's...
No, sorry, Gary, carry on.
I was just going to say this second men's chase group, it seems to be working quite well together.
Yeah, these guys, I was just going to say, they're sort of rocking and rolling a little bit with their shoulders, which might be the way they ride, might just be that little bit more effort as we got those close camera views. Interestingly, like Trevor Foley is now 7.5 minutes back, so he is dropping a little bit further back, not perhaps having the bike we were expecting. The other runners we've mentioned earlier, Matt Hansen, is sitting at 16 minutes back, or 16:45 minutes back. We know Matt can have a phenomenal run, but he's probably a little bit further back than he feels comfortable with. But again, that is to Robert Callan at the front, who's now extending his lead. He's 2 minutes over the chasers, and yeah, certainly the course record here. For Kalmar, which is held by Boris Stein from 2019. It's the 4:03.08. Is currently on course predictions, looking under threat. And as you said, maybe even that record from Cam Worth, that 3:53.34. So yeah, exciting racing still to come. The pro men coming up to that roundabout. We're waiting for it. They've got to go back over the Erland Bridge first, as we see some more stunning scenic views of the area located western coastland of Erland, close to the Fagerstaden and facing the Kalmar Strait. You're testing all my Swedish pronunciation today. The coastline here in Kalmar and Sweden has a strong maritime history, with fishing, small boats, ferry transportation playing an important role in local life. And before the Erland Bridge, which the athletes are about to go back over, before that bridge opened in 1972, this was one of the main ferry connections between Erland and the Swedish mainland. And the coastal landscape includes shallow waters, it includes wetlands, grasslands, and small traditional boathouses, creating good habitats for many species of birds, And today the area is very popular for walking, cycling, bird watching, boating, and enjoying the views of Kalmar and the Erland Bridge, which we got a brief shot at before. And it said, Avu said the Erland Bridge is 6 kilometers, attaching, or connecting, I should say, the island of Erland over to the mainland. It's a unique experience for the racers. They don't get, cyclists are not allowed on this bridge normally day to day. So all these athletes are professionals, and our 2,700 age groupers have got a really unique experience that they get to ride over the Erland Bridge. And we see it and experience some of this stunning Swedish countryside. So there we go, another geographical history lesson from today's race.
Awesome. I'm loving them. Keep them coming. If we look back at the women's race here, they've just gone through half distance or a little past, and it's still Laura Philipp leading. And she seems to be just riding away. We know 7 of the first 8 bike segments or bike splits, Katrine Christensen was fastest on course, but it's been all one-way traffic Laura Philipp's way since then. And she's leading 3:24 back to Rachel Zelinskas, our early women's leader out of the swim. Katrine Christensen holding firm in third, 3:32 back. Jenny Jędrzejczyk, as you mentioned earlier, she's in 4th. And Jackie Herring rounds out our top 5 at plus 6:19. So not a lot of movement in the women's race other than Laura Philipp starting to ride away and just consolidate her lead as we ride again with Heinrich Gosch here. Sort of not as close to him as we were last time, where we could see the perspiration dripping off his finely groomed moustache. But actually, no, we're going to go in to have another look. That's great. Let's get in close. And it's great just to see the strain on the faces of these athletes. I think you mentioned the contrasting styles, Sids. He's got a bit of shoulder roll, a bit of body rock. I wouldn't say grimace, but you can certainly see the effort as we go to the front of the race. And our Uber biker, Robert Callan, just averaging 46.4 kilometres an hour, which I know we're only coming up to 2/3 race distance, but that would give him a bike split well under 4 hours. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on his progress. Certainly Boris Stein's course record of 4:03 looks well in jeopardy.
Yeah, I think this is the only bit of elevation they have on this course, is coming back up on this bridge. I think the rest of it is so flat. I think also the surprise athlete in the chase pack behind Robert Callan, who we've got on screen now, is the athlete Jesse Heinrichs. He raced his first full distance at Roth last year, but then DNF'd at Cozumel when he was in the lead on the bike after losing his nutrition. And this is also the first race of the season after dealing with injury issues, and he's going pretty well. He's right up in there. He's a bit of an unknown quantity because he hasn't had as many long distance races as the rest of them, but he's currently sitting in second, 2 minutes behind Robert Callan. So yeah, one to watch for sure. And I was going to say with the women's race as well, we talked about Laura sort of running away with it, but I think what we're going to be interesting to see when we get on to the run, she's now putting, that time is sort of expanding out. She's over 4 minutes ahead of Rachel and Katrine. But I think the interesting race we might get on the run course for the women is the Kona qualification slots, as we see again the crosswinds that the athletes are going to experience on the bridge, the Erland Bridge, where it is quite exposed. And we're looking at Robert Callan. He's probably, as we said, one of the best bikers in the business, and he is struggling to hold the wheel or hold his bike in that crosswind.
Yeah, we've seen come out of the aero position there, and his knuckles are as wide as his jersey top right now. It's, in theory they say you've got to keep tension in the chain and keep pedaling, but it's hard to do when you get hit by those gusts. He's a big man. He'd be feeling every bit of those side gusts. The disc wheel and the quad or tri-spoke on the front would be catching that wind, and he's done amazingly well to keep his top speed up and come off that bridge, navigate those sort of high crosswinds, and now he can get back down into the aero position and keep turning those pedals and keep building on this lead.
It's kind of counterintuitive, or isn't it? Because you see another big swerve there, but because like you said, it's important to keep that tension on the chain and keep pedaling. But when you get those gusts of winds and it knocks you aside, like you kind of like your automatic reaction is almost to stop pedaling or to back off and take the pressure off the chain, when yet really, like you said, you want to keep that pressure on to give yourself the best chance getting across that through the wind.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, easier said than done, because when you're not used to getting hit by those gusts, and these athletes would be, but it's a shock, and the tendency can be to tense up, particularly your upper body, and stop pedaling. That's possibly the worst thing you can do, but we're getting great shots now looking back across the bridge. Robert Callan, he's got a 2-minute plus lead. Jesse Heinrich sitting on the front of that second chase group at 2:09, and he's got Daniel Bakkegaard, Matthew Marquardt, Jonas Schomburg, Antonio Benito Lopez, Gregory Barnaby, and Kasper Stepniak forming that group. But then it's only 25 seconds back to three gentlemen who were in the group initially: Andreas Solversberg, Federico Scarabino. They're sort of dangling at about 25, 30 seconds, but they have company, a couple of strong bikers. Tor Bendix Madsen, he's joined. He hasn't. He's 7 minutes back. So we've got Andreas Solversberg, Federico Scarabino, and Heinrich Gosch rounding out our top 11. And yeah, that group of Solversberg, Scarabino, and Gosch, I think they've got their eye on trying to, hitch their wagon to the back of this group again.
Yeah, I think the athletes as well, they're probably quite excited about going over this bridge. Not maybe from the crosswinds and the gusting winds that they're getting, because that's always difficult to navigate, but the fact that they can actually come out of their aero bars and stand up a bit and have a little bit of a stretch with a different position, whereas everything else they've just been in the aero bar and in such that tight position for the rest of the course. And now we're heading back over to mainland, and they're going to get some fairly technical aspects, so maybe they'll be out of the bars a little bit more. But I think you're right. I think they're definitely, those last three are trying to sort of cling on to this chase pack. We've got them split by about a minute or 30 seconds, I should say, from Matthew Marquardt at the front to Henrik Gosch at the back, but all trying to hold it together and try and limit that time to Robert Callan off the front, as once again we get eyes on Kasper Stepniak, still riding well, and he's also in that chase pack sitting between Gregory Barnaby and Andreas Salversberg, so putting himself in a really good place to have a good race and run off as well.
Yeah, he looks relaxed. He always looks relaxed. He's such a strong biker, and he's sitting nicely in that first chase pack, or the lead pack, with Robert solo off the front. And a moment or two ago we got a great side shot of Andreas Solversberg, and he looked like he was making a concerted effort. With that long straight bridge deficit of 19, 20 seconds, he would have been able to see the back of this group. And they've done well, that trio of Solversberg, Scarabino and Gosch, to keep this front group, keep a visual, keep their eyes locked on them, or get their eyes locked back on them. So I'm sure they'll want to, bridge the rest of that gap up and get back in this group. You were talking about some of the deficits back to the runners in the field before SIDS, and interestingly, Matt Hansen boasts one of the quickest ever marathons in an Ironman, 2:28:03 in Challenge Rot. He's run multiple 2:30, 2:31 marathons, got probably half a dozen marathon splits under 2:34. If we contrast that to our men's leader at the moment, I think I'm right in saying his marathon PB is a 2:54, which he set on this course last year. So, I think it's just interesting for us to, keep an eye on the bigger picture. Whilst I'm not suggesting for a moment that Matt Hansen can come through and win this race, he's an experienced racer who's no doubt made the trip to perform well here, but to get Ironman Pro Series points. And so he'll be trying to minimise the damage to the front, not only the remainder of this bike, but the whole marathon. And leverage himself up into that top 10 or top 8 or potentially even top 6.
Yeah, Matt's definitely one of those athletes that's really like taken to the Ironman Pro Series. It suits his racing. He can race a lot, and in the the last couple of years, he's traveled a lot to different races around the world, and he's raced a lot. He had a great year in 2024 in the Pro Series. It wasn't as good as he wanted last year, but he's currently sitting second and definitely hoping to build up some points. I think he also benefits from the World Championships going back to Kona. I don't think the World Championship in Nice was a course that suited Matt Hansen. But like you said, I think, that, bigger picture that only 60 minutes behind, but his PB is so much faster. But we are going to throw back down to James Kunema on the ground. He's at the roundabout. He's at the hotspot. James, what have you got for us?
Thanks, Laura. You didn't try and say the Ungerondelen. I'm going to keep saying that now because I've nailed the pronunciation. I'm still here with my guest, and we're talking about the bike course record. We saw Robert Callan come through here. How did he look when he came through?
He looked extremely determined. Like you could see laser focus in his eyes. He has only one mission: that's go as fast as possible.
Yeah, we're talking about how fast he can go, and he's definitely on course to break the course record here. But is he on course to break the overall Ironman record? We're going to pause for a second because the second group is coming through now. The chase group is coming through past us. Jesse Heinrich, Matthew Marquardt. They're making the turn. We're at 120k, so they're making the turn here, and it's a bit cruel as we see Matthew Marquardt. All of the guys going through now. It's a bit cruel because they come within a few hundred meters of transition, and then they've got to turn around and then another 60k's back out, which is, well, it's harsh. Okay, back to what we were talking about. Now they're going off there. Do you think Robert Callan is on track for a record, and is he actually going for that bike course record?
No, I think he just wants to put as much time down on his competitors as possible. I think the main focus of Robert is the Kona spot, so he really wants to go to Kona, and I just think that he wants to have like a big of a gap as possible before the run.
How big of a gap does you think he needs on the run to actually secure that Kona spot?
I think that if he could get like 6-7 minutes, that would be, he would feel pretty comfortable. But 5-6, I think he still has a really good shot.
We spoke about the last 60k's of this bike being slightly different from the first 120k's. Is his average pace going to go down significantly now, do you think?
It's going to go down a little bit, I think, because it's much more technical, the course, but not crazy significant. I mean, it's less exposed, but there's also like more to do in terms of like putting in time to your competitors. So
his competitors are all in a group still. They're all watching each other. I mean, some of them are really close to each other, obviously, because it's a sharp corner. Obviously, none of them are drafting, of course, but there's an advantage to being in a group like that. Or his competitors going to have more of an advantage now in the last 60k's. He's out there on his own in the front. Is that going to burn some matches for him going into the run?
It's a good question. I think he's going to be quite. I mean, he does most of his training alone, so he's used to being alone, like pushing the bike alone, and I think it's going to play into his advantage. He's going to just ride his numbers, and he can just focus on being as fast as possible and put down, the power where he wants to put down the power, and he just needs to be focused on the road and not mind the other guys. So I think it's going to be I think it's actually going to be to his advantage.
Okay, we saw the second group come through. Were you able to look at the whites of their eyes and see who was working hard and who was maybe feeling a little uncomfortable at this point of the bike?
Yeah, no, I would say so. Yeah, there were plenty of people that was hurting for sure. Yeah,
there were definitely a few people in there who were not looking comfortable. Of course, the Chase pack with Andreas Selvesberg in there have just re-bridged up to that second group, making it a big group of 10. So I think there is still a fair amount of racing still to go here on the bike before we even get onto the run, where things are really going to unravel. We're going to figure out who's having the day of their lives and who's going to fall by the wayside. We're looking out now for that Chase group, including Trevor Foley. Trevor Foley is like over 7.5 minutes down now on Robert Callan. but actually he came out the water 4.5 minutes down on those leaders, and now he's only 5 minutes down on that main chase pack. So he hasn't actually lost much time. He is having a decent race. It just doesn't really look like it on the splits because it looks like he's 7.5 minutes down. Do you think Trevor Foley's still a factor for this whole race overall?
I think that he can run himself into a really good overall position. If it's going to be good enough for a podium, I don't know, but I wouldn't count him out at this point, no.
There you go, you heard it from Rasmus Svenningsen. Don't count him out. Back to you guys, and you can come back to us when the ladies come through the Angerondelen roundabout.
I'm just going to keep coming back to you, James, so you get to say the word again, because now you've nailed it, as you said. So we will come back when the pro women come through. But yeah, great insights there from James Kunnema and Rasmus Svenningsen on the ground. At the roundabout, the turnaround point, there are 120 kilometers. The athletes have come from the south part of the course, the island of Öland, almost back to T2, like James said, tantalizingly close. And now they head out for the last 60 kilometers of the bike course. And we talk about before those close-up views and seeing the whites of their eyes, but a lot of these athletes have got those visors on, which is also very cunning ploy that you don't see the whites of their eyes, so you don't quite see how much they are suffering. But we have still got plenty more racing to go, plenty of more suffering to be had.
It's the beauty of Oman. Our tradition, our hospitality, the sounds of limitless opportunities to explore. Listen, it's Oman.
Life is a road full of forks, hills, dips, and roundabouts. And while we don't always know where we're going, we'd like to think of our road as a pursuit of progress. And the further we go, the more we realize that a better tomorrow starts with a better today. Athletic Brewing Company, non-alcoholic beer that's fit for all times.
Today's race, Ironman Kalmar, is brought to you by Precision Fuel and Hydration. Perform at your best with Precision Fuel and Hydration. And also by Roka. Find faster with Roka. Welcome back to the coverage of Ironman Kalmar, the 13th race in our Experience Oman Ironman Pro Series, the last chance for athletes to qualify or gain their slot for the Ironman World Championships in Kona in October. We are on the Zoot bike course. We just were down on the ground with James Kunnema and Rasmus Svenningsen. They were at Hot Corner, the roundabout. I am not going to do the pronunciation like James did. He was very happy with himself for getting that right, so we'll go down to him again shortly when the women come through and he can say the word again. But we're down on Hot Corner, 120 kilometers for the pro men. We have Robert Callan out in front. He's got about a 2-minute 48 from a chase pack of 10 or so athletes. He gained a lot of time on that group when he first broke off the front. It's now hovering a little bit more, but he is, according to our predictions and trackers, on for a 3:52 bike course, which would be the fastest, the world fastest for an Ironman. That's currently a 3:53 held by Cam Worth. On the women's side of the race, we have Laura Philipp out ahead, and she is now extending her lead the women through, or she is just through 105 kilometers. So they'll shortly be getting to that roundabout as well, the hot corner. But she's got now a 4 minutes 25 lead over Katrine Christensen. Katrine Christensen has now moved into second place. She overtook Rachel Zelinskas. Rachel was our early swim leader. And then Jenny Jajenchik, Jackie Herring, Lydia Brownlund, Leonie Konsala, Johanna Arhens, and Fiona Moriarty are rounding out that top 10, but they're all fairly splintered. And actually looking at the time splits, all the women look in that top 10 to be riding on their own, which is a long, lonely day. So as we see Laura Philipp on screen now, looking to be back in some of the great shape that we know. They are not the roundabouts that James was standing on and talking about. That's just some of the other crowds out and about. With me in commentary, I've got Craig Alexander. Crowy, how are you enjoying the racing so far?
I'm loving it. I love all the races. Yeah, it's just, I think the Ironman Pro Series has just brought another layer of intrigue, really. We get races within a race, people going for Kona qualification or 70.3 Worlds qualification, Ironman Pro Series storylines, and just great one-off racing at each venue that we've been to. As we come back and join Rachel Zelinskas, it does look like it's a lonely ride for a lot of our top women, but they're holding pace quite well. I guess the big story right now on the women's side is Laura Philipp. Just looks like she's at her imperious best. She's in the flow. She looks so smooth on the bike, like she always does when she's at her best. So it feels like the health battles of early season seem to be a thing of the past. And her partner, coach, Philip Sipe, who's one of the best triathlon coaches in the world, it looks like they're both building very nicely in a championship season as we join Katrine Christensen, our women's defending champion here at Ironman Kalmar. And we know the pedigree of this lady on the bicycle, but she got up to within 3 minutes of Laura, but then it's slowly drifted out, and it's closer to 4 now. So it feels like that Laura is very well in control of this race and has got everyone just where she needs them. And most importantly, she's just sort of running her own race, and that's just taking her right off the front of the race. So, I enjoyed James and Rasmus's insights as we get a split screen here of Laura Philipp on the left and Katrine Christensen on the right. It's always nice to compare techniques, cadences. Very hard to make a pace comparison because obviously the ladies are at slightly different points on the course. But both look great. I would say Laura's position looks, to me, a little better. I'm certainly no bike fit expert, but the positioning of her head and the tail of the helmet, just the front end, it just looks comfortable. It looks like a position that she could hold all day, or at least for 4.5 hours anyway. And that's probably what she's going to hold it for. I think the bike course record here for the women is 4:31. So we'll keep an eye on how Laura's tracking towards that. Early doors, it was all Katrine. The first 7 splits, 7 segments she was the fastest on course, but since then it's been one-way traffic the other way. And Laura sort of seized momentum and control back of the bike portion of this race. She looks fantastic. We saw her roll through the aid station and grab whatever she needed. It's an interesting case study, watching Laura Siddall, watching Laura Philipp race this year. Philip, her partner and coach, he's just so smart. He knows his athlete and his partner so well. They've had so much success, and I feel as athletes get that experience, they can navigate those harder moments and keep the big picture, firmly in the back of their mind. And it feels like they're timing this season really nicely.
Yeah, and I mean, you're right. She is holding that position so well. She is not moving. And when you had that contrasting the split screen, and we saw the picture back to Katrine Christensen, who was just fidgeting and just didn't look quite as comfortable. And then you looked back to Laura, and she is just so, like we've said, so smooth, she's not moving around. She is holding that position, and I think it's an interesting, if I think back to a few years in the likes of when like Rinny was racing, who had an incredible ability to time her year, and she needed to be performing on that day in Kona. Obviously, the Pro Series now has added different elements to that, and we need, and the standard of racing has increased, and people are, there is no easy racing now, and everyone needs to be sort of up at almost their best for a lot of the year, or at least work out different peaks. And I think, maybe the health issues that Laura had has just they've been able to back off a little, or they had to back off a little bit at the beginning of the year. And this is just her on that upwards trajectory and rise as we start to see Laura now come onto the Erland Bridge. That's a pretty impressive sight. As we say, it's 6 kilometers, this bridge, attaching the Erland Island to the mainland. But yeah, she just, this is her back on that upwards trajectory, and hopefully it's timing it right to get to Kona. Now, the one thing I'm interested in, I think it was always too early to tell or to call on this one, but you said that she looks like she's, in control of the race. She's got the other athletes where she wants to be. Obviously, let's say it sort of stays there. She stays in the lead. We know how well Laura can run. Arguably the fastest runner in the sport on the female side. Hopefully everything carries on and there's no issues. But at what point does she think, okay, well, it's Pro Series, so I want as big a gap to everyone else to give myself the best chance? Or is there half a thought on the World Championships in Kona that she's in control of the race, she's got the lead, she's going to get the win? Does she kind of shut down or back off? Now, I know that's hard as well, because sometimes you just don't want to change your pace when you're running and you're in rhythm. But where do those decisions come in, or where does that come into the mindset?
I think it'll come in maybe halfway into the marathon. I'm sure Philip's here. He'll be on course giving splits. In the end, I think Laura's more concerned about Kona than the Pro Series. I think she's currently 17th in the Pro Series, and many of the women who she potentially could overtake are not here. So I don't think it matters what kind of advantage she wins by. She'll get maximum points. But it's an interesting question that you posed, because, we hear people talk about, I'm going to shut it down and save my legs, which is good in theory. Sometimes running in your normal rhythm is the most efficient thing to do. So, and if you keep it controlled, maybe give or take 5 or 8% from threshold, which will still be quite quick for Laura, I don't think she'd do any more damage than by shutting it off, particularly the last hour. So, again, it's different for every athlete. She seems to have amazing powers of recovery. We've seen her run that historic 2:38 marathon in Hamburg last year, where her and Kat Matthews got locked in that intriguing iron war battle where they weren't shoulder to shoulder, but they were never further than really 20 or 25 seconds apart for the first 32 kilometres. So, she's got those decisions to make. I think right now she's not even thinking about that. It'll be in the back of her mind, but she'll be wanting to get through the rest of this bike ride, hopefully consolidate and build up her lead. It feels like that lead's out over 4 minutes now. I think Katrine, who knows, maybe she's got caught up with Rachel Zelinskis' race and pace. But this woman on screen is currently the fastest on course. She looks amazing. I think she'll try and keep this momentum and this energy and this effort level to the end of the run, and those decisions can be made later. But I think it'll be based around Kona, not the Pro Series, whatever decision she makes. That's my gut feeling. And I mean, what a mouth-watering prospect Kona is if we have, fit and healthy Laura Philipp, Kat Matthews, Lucy Charles-Barclay, Taylor Knibb, Solveig Lofset, Chelsea Sodaro. I mean, that would be a race for the ages. So I know it's a long way off. I get excited thinking about it, but no doubt it's factoring into her thinking.
It's not that far off though now, Crowe. Like this is the last chance for the athletes to qualify. I think we're 8 weeks away, or maybe just under that. It's very soon going to be upon us. Like it's middle of August already. And I think just looking back at Laura's results as well, I mean, I'm getting excited for Kona, you can obviously tell, and for 70.3 World Championships in Nice. We know Laura obviously won the World Championships when they were in Nice in 2024. And in Kona, she's like had fantastic results. She's been third there twice, and she's had a fourth place. I think, like you said, the eyes are on that top slot in Kona, and it's just so exciting to see on the men's side as well. But like, again, Laura, Solveig, Lucy Charles Barkley, which I forgot about early. Kat Matthews obviously hasn't won a world championship. She's come second so many times and is sort of that desperate to win and is a real threat. Chelsea Sodaro, we've had so many of the women from previous years of winning world championships are going to be in Kona. That, yeah, I think we can get excited about it. We're on the countdown, surely.
Yeah, no, we're fans. We're fans. We're allowed to be excited, and it's going to be a race for the ages. I think. I don't think Laura's had her best race in Kona. She has had 2 third places and a 4th place, but I don't think she's had her best race. I think she can certainly surpass the performances she's put in. But I mean, you can build an argument for all the women. I think Lucy Charles Barkley can have her best ever race in Kona this year. I'm sure Solveig Lofset can, with the experience she's gained the last 14 months. I feel Kat's got her best Kona ahead of her too. Yeah. So, it's going to be epic.
And then Taylor Knibb, who we haven't got. I feel all of those women, like Solveig is such a different athlete than she was last year. Lucy's got that experience. Kat has got, everyone has kind of almost like stepped up their level of racing, which is just testament, I think, to the likes of a Daniela Ryf that came before and Rinny and Chrissy before that. But these women at the moment are really raising the game and raising each other's games. And it's the same on the men's side. We talk about the Norwegians and then, Sam Laidlow, they're all pushing each other to the next level. So it's going to be super exciting as we see Laura Philipp making her way over the Irland Bridge. She's almost got to 5 minutes lead over the chasers. And I think you were right as well, talking about Katrin Christensen. She started the bike with such determination, and the way she caught the women in front of her, that it does sort of seem like she got a little bit distracted when she caught Rachel Zelinskas, and as you said, sort of just got caught up in Rachel's pacing rather than sort of making that really positive, determined move to go past. As we see Laura, just coming up and cresting over the top of this bridge, and the locals going the other way on the other side are getting a fantastic view of front row seats as they drive past to one of the best female athletes in the world at the moment.
She certainly is that, and this is a different Laura Philipp to the one we saw in Hamburg. Quite obviously, I think extra training weeks coming off, the disruptions that we've talked about earlier in the year, and perhaps the form guide we were looking at for Hamburg doesn't really apply today. I think Laura's definitely, her fitness and her form's at the highest level it's been this year. And I was loving the 2 box shots a minute ago with Laura on the left and Katrine on the right. There's no right or wrong with technique. It's what's right for an athlete given their body, their flexibility and strength and all of those things. I just think Laura's position just looks sustainable, it looks comfortable. Her cadence is great. She just looks like she's got all the momentum in the world. So, Katrine looked like she was fighting a little bit, and maybe that's part of her natural technique as she fatigues. I mean, this long distance racing is about efficiency. It's about not slowing down as it is as much about speeding up. So I think Laura's just got things dialed in today. She looks great. Still plenty for the other women to race for with Ironman Pro Series points, Kona qualification slots. Again, that's the intrigue and the different layers of the racing that we get. But, Laura just looks imperious today. She looks amazing.
Yeah, she certainly made crossing that bridge with the crosswinds look pretty achievable. She was holding down in her aero bars and just, at one with the bike, which is real joy to watch when somebody can look like that on the bike, manage the bike, handle the bike like that. But as you said, still lots of races to go, lots of kilometers in this race. We've got Pro Series points, we've got Kona qualification. We'll watch to see how it unfolds.
This is where I wanna be, baby.
Endurance isn't just about medals, it's about showing up, even when your brain says go and your body says no. Showing up means taking care of yourself, skin and all, because when you train hard, your skin works hard too. That's where Bulldog comes in, with products packed with brilliant natural origin ingredients that help prepare, protect and recover your skin. No fuss, no nonsense. Bulldog skincare is man's best friend. Official men's care products of Ironman Europe.
Welcome back to today's coverage of Ironman Kalmar. I'm Laura Siddall in studio with Craig Alexander. We currently have our female leader, Laura Philipp, on screen now. She is, well, just putting in a fantastic, epic performance and just looks amazing on the bike. She is 120 kilometers. She's just come over the Öland Bridge. There we have in the good split screen. That's Katrin Christensen, who's currently in second place, but sitting at 4:44 or just under 5 minutes back. As I said, in second place, she is just starting to go over the Öland Bridge, that 6-kilometer bridge that connects the Öland Island to the mainland. Katrin Christensen, as we said, is our 2025 Ironman Kalmar champion. And all the talk has been about really the race between these two for the lead. They had a great battle in Hamburg. Katrin has really stepped up a level, as we were saying. Well, all the women have seemed to in racing this year, but has had some phenomenal bike and runs. But just decided to lose a little bit of time to Laura. Laura's just having a fantastic day so far. Obviously still a long way to go. They're at 120 kilometers. We are waiting for them to hit, or just before 120 kilometers. So we are waiting for them to hit the turnaround, the roundabout, the hotspot at 120 kilometers, where they will almost get back to T2 and then head out for the last section of the bike course, the last 60 kilometers on mainland in Kalmar, this beautiful, stunning location. And Crow, we can just see with Katrin on screen now, just not quite looking as comfortable in those crosswinds and gusting winds as Laura Philipp did a moment ago.
Yeah, that was exactly what I was thinking. You took the words out of my mouth. I think when Laura came down this exact section, just under 5 minutes ago, you could have sworn there was no wind. She held a line, but she rides with a slightly higher cadence and has a slightly lower position. So, and we know Laura just to be a phenomenal bike handler. Definitely a different situation for Katrin. She's getting caught in these side gusts, and we can see her every now and again. She breaks in her pedaling. She hasn't broken from the aero position though, and now she's coming off the bridge. So good job, Katrin, to navigate those winds. For people who have ridden in those sorts of higher crosswinds, when you do have a disc wheel on, as much as it's quicker, that's why you ride the disc, it can catch the wind, particularly as you mentioned, Sids, the front wheel is the one. Your weight and center of gravity is further back on the bike. So it's the front one that catches the wind, but it can be frightening. So Well, it was just such an interesting contrast. So as we watched Laura negotiate those wins, you could have sworn there weren't any wins at all. So I think it just speaks to the prowess and to the level of technical ability that Laura Philipp has on a bike. And if we want to recap the women's top 5 as we get to almost 120 kilometres on the bike, we do have Laura Philipp from Germany, our 2024 Ironman world champion, leading the race. It's 5 minutes 14 back to this woman on screen, Katrine Christensen, our bib number 1 and defending champion here at Ironman Kalmar. 5 minutes 36 back to 3rd place, Rachel Zelinskas, our early leader out of the swim. About the same to Jenny Jędrzejczyk, who's having a great race. She's holding down 4th solidly, and then Jackie Herring rounds out our top 5. Jackie Herring of the US, about 7 minutes and 29 seconds behind our lead. So that's our women's top 5 at about 2/3 distance on the bike course. We want to give our men a quick recap. We've got Robert Callan still hard off the front. The men Robert himself is about to hit 150 kilometres, and he's got, at the last check, 142k. The split was 3:08. Back to a group that included Matthew Marquardt, Andreas Salversberg, and what a Herculean effort by him to bridge back up and get in that group. Jonas Schomburg, who seems to be racing a really intelligent, well-paced race. Gregory Barnaby, Kasper Stepniak, and Daniel Bakkegaard have been in that group. And probably the breakthrough performer today, you've mentioned him a couple of times, Sids, Jesse Heinrichs. It's only his 2nd Ironman. He made his debut over this distance in Rot last year and then went to Cozumel later in the year and had a DNF. So, early stages of his Ironman distance career, and Jesse Heinrichs is giving a great account of himself. He's in 8th place and in that first chase group.
Yeah, and just to give a quick update as well, Antonio Benito Lopez has received a blue card, so that's a 3-minute penalty. We believe he served it before he even got through the roundabout where James Kunemal was at that 120 kilometres. But that's why, if those of you on the tracker, Antonio Benito Lopez has had a 3-minute penalty. And we are watching Laura as she is approaching that same hotspot as well. And we will be heading down shortly to catch the eyes on the ground with James and see the pro women coming through, or Laura coming through. She grabs a bottle from the aid station, topping up that front water bottle. There are still a third of the bike course to go, so still a lot of racing left. I don't know, easy to break the bike course down when you have the 2 segments, but coming back so close to T2 is quite sort of a teaser as well, and can be quite tough depending how you're feeling, as she was just trying to cool herself down a little bit. So yeah, Laura Philipp looking supreme, out ahead, back in to the aero bars straight away, and yeah, now over 5 minutes ahead of Katrine Christensen. And Rachel Zelinskas.
Yeah, we should keep an eye on how, the remaining kilometres of this bike unfold, because, at present, Laura Philipp's on pace to break the course record, which is, I want to say it's 4:31, held by Marlene de Boer last year, 4:31.55 from Marlene de Boer. In 2025. At present, Laura's on pace to break that course record. So yeah, certainly having a stormer on the bike today.
And yeah, we're going to throw down now to James, who is at the Angerondellen. Did I get it right, James?
No, Laura, you didn't get it right. Angerondellen, and it is. We'll try again next time you come to me. But good effort. At least you made the effort. The hotspot has definitely heated up a little bit now. We've got Paul Kay here, and he is firing up the crowds, as you can hear. Here come some more athletes past me. That is your defending champion, Katrine Christensen, and she's about 15 seconds ahead of Rachel Zelinskas, who's about 15 seconds ahead of Jenny Jędrzejczyk. And I think that those 3 are probably racing for 2nd place. Now, the reason I say that is partly because you got Laura Philipp up the road, and it's Laura Philipp, she's a world champion. But also, she's got 5 minutes, and also, as we see Rachel Zelinkas come past, let her go past. Also, these ladies don't want to know this, and you guys didn't see it on the coverage because you were seeing a different camera angle. But when Laura Philipp came through here, she sat up, put her hands up, and got the crowd to support her as she went through. And if any Ironman Pro athlete is doing that in the middle of a race, they are feeling amazing. And so I'm pretty sure Laura Philipp has this race by the scruff of the neck. She is going to cruise in for her 5,000 points unless something goes really wrong on the run. And the rest of those ladies are racing for second place here. They'll try and stay as close as possible to her, because obviously in the Pro Series, every second behind the winner is another point lost. So they've got everything to fight for still, but I don't think any of them are actually fighting for the win. A little update from the men's race before I throw back to you guys. I did see one of our favorites coming in here, Matt Hansen, and he was more than 20 minutes down on Robert Cullen. He's definitely not having the race he was hoping for when he travelled all the way over from the other side of the world to race here. He was hoping to improve on one of his 2 Ironman points in the Pro Series. He is definitely not doing that today. Whether he carries on, he's already got his Kona slot, so whether he carries on and runs a whole marathon and puts that into his legs for training, or whether he saves that energy and those legs to do a better training block going into Kona, remains to be seen. But he's definitely not racing for the front end of the race here today. However, Laura Philipp definitely is. I think it's her race to lose at this point. I'm going to throw it back to you guys, and you can come back to me a little bit later on the run course.
Thanks, James. Well, I hope you just haven't done the commentator's curse on Laura Philipp, putting her in the 5,000 points already in her back pocket. But fantastic to hear that she was really egging up the crowd and responding to the crowd as she went past that roundabout. I think as an athlete, there is so much energy to gain yourself from responding to the crowd and getting them going. And as we've said, there is one thing about this course that everybody talks about, and that is how good the crowd and the local support is. Just interestingly as well on Matt Hansen, although you say he's 20 minutes back, I don't think I've known Matt Hansen to back out of a race unless he has been fallen off his bike or he physically cannot walk or run and you drag him off the course. So even with that deficit, I think Matt Hansen will still be seen running at the end of the day and running through that field. Thoughts on that, Crowe?
You know, I love James sticking his neck out, but let's be honest, it's hardly sticking his neck out. He did say it is Laura Philipp we're talking about, so yeah, she looks incredible. She just looks. We just had some vision of her fueling up, grabbing some fluid, topping off her carbohydrate. She's doing everything by the textbook, and this is the best version of Laura we've seen this year. And yeah, she looks incredible. Matt Hansen, he's a fighter. He'll fight the whole way. But I'm just interested, as we get to the final kilometres. Robert Cullen, he looked like, and right on cue, speak of the devil and the devil appears. He is on pace still to break the best ever Ironman bike course record of a 3:53.32 held by Cam Worth, I think from Ironman Texas last year. I think I'm correct in saying that's when that split was posted. And he's definitely going to break Boris Stein's Ironman Kalmar bike course record. But, I'm going to tease it a little bit. I think this man's going to do something historic today. I think that 3:53.32 is coming down.
Yeah, and I'm gonna come back to that Cam Worth bike split as we have on screen now our AG1 supplemental stat at 150 kilometers. So the estimated clock for the next split is 4:09.35. Obviously that is total race time because we're talking about the bike course record of a 3:53.54. His last average speed at the last split was ridiculously over 46 kilometers an hour. And I think to get that bike course record, he's only got to ride like a casual 34 kilometers an hour to do it. So he could just like soft pedal it in and still potentially break that record. I'm just doing a quick bit of research to check your and your stats, and it was at Ironman Texas last year, a 3:53.32 from Camworth. So once again, your memory and knowledge is far superior than mine, Crowe.
I just have a boring social life, Laura. So plenty of time on my hands as we zoom back here and catch up with Daniel Bakkegaard, who we haven't seen probably for 10 minutes or so on the coverage. He's firmly entrenched in this. I'm not going to call it the lead group. The leader is Robert Callan on the road, but this is the lead chase group. Daniel having a great race. It wasn't where we thought. I misidentified him in the swim. I thought he was second or third in the lead men's swim pack, but he was actually in the first chase pack. But he's bridged across with Matthew Marquardt. They got, by 30 kilometres, they were in this front group. And, yeah, he's making a good fist of his race today.
And, I mean, just looking at the splits, and those guys are only 3 minutes back from Callan. And if Callan is on for such a time, then the others are going to obliterate the old course record as well. But for now, we're going to head. We caught up with Daniel Bakkegaard before the race, so let's hear what he has to say about some of the race tactics.
I think it's a difficult question because I think it really much depends on the dynamics as well. It is an Ironman Pro race or Ironman Pro Series race, and at the same time there's also, there's quite a lot of people who have Kona slots already. There's quite a few people who needs a Kona slot. There's also a few people who is just gonna go, balls to the wall and see where it ends up. And I think I'm probably one of those guys. So, I think the bike is definitely going to be, like the last hour of the bike is going to be really hard because it's so flat. It's not really an easy course to ride because you just have constant power all the time. Yeah, so I think the bike is definitely going to be a decider. And then, it's always the last 10 kilometers of the run. And I mean, we've seen it in a lot of Pro Series races so far with the kind of fields that's been there in Placid and other places that it's an Ironman and it's a long day and anything is possible. So yeah.
Right on cue, Daniel Bakkegaard gets in. Anything is possible in Ironman, and obviously every second counts as well for the Ironman Pro Series. And Daniel Bakkegaard sitting in that chase pack with Matthew Marquardt, Gregory Barnaby, André Salvesberg, Jonas Schomburg, and Kasper Stepniak. Jesse Henrich, who was having a great race, has just started to drop off the pace a little bit, so that chase group behind our leader Robert Callan is now a group of 6. But they're not losing too much time now to Robert Callan. They're sitting like sort of 3 minutes 10 behind the leader. So not hemorrhaging that much time to Robert Callan up the road. But we have still got another, only 25 kilometers to go.
Yeah, Robert's probably not going to get that much more time. Shout out to this man, Andreas Salvesberg, who at one point in the ride was off the back of this group and took the bit between his teeth and got back on, and now he looks like he's, I'm not going to say super comfortable, but he doesn't look in too much distress either. I think he's riding well. So, yeah, I mean, it's an interesting group. You mentioned, Daniel Bakkegaard sneaking in the quote, anything is possible. I noticed he also snuck in the quote, balls to the wall, which is never far from the surface when Daniel's talking about his race tactics, and then right on cue, he comes up to make another pass. I mean, he's an aggressive racer. I think he's shown suitable restraint, though, in this race, as has Schomburg. I mean, I think Jonas is having I'm not going to say he's under the radar, but he's certainly not bouncing off the front of the race. He seems to be saving his reserves. And so for mine, he's one of the guys who have profited from Robert Callan completely detonating this front group. And another one, I think the other big beneficiary is Matthew Marquardt. We know he's got a 2:37 marathon up his sleeve, and he can roll that out even off a very, very hard bike ride. So Schomburg and Marquardt seem to be sitting pretty. Greg Barnaby, let's see. We know he's got pedigree. He probably hasn't got recent form on the board, perhaps. But the other big runner is the one you mentioned, Antonio Benito Lopez, who had to serve the 3-minute drafting penalty. So I think some of the other boys here will be breathing a sigh of relief.
But interestingly, Antonio Benito is now only 25 seconds ahead of Trevor Foley. So the two of them together coming off the bike with the running ability that they both have could be super interesting. But I'm pretty excited. Like Robert Callan, very impressive at the road, but I do think we have that running power. It's going to be good to see what Matthew Marquardt, Barnaby, like you said, Daniel Beckergaard, Jonas Schomburg can do, having been a little bit more, let's say, conservative, or maybe not quite so balls to the walls. Although I think they are going balls to the walls, but just making it look different because Robert Callan is up the road. But if we go from Ironman Kalmar, which has fantastic support and fantastic spectators, to another race that has incredible support, and Ironman New Zealand, and unearth more at it's the oldest Ironman outside of Kona. The Ansco Foods Ironman New Zealand is a race steeped in history, culture, and raw natural beauty, where you're supported by the community of Taupo from the moment you arrive, and I can definitely vouch for that. Experience the magic of racing in Taupo. It was the host of the 2024 Ironman 70.3 World Championships, and it kicked us off this year in the 2026 Experience Oman Ironman Pro Series. You'll swim in the crystal clear waters of Lake Taupo, you'll ride through the rolling green countryside, and run along the lake edge with views of mountains and the volcanoes, and the warmth of the community cheering you every step of the way. Entries for the 2027 event are now open. Enter fast to secure your place on the start line. And I can definitely say New Zealand is one of my favourite places to race and to live. I was lucky. I spent a lot of time living and training there. Ironman New Zealand, the community of Taupo, I can't stress how much the locals, the support, the volunteers are all incredible. And the culture and the history really does embrace you from the moment you arrive. It's a very special place down, so can definitely recommend putting Ironman New Zealand on your bucket list. Back to Ironman Kalmar though, which has certainly gone on my bucket list from seeing the coverage this week and also the race today and all the crowds out in support. And Crow was saying at the beginning of the program that this race is just incredible. They had 1,300 Iron Kids racing yesterday, which I just think is it is an incredible number. I don't know where all those kids came from, but 1,300 is a ridiculous number of kids running through Kalmar. And also, then they had a triathlon on Wednesday night, and I think it was like a sprint Olympic distance triathlon. And Wednesday night in Kalmar, they had 1,400 competitors competing. And I think those numbers just show how incredible this local community is in Kalmar and how supportive and how much it's grown over the year. Today, we have our over 60 professional men, over 30 professional women, and 2,700 age groupers racing as well. Not only do we have Ironman Kalmar today, Ironman Copenhagen tomorrow, just 3 or 4 hour drive. And I know there are some athletes, I said it earlier, I have one athlete myself racing today in Kalmar, and then he's gonna drive to Copenhagen and he's gonna race all over again, doing another Ironman tomorrow, which to me is simply crazy. But Crowy, give us the update on where we are now in the race on the Zoot bike course.
Yeah, we're with our lead men's chase group. That's about 3 minutes 30 behind Robert Callan. We had a nice split screen before we saw Callan leaning into some corners, and this is the slightly more technical section that we heard Rasmus Svenningsson talk about with James Kunemar earlier on in the coverage. A few more twists and turns. You can keep your speed through them, but, you know, a good bike handler will certainly be able to press their advantage here. And Callan looked like he was cornering on rails before. He's trying to maximise that lead. And, you know, interestingly, you talk about the Iron Kids race, and there's a lot of triathlon history in Sweden. It's a very proud triathlon country. I think we can in part thank Lisa Norden for that. Of course, a world triathlon world champion, Olympic silver medalist in one of the closest finishes in any triathlon ever, London 2012, where she had that breathtaking sprint finish with Nicola Spirig. And it's amazing what one or two local legends and icons can do for the triathlon community in a country. So it's so good to see, the numbers racing here, and also the Iron Kids. I think it's just a window into the future as we see Daniel Bakkegaard make that left turn. Now he's sort of a bit further back in the group, and yeah, I mean, you called it, Sids, about 10 minutes ago. They haven't really leaked a lot of time to Callum the last 15 or 20K. It's sort of sat around 3 minutes for a while, and then it was 3:20. Now it's 3:28 from the front of this group, which I think is Matthew Marquardt up to Robert Callan. Knowing the run pedigree of all these athletes, I think it's clear to me that the winner is coming out of this group. I think most likely I'm going to call and say my two favourites right now are Matthew Marquardt and Jonas Schomburg. I think they're in the box seat. We never know exactly how things are going to play out, but on form and recent history, I think those two guys would be very, very happy with this race situation right now. And, you mentioned two other great runners, Antonio Benito Lopez and Trevor Foley. Probably only 4.5 minutes adrift of this group. We do know both those men have low 2:30 marathons. So the question is, can they uncork one of those today? It appears we haven't had much of a visual on Trevor. He hasn't lost too much time. It appears he hasn't had his normal biking legs, because normally he's a guy you would see bike through the field and potentially catch a lead group like this. That hasn't been the case. But if he can access one of his better runs, that could be a low 2:30.
Yeah, and we've spoken a lot about the bike course record being under threat, and even the Ironman world fastest time. So we're going to have another look at our precision fuel and hydration course records. So that sets Alistair Brownlee in 2022 a 7:38.47, and that was the last time that this race had professional men here. They've not been racing the last few years. It's been a female-only race, and our women's last year's champion has a current course record of 8:27.49. Currently on pace, our precision fuel and hydration predictions is that the men, and they have Matthew Marquardt at winning at 7:24.19, so pretty big chunk off the overall bike course, and Laura Philipp going 8:05.45, which would put her back into the realm of that impressive performance at Ironman Hamburg last year that we've talked about, and also the women ever closer to going sub 8. We had a project a few years ago called sub 7, sub 8, where the men were trying to go sub 7 for the iron distance and women sub 8, but they were allowed a team of pacers, so you could have a group pacing you in the swim, you could swim on feet, you had a pace line around a track on the bike, and had pacers on the run. And it was Kat Matthews that smashed the 8 hours, albeit with a team. However, as we've talked about that race, iconic race at Ironman Hamburg, when Laura Philipp and Kat Matthews went so close to going sub 8, and of course Annie Haug as well in Challenge Roth has done an 8:03. So the women are getting very, very close to going sub 8 on their own solo, and if Laura continues at pace and power and has the run that we know she can, 8:05 could be on the cards for today's performance.
Question for you, Sid, without notice. If 8:05 is on the card, halfway into the marathon, does Laura, or even sub 8, does she back off? Or does she go full throttle?
You took the words out of my mouth this time. I was about to come around and ask that question. If she knows she is close to those records and to those times, does she keep pushing? Oh gosh, I don't know. I think it'd be pretty cool to keep pushing if you have the energy, and to then go and do an 8:05, or to even challenge that 8:03 if she's in good form. And like we've said, I think she has good recovery ability, and I think they will go into overdrive on making sure if she did have that performance here today, I think that would give her a massive boost going into Kona, and certainly an accolade of having that incredibly fast time. I'd like to think she goes for it, but that's because I want to see those times, her getting close to that time. So we will have to see. She's still got a little way to go on the bike and obviously a 42.2 kilometer run to go. But they're the predicted times. We're on for a fast day. We'll have to see how the rest of the racing pans out.
It's the beauty of Oman. Our tradition, our hospitality, the sounds of limitless opportunities to explore. Listen, it's Oman.
Just do it, be fine. It's breakfast with precision. It's breakfast with precision.
Thank you, Poncho Man. Welcome to Breakfast with Precision at Hugo's on the Rocks. I'm Andy Blow, co-founder of Precision Fuel and Hydration, and we are stoked to be the official hydration partner of the IRONMAN Global Series.
Hey, what are you doing on my set?
Get a plan for your next race at pfnh.com.
Security! It's breakfast with precision. It's breakfast with precision.
And there it is, the Ironman World Champion.
Today's coverage is brought to you by AG1. Better finishes start with AG1. And also by Oman. Beauty has an address, endurance has a destination. Experience Oman. And welcome back to the coverage of Ironman Kalmar. We are well into the Zoot bike course. The men, Robert Callan, our race leader, just under 20 kilometers to go and is holding a lead of just over 3 minutes to the chasing pack. 3:44. It has just started to creep out a little bit again in these final few kilometers. He is on course to break the course record, the bike course record, I should say, by Boris Stein, and is tantalizingly close and touch and go as to whether he breaks Cam Worth's Ironman bike record globally. That's a 3:53.52. The technical section that he's in the second half, or this last 60k of the bike, is slowing him down a little bit. So it's touch and go whether he's going to do that, but he should, if all goes to plan, demolish the bike course record. On the women's side, Laura Philipp is our leading female. She overtook Rachel Zelinkas about 30 kilometers in. The women are just under 40 kilometers to go to Ruby T2, and Laura now holds 5.5 minutes over Katrine Christensen. Rachel Zelinskas was holding pace with Katrine and just started to drop off. The pace is now 6 minutes back. Jenny Jajajsik, is 7 minutes. She's actually moving through the field, and Jackie Herring is 8:53 back. So some exciting races. Laura Philipp at the moment looking like she's in a league of her own. Robert Callan certainly holding the lead in the men's course, but has a huge pack, well not a huge, but a chase pack of some very good runners behind him. And I think Rasmus Svenningsson and James Kunnemo were saying earlier that Robert Callan probably needed a 6 to 7 minute lead, I think it was, Crowe, if he wanted a chance at holding off some of these runners. Was that right, if my memory is correct?
Yeah, that's what they suggested, and probably he needed more than that. But, you know, he's doing what he can out here. It's interesting, yeah, this technical section is certainly washing off, and it's not super technical, but it's not the long, fast straights that we've seen. So it's bringing his average speed down a little bit. So it's going to be touch and go whether he gets that all-time Ironman bike course record held by Cam Worth. So we'll keep an eye on that. The prediction is it's going to be very, very close. I think it's a fait accompli. He's going to get the Ironman Kalmar bike course record, currently held by Boris Stein at 4:03. There's great pictures of him here, still riding along. I'm loving, I mean, we were talking in aerodynamics before, and, you know, how as he hits another one of these faster sort of sweeping right-hand turns, breaks aero position, gets up on the base bar, and then he'll get down in the aero bar shortly. Just the aerodynamics of these machines. Says, look at that front end. That cockpit is like a fairing on the front end of a motorcycle. You know, very aerodynamic. And if we take a look down at the bike, we know we talked about him riding the disc wheel on the back, and it looks to be a tri-spoke, could be a quad spoke on the front. I'm not sure what brand it is. He's actually turning the wheels too quick for me to see, but he's also got those compartments built into the frame to fill the gaps. Same theory as the disc wheel, it's faster. So he's got that, you can see a compartment sort of under the down tube, and then one filling the gap between the down tube and the seat tube in the bottom of that triangle. So no stone unturned with aerodynamics for Robert Callan as we get another split screen. And I think that's Antonio Benito Lopez on the chase again. Obviously served his 3-minute, yeah, it is Antonio. He served that 3-minute penalty for receiving a blue card at 120 kilometres, right near where James and Rasmus were reporting from down on course. And he's back in the fight now. Not ideal for him. I think he was certainly one of the better runners in that lead group, along with Jonas Schomburg and Matthew Marquardt. So he's got some work to do now. 3 minutes, it ends up being more than 3 minutes, as you know, Sid, because you lose rhythm, you lose a bit of momentum. And you're not riding with the group anymore, and even at 20 metres, there's a benefit to that. So, but he's a tough competitor, and he looks like he's up for the fight. You know, he wants to post a good result. You mentioned before that Ironman Frankfurt was shortened because of the European heat wave, and Antonio himself feels like he hasn't posted a great Ironman result since Texas last year. So he'll be looking to do that today as we go back to our men's leader, Robert Callan on the charge. Can he break the all-time Ironman bike course record globally, a 3:53, held by a guy I consider to be one of the best endurance athletes ever, Cam Worth, not only professional triathlete extraordinaire, but also, you know, in his spare time masquerades as a pro cyclist doing grand tours and spring classics, and if you don't mind, rode at the Olympics. It's not a bad resume for an endurance athlete, Sid.
I know, a ridiculously talented athlete, and not just from his rowing accomplishments, but then what he achieves in triathlon, plus the cycling, the professional cycling. Although I always do laugh at the start of the year when Cam announces his race schedule, and he's pretty much just entered every race on the calendar, which is not surprising that he would turn up to all of those because of the amount of mileage he does with the cycling and stuff as well. But yeah, definitely one of the best generational endurance athletes we've seen, Cam Worth, and who currently holds, as you said, that Ironman world bike record of 3:53.52. Do we reckon Robert is gonna break it? I think it's gonna be touch and go.
Yeah, I'm not sure. We need our number crunchers on the ground to, you know, throw their numbers into their machine and spit out. I mean, the prediction was yes, he was, but I think since then, the average speeds have come down, and it's a lot closer than it was looking. So we'll have to watch closely. And look, it's something fun for us to talk about, but Robert himself, he's after one of the 3 Kona qualification spots. I think that's playing more on his mind right now than a bike record or a bike split. He's just trying to set up his race. It's a nice talking point for us and people watching, fans of the sport. Historically, it's nice to try and compare results, normalise performances and draw comparisons about what we think are great performances. But for Robert Callan right now, I'm sure his mind's locked into one thing, and that's performing as well as he can at this race. and whatever he needs to do that and lock up one of those 3 Kona qualification spots.
Yeah, and we just saw him go past the 170 kilometer mark. So he's in the last 10 kilometers of this bike on the way back to Rue VT2. And the other thing I think, I mean, he's, with our predictions and with the caliber of runners behind him, it's actually touch and go whether he potentially gets one of those Kona slots, given that hopefully, you know, everything goes as to plan on paper, which never happens with the runners behind him. The other thing I'm noticing, like we said, you know, he got that gap. It was holding about 3 minutes and then didn't seem to extend, but it has started to creep out again. And I think that's where we're seeing the caliber of Robert Callan as a cyclist. He's able to get around these corners, losing the least amount of time. And then you've got that chase group. One, they're in a group, and so there's that concertina effect that you've spoken about before as they go in and out of the corners, and just different people affecting, you know, picking the line, the fastest line, or might not get it right, and they're just eking out or losing a little bit of time now to Robert Callan. I don't think he's going to get up to that 7-minute gap that he might, or that said that he might need by Rue VT2, but it's certainly probably going to be over 4 minutes to that chase pack. But there are some very, as we've said, some incredible runners that are going to be chasing him down. And you've got actually in that chase pack, I think, Daniel Beckergaard, he's looking for a Kona slot. Andreas Salvesberg, he's looking for a Kona slot. Obviously, Robert Callan himself. I think all the others in that first chase pack have already secured their Kona qualification, but obviously then you've got a few others coming behind.
Yeah, so it's adding a level of intrigue to this race for sure, because there is a race going on within the race. You know, Callan, he's looking good. I don't think it's unusual. I think it was predictable that he was going to get a bit more time. It's at some point, those gentlemen in that chasing 6 were going to start looking at each other and knowing that, you know, then they're actually racing for the win here, and that'll be the highest thing on their agenda. So it's not unusual to see a pack like that slow down a little bit. They're not leaking time and haven't fallen off a cliff with their pace, but you know, they'll be going through a systems check with hydration, fueling, everything right now, because you know, whoever wants to win is going to have to run a pretty swifty marathon. I'm going to suggest around mid-230s. You know, we've seen Matthew Marquardt break new ground in Cairns last year with a 2:39. We've seen him run 2:37 on a hard course this year. I think he's up there. I think Schomburg's got a mid-230s in him for sure. I think particularly the way he's raced today, I mean, he must be going crazy sitting in this group. He normally he's like a cat on a hot tin roof. He likes to go off the front and go up the road. And yeah, maybe it's been a slightly more boring experience for him, but let's see if it pays dividends. What it looks to be a better and more mature pacing sort of effort from him today. Will that yield the kind of form, the kind of run form that landed him a sub 30-minute 10K PB? Let's wait and see.
Yeah, and like for Jonas as well, he has had some incredible results over the long course in such a short period of time. Like, he only really moved up last year. He's probably one of the highest ranked finishers at a World Championships, and he hasn't had an outright win of an Ironman. Now, I'm not sure that's at the top of his list either on things, but it is interesting. We have these races within the races, and I feel there's almost like 3 races going on, because you've got that, the win and the title and the accolade of being Ironman Kalmar champion. You've got the Pro Series points, logging that 5,000 points, or just getting as many points as you can before you go to Kona and to the 70.3 Worlds. And then you have got that, obviously, Kona qualification as well. And there's so many little battles that are going to be playing out as we get to the run, both on the men and the women's side, that not only are we going to be looking at who's going to be winning the race, but it's going to be further down and who's going to be getting those Kona slots and the last chance ticket to the Big Island.
Callan looks relaxed. He looks really relaxed. I think he's done a great job pacing this. You know, clearly this discipline is his strength. I mean, he erased the deficit out of Ruvi T1, out of the swim quite quickly. He just detonated that front group. Knowing the conditions and the roads here, knowing where the big tailwind sections were, he laid down some incredible power and top-end speed, was able to break the group up. He's probably going to have over 4 minutes. Let's see, this is where he set his marathon run PB of 2:54. It was here last year. Hopefully, in his mind, he's thinking sub 250, and he'll need to go sub 250, I think, to stay in the top 5. So, yeah, there's a lot still to play for here. I mean, I feel that the Ironman Pro Series, like you were talking about Jonas Schomburg before, as we see Callan zooming past, I don't know what that was on the bike path, but certainly was no match for Robert Callan. You know, an Ironman Pro Series win, they don't grow on trees. The Ironman Pro Series has become very prestigious. Obviously, there's financial awards for the overall series standings, but I think the media, the sponsors and the companies within the sport, they view an Ironman Pro Series win as a big deal, as do the athletes, and so they should. You know, it's a pinnacle series in our sport where the best race each other more often. So in that light, I don't know, I'm not sure what Jonas Schomburg's intentions are, whether he's just out for a training day or if that was just a throwaway line. But if he gets a sniff of an Ironman Pro Series win, let's see what he's got in the legs.
Yeah, I think like you can never take a win for granted, and any win at Ironman level or professional level, and then especially, as you said, at the Pro Series, as we have our Spritz clean. Robert Callan not too far from Ruvi T2, and we're on the right getting a preview of what the athletes are going to go through in Ruvi T2. You can see the boxes there. So it's actually the same transition as they came out of the swim. So they're returning to the same place, which is quite nice. We've had a lot of races with split transitions. They'll rack their bike, put their running shoes on from the box, and they're running out on this red carpet with our cameraman showing us this view all the way around, past all those age group bike empty racks so far, past and along where all the age groupers have their bags racked. The pros get to use a box by their bikes, which is super useful, super handy, makes it for good viewing. We can see them all getting changed at their bikes. And then they'll head out on to the Hoka run course and out into one of the, again, a very iconic element of this race. As we see Robert Callan not too far away now. And just looking at his bike position as well, I just did a quick check. I think Robert Callan is 6'6". He's 198 centimeters, if my Googling did me correct. And you can, because I was just looking when you were talking about like the length of his seat post and how high that is and the armrest. But I think, yeah, 198 centimeters, that is one tall guy.
It's a big boy. He's a point guard in the NBA. So, yeah, no, he's doing an amazing job. I mean, it's a flattish course, I guess. So size and weight is not going to hinder you going up climbs as such, but it's going to hinder a bit with aerodynamics. But of course, that's counteracted by the immense power that this man's long levers can put out. And I mean, let's see what he can do. It's going to be very close. His average speed has picked up this last segment coming out of the more technical section, which dragged his average down. It looks like he hasn't sort of dropped under 47, 48k an hour the last few minutes. So he's trying to bump that average back up. And again, I mean, we're here talking about it. I find these sorts of stats, these historical stats, really interesting. I know a lot of fans of the sport do too. I'm sure Robert's, it'd be in his mind, but he's thinking Kona qualification and I think a high finish in his home Ironman.
Yeah, and of course, forgetting about that, being Swedish and in your home Ironman, I think that carries a huge, I mean, the support he will be getting when he's the first person out of Ruvi T2 onto that Hoka run course. The crowd is, I mean, this crowd is crazy anyway from what we've seen and heard. You know, we've had James on the ground who can't hear himself think because the crowd is so loud. And when they see a Swedish guy, Robert Callan, first out onto the run course leading that race, I mean, it's just going to be mental for sure. And that's only going to give him more energy and carrying him on even further, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, no doubt. It's a privilege to race in front of your countrymen. And we've talked about the history and the tradition of triathlon in Sweden. We can talk about Jesper Svensson. We can talk about Sarah Sphinx, athletes who have had high finishes at races all around the globe for a long period of time. And look at the crowds. I mean, racing in Europe is next level. Look at this. The organisation, the history, the scenery is next level, but the support is top shelf. Robert is no doubt getting a huge lift from his countrymen. This must be a great feeling for the big man. He's a big 6'6", is tall for a triathlete, breaks the mold a little bit, but he's certainly using his strengths well today. We see him take his feet out of his shoes, and Sids, I'll let you call him into Ruby T2.
Yeah, so he's loosening off his shoes. He's going to take his feet out there on top of his shoes so he can do that flying dismount. We are going to wait to see. Not quite as smooth. He didn't quite get the continued run. There was a little bit of a stop and a stall. But as he's pushing his bike, we're going to wait to see what that bike split came in at. It doesn't look too bad running. He's going to rack his bike. As we said, the pros this time able to have a box right by transition, which means we get to see all the action by the bike. So now putting on the socks. So chose not to wear those for the bike, but definitely putting them on for the marathon, leaving obviously the calf guards still on. Taking a little bit of time through T2, not being super fast, but just needs to make sure that he's getting everything right. He's not rushing, he's not going to forget something. Yeah, not super speedy. I'm not sure he's going to have the fastest Ruby T2 transition time. And there he is, heading out onto the Hoka run course. Doesn't look too bad. Always hard to tell and judge the athlete from the first few strides as he heads out on that red carpet, as head past all those empty racks of our age groupers who are currently out on the bike course themselves, having their own day. Looks like he's got nutrition or a cap or something that he's going to put on. Might just take him a little while to find his run legs, especially when, as we said, at 6'6", unraveling yourself from being on the bike for the last 3 hours, 350 hours, waiting for that bike split to come through. But you can hear the crowds coming through on the broadcast as he heads out for the 3-lap Hoka run. And what an amazing feeling it must be to be at the front of the race. As we said, 42.2 kilometers, 26 miles. It's a flat 3-lap course. And if you thought the crowds were good on that roundabout and the hotspot on the bike course, just wait till, or the athletes need to wait till they get out onto sections of the run course. I've heard that there is one section at the far end of the lap that goes through some of the neighborhoods, and actually there's sort of a big competition between the different streets and different neighbors, and they build their own grandstands and everyone comes out in support, and it's meant to be pretty epic. So we've seen some of it on the bike and the athletes. It's just waiting now for the athletes. But he looks pretty good running, Crowe. I know early days and needs to sort of find his rhythm, but doesn't look too bad at all.
No, he looks good. He looks good. I mean, we've talked about he's not known for his run splits, and I'm sure what Robert's trying to do today is just set a new benchmark for himself. You know, break new ground in terms of his own PB. It's a good start. He looks good. No doubt he's going to have his hands full, particularly with a couple of the men we can see on the right. Jonas Schomburg, we're following him in on the right into T2 now. We know Matthew Marquardt, I think I can see him a bit further up the road over Daniel's shoulder in those distinctive red nicks, or that red and white race kit of his. This run course is beautiful. Kind of typical of what we see in Europe, and I just love it. Through the town centre, we saw it in Aix-en-Provence. You see it a little bit in Hamburg as well. People out eating, restaurants, cafes, you know, twisting, turning, not your lightning fast run course. I guess a lot of turns and some change in surface from bitumen to road to cobbles, footpath. But Robert looks good. He's striding out, running past his countrymen. I'm sure getting a huge boost from being the hometown favourite, as we see. Again, let's switch up to the right screen and look at Jonas Schomburg coming here. Let's see if his patience and his willingness to potentially fight his natural instincts. As we see Matthew Marquardt is second off the bike. He dismounts just in front of Jonas, and they seem to have opened up a little gap. Matthew does this every race. He squirts the throttle coming in. We saw him do it in Lake Placid last year. He just wants to put pressure. Everyone he's riding with, he wants to put them under pressure. He always back ends his rides really well, and Schomburg's been able to go with him, as we see. Two different styles here. Jonas standing up as he pulls the socks on in the shoes. Matthew sitting down. We saw him do that in T1 as well. As we see our next athlete.
Sorry, I'm just going to interrupt you because we're going to throw down to James Kunamar, who's in transition. He's going to take us through things from the ground. James, over to you.
Thanks, Laura. Yeah, Jonas Schomburg just ran out. He definitely got the march on Matthew Marquardt there in transition. Matthew Marquardt is still sitting down in front of me. I can see him doing the final tags on his thing. He's running off now, and there he goes with a plastic bag full of, well, he's got a Ziploc bag full of all kinds of stuff. I don't know what's in there. I guess all his nutrition, etc. He is... Those two, a little bit of time to make up on Robert Callan there. I don't think that'll actually be a problem. I think the race is going to come down to them as we see our next athletes here putting their shoes and socks on. They're, oh, he's got something in his shoe. I'm not sure what that is. He's got it up now. Putting their socks on. Yeah, we're not yet sure whether Robert Callan rode a bike course record, but to be quite honest, I don't think that's actually on his mind. He is racing his home race with as we see the next athletes go past. He's racing his home race, and I'm not sure he's too bothered about that race course, the race course record on the bike. I don't think there's any prize money for a course record. Obviously, it's nice to say you got it, but he's really racing here for national pride, that Kona spot, etc. As we see Andreas Silversberg come in now. Andreas Silversberg, I spoke to him earlier. He is definitely going for the Kona spot here. And interestingly, he's not running off with a plastic bag full of nutrition because, as he puts on his hat, also not a normal peak cap, he's putting on a hydration vest. And he told me this morning he was going to do this. He said he doesn't want to be slowing down at aid stations. He doesn't want to grab nutrition he doesn't know. So he's going to control as much as he can today, to be as consistent as possible so that he can get his Kona spot. Now he's just on the bubble for that Kona spot at the moment. There are 3 guys in front of him who don't have Kona spots yet. One of them is Robert Callan, who has just really biked hard. So he may be feeling that in the legs. He may be there for the picking. Maybe one of the other ones have a slightly weaker run and he can pick that Kona spot off. It's definitely between those 4 who don't have Kona spots in front of us who's going to get the 3 spots. So 3 spots between 4 people is going to be interesting. Now, one more thing I do need to mention while I'm here is the weather. We've obviously talked about the wind all day. That's not going to be as much of a factor on the run, if a factor at all. However, it clouded over. I actually almost thought I had to go and get another layer from our hotel room because I was getting a bit chilly. I am South African, so it's not exactly chilly, but it's not exactly warm either. It's significantly cooler than it has been. As I say that, of course, the sun comes out from behind a cloud, but the clouds are supposed to build for the rest of the afternoon. Now, I think it's going to be a fairly well-clouded run, which is going to make it significantly easier for these athletes, and it's like the Ironman gods have really turned it on for our athletes here, for fast bike splits and fast run splits, and we could be seeing some fast overall times. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thanks, James. Yeah, you are from South Africa, but you have lived in the UK for the last few years, so you should be acclimatized to some cooler weather, although I know they've had a heat wave like the rest of Europe as well. And we have our first off-the-bike split for Experience, presented by Experience Oman. 3:53.12. That is unofficially a new fastest world Ironman best time, taking 20 seconds off Cam Worth's time. So at the moment he has got that fastest time. Like James said, it's probably not at the front of his mind. More imperative is that Kona slot. And obviously we've got Robert Callan Daniel Bækkegård, Gregory Barnaby, and Andreas Salversberg all going for that Kona slot. There's 3 slots available. There are those 4 of them fighting it out. And also interesting, I think that's probably the first time we've seen a professional athlete wearing a hydration vest for the marathon. But I did hear that it is something that, again, he is working on, Andrea is working on in terms of his nutrition and getting it right. And he wanted to make sure he could give himself every chance. So wearing that hydration vest. Crowe, what do you think of that time? 3:53:12.
Oh, that's amazing. That's smoking fast. That is, I mean, congratulations, Robert Callan, a new Ironman world best time. I mean, look, it's hard to draw exact comparisons between courses, isn't it? Every course is different, the conditions are different, but I think we all know an incredible performance when we see one, and that's what we've seen today on the bike. But now this man has a marathon to run. Part of the job done, but the real job, as James mentioned, is, you know, getting a high finish in this race, first and foremost, punching that Kona qualification so we can be on the big island in 8 weeks. And I think that's going to require a big marathon PB for Robert. So I'm sure that's what he's thinking about. Is we've got the split screen again. We've got our men's leader, Robert Callan, on the left on his first lap of the Hoka Run course. And now we go back to our women's leader, Laura Phillip, on the Zoot bike course. She's in this technical, flowy sort of section, which will suit her skill set beautifully. She will not lose any speed around these corners. We can see she's just down tight, holding that aero position. Beautiful cadence, beautiful pedal stroke, hitting beautiful lines through these corners. Now we get the split screen with Katrine Christensen on the right. So that's Laura Phillip on the left, Katrine Christensen on the right. And yeah, quite a contrast. Again, we've talked about their positions, sort of the posture, the front end of the bike, their setups. I think, relatively speaking, Laura's saddle's a little lower. She seems to have a touch more knee bend at the bottom of the pedal stroke. Again, athletes have experts and teams they work with who have forgotten more about this stuff than I have ever known. But each athlete likes to find their sweet spot in their position that they can hold and puts out top power, best sustainable power, and then be able to run well off that position.
Yeah, and Laura was looking effortless through those sweeps and bends and curves, and we see now up on screen our AG1 supplemental stats. The bike at 160 kilometers. Laura Phillip, estimated clock at the next foot is 5:16:11, I should say, and average speed at the last bit 41.55 kilometers an hour as she navigates this technical section, but making it look pretty easy. Now, the predictions on paper had Laura winning this race in some ways by 20 minutes, and I thought that was ridiculous at the time. But she now has a 6-minute lead over Katrine Christensen, and we know how well Laura can run, and we've had predictions of a race time of 8:05 by the end. So we shall have to wait and see.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
This is where I wanna be,
And they may well ask, why climb the highest mountain? We choose to do things not because they are easy, but because they are hard. Because that goal will serve to organize and measure the best of our energies and skills. Because that challenge is one that we're willing to accept, one we are unwilling to postpone. and one we intend to win.
Welcome back to today's coverage of Ironman Kalmar. We have Laura Philipp, our female pro leader, on screen now. She is under 20 kilometers to go from Ruvi T2 and has just over 6-minute lead to Katrine Christensen. She is putting on a masterclass of cycling, and I'm excited to see what she's going to do on the run. On the men's side, we have just witnessed an Ironman world best time by Robert Callan. He rode 3:53.12, as we now have our fantastic quad box with our leading two female, Laura Philipp on the left, Katrine Christensen on the right, and then Robert Callan on the left leading the men's race, and Gregory Barnaby in that bottom right corner. Now, I am hearing as well that Jonas Schomburg is already eating into Robert Callan's advantage. He was 4:10 back at the end of the bike and is now just 3:28. But we do know also, Schomburg does have a tendency to go out pretty fast. So I'm sure we're sort of all waiting to see whether he continues that pace. He did have a pretty more measured bike ride, I feel, for Schomburg. And so hopefully his run legs. But as we see Robert Callan as a Swedish athlete running through this course in Kalmar, all the crowds are out in support. You've got the bike course on the left, you've got the run course on the right. Everyone comes out, and I hear that it just builds and builds and builds throughout the day. And actually for Heroes Hour at the end of the day, you get people coming in from all over the region and coming in from outside Kalmar and setting up to cheer those athletes home. Robert Callan, can he hold on for that Kona slot, Crowe?
Too early to tell, Sid. It's too early to tell how good is racing in Europe. The Europeans know how to support endurance athletes, world-class endurance events. And as we get our first look at Matthew Marquardt on the run, and he looks good. He looks good. This is how Matthew looks. He's got the distinctive arm carriage, that left hand he throws it out a little bit, and every athlete has their little idiosyncrasies with their techniques, and Matthew looks great. Great turnover. You talked about his Lego addiction, for want of a better word, or his love for Lego. Maybe he didn't bring any Lego because he's planning on celebrating a great performance here by going to the home of Lego, which I think is in Copenhagen. Is that correct? On his way home, maybe he's going to stock up on Lego at the home of Lego.
Yeah, I mean, it is in Denmark. I'm not sure. I'm sure there is something in Copenhagen. I'm trying to think, and I should know because I've been very close to the home of Lego. There was another race that was there, and that's my memory and mind has gone for now. But yeah, maybe that's the case. Maybe he's going to stock up on Lego as he flies back out to the States. But yeah, Matthew Marquardt was looking very good. But so does Robert Callan. But he's got a tough order ahead of him. He's put himself in the best chance he can by leading off the bike. His best marathon is a 2:52.31, and that was in Hamburg a couple of years ago. But his average time for the marathon is a 3:03, and I just feel with the runners coming behind him, that's not going to be quite good enough. I don't think it's going to be good enough to hold on to the win or possibly a podium. I'm hoping after that bike ride it is enough to get him at that Kona slot. But it's so hard because at the moment there's 4 athletes fighting for those 3 slots, and they are all fantastic athletes, and everybody deserves to be at the World Championships, and you want everybody to have their best day and to qualify. So yeah, it's going to be not everyone's going to be happy at the end of the day. 4 does not go into 3.
No, I haven't done maths for a long time, but I don't think 4 does go into 3. So, but that's high-level sport for you. First and foremost, he needs to remove that pressure from his mind and just focus on the things he can do right now. And he seems to be doing that. I was selling him short. I actually read that his marathon PR was a 2:54, but if it's a 2:52.30, he still needs to go under 2:50 today, I think, to break new ground, and I think that'll be his goal. So currently on course at the pace we're seeing some of the athletes behind it, looks like he will lose the lead within 10 kilometres. It looks like Schomburg's on the charge. Matthew Marquardt gave up a little bit of time to Jonas out of T2. That's not unusual for Matthew. He does his own thing. He never panics. He's got his strategy that he sticks to. And, you know, you mentioned Schomburg a little bit before, Sids, and, you know, he's known for going out hot in all his races. In the swim, I think he's left it till much later in the race to sort of, I guess, throw the shackles off a little bit. So I'm interested to see what Jonas can lay down today. I think he certainly wasn't super aggressive in the swim. He tucked himself in, got in the feet, got on the draft, saved energy when he needed to. Same on the bike. Wasn't trying to shoot up the road and burn calories needlessly. Kept things steady and calm, which I'm guessing was hard to do. And let's see if he can reap the rewards with a marathon. He's gone out pretty hot, but let's see what he can do today. I'm excited to see what Jonas Schomburg can lay down today. He's now 241 back, so he's almost halved the lead. And as we get our eyes on him, and yeah, looks good. Got the jersey unzipped a little bit. And interestingly, listening to James talk, I know James loves heat. I've seen him get fourth in Kona. So, and he is a South African. It's hot climate. He loves the heat, James. So I don't know, mate, if you're listening, I don't know if you need a jumper. It's not that cold out here, but it was a great insight from James. What it certainly is fast racing weather. That little bit of cloud cover, just bringing temperatures down a couple of degrees. I think, you know, that's going to play in the hands of fast times and make managing core body temperature, fueling, hydration, just that touch easier.
Yeah, and I think like, it certainly is. I mean, Jonas looking like he's on a charge and on a mission, and I think the fast racing, just thinking about that, we had 7 men went under the old course record of which was Boris Stein's, was at 4:03. Obviously, Robert Callan got that Ironman world best time, and on the women's side as well, I think we're on course for again 7 women to go under the bike course record on the women's side of 4:31. Just to all of you who were cringing when I couldn't remember where Legoland was, it's in Billund in Denmark, or if you're in the UK, there is Windsor Castle Legoland as well, so you can go there. But it isn't the original. The original is in Denmark, so Legoland in Billund in Denmark. And not sure how I'm quite crossing to this one, because Denmark to Malaysia doesn't really go, but Ironman Malaysia, we'll talk about that race. The world's best Ironman swim course is calling. The tropical paradise of Langkawi in Malaysia provides an incredible racing experience, from crystal clear waters to the world's best Ironman swim to the bike course that has monkeys, as well as taking in the incredible scenery of the island, and a run that showcases the best Malaysia has to offer. Once race day is done, you can relax on this tropical oasis and experience the warmth of local hospitality with an event of true community celebration. Go to ironman.com to learn more, or scan the code on screen. And again, I can recommend Ironman Malaysia and Langkawi. It is truly a unique experience. As I said, there are monkeys on the bike course, and there is some incredible scenery. And as said, once you're done, you can relax on the beach, in the oasis, in the warmth of the local hospitality and community. So add Ironman Malaysia to your bucket list as well. But from Malaysia back to, well, via Legoland we went, but back to Kalmar in Sweden. We have our men's leader, Robert Callan, on the left, and our female leader, Laura Philipp, on the right. She is not too far away from Ruby T2 now. I think sort of coming up shortly to the last 10 kilometers. Robert Callan is still in the lead. His lead is being cut. Jonas Schomburg is on a charge, currently sitting at 2 minutes, or just over 2 minutes behind, and then the rest of the chasers. But Robert Callan hoping to get that Kona slot. Jonas Schomburg perhaps hoping to get his first Ironman win.
great scenes here. This run course is spectacular. We've seen they've left the urban centre now and they're out in the outskirts. But yeah, Callan doing a good job still as we see Laura talking to the camera person there. Not sure what she was asking, but got her game face back on and back down on the bars and time trialling away. So yeah, it's interesting. I mean, Schomburg seems to be the fastest man on course at the front of the race. We've got some fast movers further back, so we'll get some times and paces to the audience, just so we can keep an eye on some of the runners that we've been talking about: Antonio Benito Lopez, Trevor Foley, Matt Hansen, who are possibly not vying for the win, but still may shake things up in the top 8 here as we see Callan make a left turn, come out of that forest section, now a right turn through the neighbourhoods. And yeah, Schomburg, of our leaders, is the fastest man on course. He did steal a little march on Matthew Marquardt out of T2. It's now up to 1:20. So he's actually holding a slightly faster pace than Matthew, but we've seen Matthew do this. One thing we know we can count on is that Matthew Marquardt will have a race plan and a strategy, and it'll be a good one, and he will stick to it. So I'm not too concerned about these early splits for Matthew Marquardt. He has given up some time to Schomburg, but let's just see how that unfolds as we get the split screen. Again, Robert Callan, our men's leader, on the left, and our men's second place, Jonas Schomburg from Germany, on the right. Both men chasing their first Ironman Pro Series victory. Robert Callan also chasing a Kona slot and a hometown victory, or a home country victory. So a lot for both these men, a lot on the table, and I'm sure both are highly motivated. Well, we know they are at this level. That's not even a question. So yeah, Callan doing a good job still, Sids. I think he's utilising his skill set. He's doing what he can. He used that power on the bike to get a 4+ minute lead. Probably not as much as was predicted or as he would have hoped, but biked a new Ironman world best time to eke out that lead. And now we've got Schomburg on the charge. And, I think as we go further back in the field, I think this is Kasper Stepniak. It's just interesting. We want to compare records, and I think they're great talking points for sure. But our top 7 men today went under Boris Stein's old bike course record of 4:03, and it looks like, according to all the predictions, that the same thing may happen on the women's side. We're going to get maybe half a dozen women breaking the old bike course record of 4:31. So conditions, a lot of these records are very condition and course dependent, and they are great performances nonetheless, and gives us something to talk about. But first and foremost, we are racing for an Ironman Pro Series win, for Ironman Pro Series points, and for qualification slots.
Yeah, that's right. There's like those three races going on. There's lots up for grabs for all the athletes, and everyone is after something slightly different. Also, we've got word that Trevor Foley is off the bike and looks like he's running well. He's currently in 11th, but he's moving through the field, so it's going to be an interesting one to watch as the athletes take on our Hoka Marathon, the last leg of Ironman at Kalmar. Robert Callan currently in the lead. He had that Ironman world best time. He's still got a marathon to go. We'll see how the racing unfolds.
It's the beauty of Oman. Our tradition, our hospitality, the sounds of limitless opportunities to explore. Listen, it's Oman.
where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Today's coverage of Ironman Kalmar is brought to you by Ruvi. Ruvi, the indoor cycling experience. And by Precision Fuel and Hydration. Perform at your best with Precision Fuel and Hydration. Perfectly timed then as Robert Callan, our race leader, goes through one of our aid stations, picking up all probably the Precision Fuel and Hydration he can get his hands on, as he is out on the run course, about 7 kilometers in. His lead is coming down. Jonas Schomburg is in second and is on a charge. He's now just 1:43 back from Robert Callan. And then we have Gregory Barnaby, Matthew Marquardt just sitting, or Gregory Barnaby is 3:10 back. Matthew Marquardt is 3:38, but as we were saying just before we went to that short break, Matthew Marquardt is incredibly disciplined at having a plan, having a pace set, and will be a very consistent runner through. We know that Schomburg has a tendency to go out a little bit fast, and then but now we're looking at, we've got a bit of a battle graphic on the board, on the screen. Battle for first. Current pace of Jonas Schomburg in second is 3:36 minutes per K, or 5:48 minutes per mile. And the current pace of Robert Callan in the lead, so 3:59 minutes per K, so a little bit slower. And we have a projected pass at 10 kilometers for Schomburg on Callan for the lead. So we will see how close we get to that prediction as we get our great quad box up again, showing our leading men and women. Robert Callan on the left, Jonas Schomburg on the right, Laura Philipp on the left, and Katrine Christensen on the right, who is currently sitting now just under 6 minutes, so it's come down a little bit, but 5:55 back from Laura Philipp.
Interesting, Schomburg. It looks like he's in a track race.
Yes.
I mean, 3:36. He's clipping along about somewhere between 20 and 25 seconds per kilometre, each kilometre quicker. So I mean, the pass is inevitable.
He's out for his 29-minute 10K.
Well, yeah. I mean, the pass is inevitable. The question is this pace sustainable? He is a great runner. I mean, the Ironman World Championships in Nice last year, I know it's a flat course, but it's off a brutal bike ride, and it was a warm day. He ran a 2:36 marathon. So I think he's got, slightly cooler conditions here. No doubt a challenging bike ride, but I feel like he was possibly less aggressive today than he was in Nice. I think he may have every bit of that 2:36 marathon and then some in him today. But yeah, I guess only time will tell. We'll keep an eye on his pace and on the splits. And, great thing about a 3-lap course is I think it gives the athletes an opportunity to monitor their pace very well, but it gives us an opportunity to see who's falling off the pace or who's holding pace and coming on strong.
Yeah, and it also gives the fans a great opportunity to see the athletes so many times, like 3 laps, and also for the athletes to really use that energy from the crowds. And at the moment we've got Schomburg on for a 2:35 marathon pace with Callan around a 2:55, which would fit in with where Callan is roughly in his sort of average marathon. Barnaby and Marquardt are moving at a little bit more of a leisurely pace, just a 2:38 or 2:39. We saw Matthew Marquardt in Placid post his fastest Ironman time of a 2:37, and I know he's hoping to go pretty close to that again, but I know it's early days. They're only 8 kilometers into the run. In fact, our leaders have just gone through 8 kilometers, and Jonas Schomburg is now within a minute. He's 55 seconds from Robert Callan. But yes, they've still got a long way to go, but I'm really very excited about how the race is unfolding so far, and seeing what might happen as the kilometers tick by.
Yeah, and we get a look back now at Kasper Stepniak, who's in 5th spot, and just another solid, consistent performance by, a world-class athlete. He's coming off a win recently, 70.3 victory, so he comes in with confidence and good form. He's just a constant in the front groups of these Ironman Pro Series races. He has such a high-level swim and really strong bike. He's always at the front. We've seen him in Frankfurt up the front, impacting race dynamics and sitting in 5th place on the road today. So another athlete to watch. It doesn't matter who's in the split screen with Schomburg. They don't look super quick at the moment. He looks like he's just on a tear here, and he's got the legs turning over, and he's got the technique and the form of a man who has broken 30 minutes for 10K, and that's fast running, of course. I mean, if we look at in triathlon terms on the men's side, possibly the best runner in the history of our sport is Alex Yee, Olympic gold medalist, and a man who's got, I think, a sub 28 on the track, a 27 high 10K. I know he's got a low 13 minutes, and of course that 2:05 marathon. That's elite, world-class running. But 29 minutes for 10K, which is Schomburg's PB, that is awesome, incredible running, world-class for a triathlete. And I guess the only question for Jonas is, can he translate that into the marathon distance, that sort of form and pedigree? Can he translate that into a marathon distance and run a low 2:30? Today's the day to do it with this, I think, slightly cooler conditions. Course is a little bit twisty and turny in town, but it's a lot of long straights out here. I think it's a fast run course.
Yeah, and I think what also makes it fast is the crowd support, and obviously for Robert, that home support will be carrying him on. But I think, as you said, that bit of cloud cover just takes. It might still be warm there, but it's just taken the glare of the sun off. And I think the course that's flat, the crowds and support, and I think they're on for some very fast times. I mean, if Schomburg does go 2:35, he could do a 7:23 overall, which would be a huge course record. That course record held by Alistair Brownlee, a 7:38 back from 2022. But actually, with the way it's looking, it could be that a lot of the men break that course record, potentially the top 10. And we're just as well, to give an update on the women, Laura Philipp is not too far away from T2, I don't believe, just a couple of kilometers perhaps. Robert Callan on screen now, still in the lead, but he is being chased pretty hard by Jonas Schomburg. It was under a minute at the last gap, but still running pretty well. But the run is not his strength compared to some of the other athletes in this race. He's got an average time of average time of 3 hours for the marathon, but his best is 2:52, and I know he'll be looking to go faster than that and have a marathon PB today. He's also after that Kona slot. And as we said then, on the women's side, Laura Philipp is leading. She's now about 6 minutes, not too far away from T2, so we're going to wait for her to come in to Riri's transition. It's so deceptive because Robert still looks to be running so well, and yet I'm sure if we look back at some of the guys chasing him, I mean, Jonas Schomburg just looks to be, like you said, looks to be running a 10K or a track meet. Not quite of the Alex Yee caliber, but still looks pretty fast. And there we go, we get eyes on Jonas Schomburg. Can now see his prey up the road. You can see Robert Callan not too far ahead, just around that corner, and he will be locked on, and I'm sure Robert Callan will feel him breathing down his neck He'll be able to feel the noise of the crowd. He'll be able to hear them cheering for Jonas Schomburg as well, cheering for him, as we are going to get a pass pretty quickly, I think, and Jonas Schomburg will move into the lead.
Amazing work behind the scenes by our analysts and our data crew. They predicted around given the time differential out of Ruvi T2 in their early paces, the pass would come about 9.5 or 10K. So I think that's going to be very close to the money. And yeah, let's see. Jonas, he's gone out hot. Does he settle into a pace now? Honourable mention at the moment, Gregory Barnaby in third place. Not a surprise given his performances, possibly not his most recent performances, but we know what, an athlete he is and what he's capable of. And just keeping an eye on Matthew Marquardt as well. It seems like his pace is dropped. Oh no, now it's back down. So maybe we were just getting some interference with our signal. But interestingly, when Gregory made the pass on Matthew, he just went straight past. They didn't run together, and they're separated by it's about a minute now. So that's a definitive pass. As we come back in real time and see the pass for the lead, we see Jonas Schomburg ease past Robert Callan and take the lead of Ironman Kalmar, race number 13 of the 2026 Experience Oman Ironman Pro Series. We've just seen Jonas Schomburg hit the lead for the first time today, and, let's see what happens from here. I think Callan's done a good job. He just needs to batten down the hatches, and I think in his mind, he probably wasn't thinking about taking the win, but he was thinking about, again, laying down a personal best performance, a personal best marathon time, and getting a Kona qualification. So all of those things are still in play for Robert Callan. The results show that he's currently second on course, but there's a lot still to race for him, and a lot of time still left in this race. And if he's pacing himself well, I think he can still run around that 250 marathon, Sids, as we see Laura Phillip taking her feet out of her shoes, and I'll let you bring her into T2.
Well, thank you, Crowe. Yeah, and we're going to go straight down to James on the ground in Ruvi T2 to take us through Laura coming in. Over to you, James.
Thanks, Laura. Yeah, she is, well, I can hear the crowd going wild just there, so she must be right around the corner, and here she comes now. Laura Phillip with an impressive bike time there. I think she's around the 4:20 mark, which is, really fast. Now, our predictors have gone that if she can run a 2:45, which she can, she's going to be on pace for around 8:05. If she can run a PB run, and the weather here is probably good for a PB run, well, we could be looking at a sub-8 Ironman for the woman. I don't want to jinx her any more than I already have, potentially, so I'm not going to say that out loud. As we watch her put her shoes on, second shoe on, she seems calm. She grabs her bag of stuff, and off she goes. She's not messing around. As I said, I'm going to stand by my prediction earlier. It's her race to lose. I mean, if it was anyone else in the world going onto the run with a 6 or 7 minute lead, I'd say, it's an Ironman. Something could go wrong. She may be caught. But it's Laura Phillip. I don't think anyone's going to catch her. Anyway, I'm going to go back to another prediction I made, which was that Matt Hansen might call it a day, or at least wind it back, just make it a training day. Matt Hansen came in 41st, I think, 27 minutes down on the leaders. And I asked him, "You all right, mate?" And he was just like, "Yep." And he just got to work. Head down, and he was off to go to work. As you predicted he would, so I walked that one back. I got that one wrong. Interested watching the rest of the men come through transition. As Laura Phillip heads out onto the bike, there were some really curious things that I saw. I saw in 22nd place, Becker from Germany, who actually got a foam roller out of his box and rolled his lower back. Luckily it's carpeted here. I assume he knew it was carpeted. Rolled his lower back before he put his shoes on and ran out to the run. Clearly an issue that he's had in the past, and he decided that was the best solution, but I've never seen someone foam roll in transition before. But he's out on the run, so as well as Laura Phillip. Now we're going to wait for, I think it's 6 or 7 minutes before the next ladies come into transition. Back to you guys.
Thanks, James. Gosh, you are seeing everything down there in transition today. We've got foam rollers, we've got hydration packs. And yes, it's about just under. Katrine Christensen is actually making a little bit of time, but we have our first off the bike split presented by Experience Oman with Laura Phillip, a 4:24.51. And yes, as James was saying, all those predictions, if she runs a casual 2:45, which she can do, or if she's on course for run PB, she could be close to that 8:05. And I was hoping he was saying it just loud enough so that Laura could hear and maybe put that thoughts in her head at how close she is to going a super fast time. So as we're saying, Katrine Christensen has closed down a little bit in the latter stages. The gap had gone out to over 6 minutes. It's now at 5:41 at the last split, but still a little bit more of a gap that I think she'd have liked. I think she was hoping that she would come into Ruby T2 perhaps in front of Laura Phillip and try and hold her off. Now we talked about Laura Phillip on the bike, Crowe, just looking smooth and effortless and yeah, at one with the bike. And now we get to see the best runner in the women's sport just do her thing and look magic as she runs out on these first few kilometers of the Hoka run course.
Yeah, she certainly looks light on her feet. She looks great. She is a great runner. Incredible bike ride. I mean, 4:24. It's the course record for now. Let's see what Callan does. You know, we know she was moving through the field and, you know, setting some of the fastest segments. So, you know, it's just, I mean, you know, when these athletes at the front, the champions, when they break course records, they're actually just trying to win the race. So it's not like Laura went out of her way to break that course record. She's just in that kind of form. She looks great in the run as we get the split screen up and we see our second placed woman, our defending champion here in Ironman Kalmar, Katrine Christensen, coming in off the bike. She's had a great ride. I know all the predictions were that she would erase that deficit to Laura and potentially head out of T2 with a lead. That hasn't been the case, but she still has a lot to race for here and is in a great position. She's just come up against one of the best in history on a good day. As we saw Laura on the left there slow down to take some aid at the aid station. We get the high shot now of Katrine Christensen coming into Ruby T2, and this woman continues her rise through the sport. I mean, since her name has come to prominence, she's been very consistent. I don't want to say this is a breakthrough performance. She's been having these sorts of performances for 12 or 18 months now. She's very consistent and is challenging at the front of Ironman Pro Series races, and it's great to see.
Yeah, I think, you know, she was 11th in Kona last year, but I think has really stepped up to another level this year. And it was interesting, we've heard her talk about like the confidence. We heard it in the Fighting Chance video, the confidence she's gaining from the racing as she goes and the learning she's getting more and more with every performance. And now that she sort of, before she looked up to the other female pros, but now she feels like she belongs. As we see her put her socks on, she's obviously got some talcum powder in there and puts her shoes on. The other sock is going on that left foot. Yeah, definitely some talcum powder in those socks and shoes as Laura heads out through this historic city of Kalmar and the cobble streets. Katrine is in transition about 5:40 back. Just struggling a little bit with that other shoe, but grabs hat, belt, and out she goes. And back with Laura running through the cobbled streets. Just looks amazing. Obviously, early days. We are, what, one kilometer into the marathon. Although I'm not sure I ever looked that good, even just at 1 kilometer into the marathon. Laura's such the runner that she is. But I think, you know, we've talked about this course is so amazing. You said the European racing, the European culture. She is right in the center of Kalmar. You've got the cafes, you've got restaurants, you've got all the locals, people from outside the region all lining the streets and cheering her on. And that must just be such a buzz, not only when you're in the race, but obviously when you're leading the race as well. And it's good to see Laura back at the front of a race.
She looks absolutely amazing, doesn't she? I mean, she always looks effortless in the run. looks like she's just floating, almost levitating across the ground. She looks great. So she's in her best form of the year. She's come from an altitude camp, and she just looks fantastic. As we get the split screen again, we see Katrine leaving T2 there. Yeah, Laura just looks amazing. So I guess what we need to watch now is is she testing some things out? Does she want to test the fitness for potentially 1 to 2 laps here? Is she going to go for broke the whole way? Because these sorts of historic performances and low 8-hour times, there haven't been many of them. Laura's had one, so has Kat Matthews. Annie Haug, as you mentioned, has had a low 8-hour time. So as we see on the right, Rachel Zelinskas, our third place woman coming in to Ruby T2 off the bike, our early women's leader out of the swim, and Rachel continues her consistent form this year. Yeah, had a great early part of this race, led the swim out by a couple of minutes, led the bike for a fair chunk until she got caught by the woman on the left of our screen here. But Rachel's held on well as she takes the option of sitting down to put the shoes on, as we see now a charge of the light brigade coming in. It was interesting, Sids. Katrine Christensen definitely had the talcum powder in the shoe.
Yeah. There was definitely some powder in there, so I'm hoping it was talcum powder. And watching now, this is on screen, or on the right-hand screen, is Jenny Jędrzejczyk coming in. So she is definitely after a Kona spot. She just missed it in Hamburg. So she's coming in 4th place, so just behind Rachel Zelinskas, so putting herself in a great position. But it was interesting when we were looking at the athletes on the right, Rachel Zelinskas coming in to Ruby T2, and you talk about the great race she was having, and it was showing Laura going past the finish line, and I was like, that, when it's a lapped course, which are great, but it is so demoralizing when you have to run past the finish line on every lap, and you could almost see her. You're right. She was running straight towards the finish line, and then it's like, nope, laps 2 and 3 to the right, finish line to the left, and it's all barriered off, and then you run down the side of the finish line. So for those athletes coming later on, I guess they get to watch other athletes finish, which is possibly quite exciting, or possibly quite frustrating when you've still got another 2 laps to go or something. But Laura Philipp just looking amazing as always, and she's a joy to watch her run. And we mentioned Annie Haug and what a fantastic runner she was when she was racing, and it was just a privilege to be able to watch Annie race. It's a privilege to get to watch Laura run when she's in form like this.
Yeah, just to recap our top 5 women on course at the moment. We've got Laura Philipp obviously leading the way, 5 minutes 39 seconds back to Katrine Christensen, our defending champion here in Kalmar in 2nd. Rachel Zelinskas, our early leader, in 3rd spot, 7 minutes 30 back. We just saw a new call, Jenny Jędrzejczyk through. She's 8:01 behind and in 4th place. And the next woman we're expecting into transition from the US, Jackie Herring, about 10 minutes back. So Jackie's still in a good position with one of her better disciplines still to come in this race.
Yeah, and while we've got Laura Philipp on screen, so as part of our Precision Fuel and Hydration, a Fighting Chance series, our behind-the-scenes look at the athletes during race week, we caught up with Laura Philipp. She's obviously the 2024 Ironman World Champion. So let's hear in the AFC a bit about her connection to Kalmar, a bit of history from the AFC, and how her year is going and why she chose Kalmar.
In the water, there are like so many jellyfish.
Really?
Like this size, and they're like everywhere. And they don't do anything.
They're just there.
But my brain was like freaking out.
They're like... Where's the bike?
It's in the garage.
It's in the garage.
But Philip will bring it up.
I actually saw on Instagram, that's 5 years since we shot the very first A Fighting Chance with you in Finland.
Yeah, that's really cool. And actually being here reminded me a little bit of Finland as well, because this race course is pretty much out in the nature, and it was the same in Finland. So I have good memories on that race, and that was pretty cool.
So how do you like Kalmar so far?
Yeah, Kalmar is a really lovely city, and my first 2 days have been nice. They were pretty much filled with like checking out the course, so my overall impression is that it's a really lovely course. I raced 70.3 Aix-en-Provence in the beginning of May, where just 2 weeks beforehand I was in the hospital, so it was a pretty tight turnaround, and then Hamburg was just, I think, 3 weeks or something after. I feel like I have done a pretty good job in getting back to health and strength, and now I feel like I really wanted to test myself, hopefully help me, you know, also feel better about my performance, especially leading up into the big races that are coming up.
Ready to go.
So Kalmar, I think, is like the last big race opportunity we have before the World Championships. It's part of the Pro Series. This is obviously very attractive for me as well. I mean, I'm in the sport for quite a few years now, and it's so cool and exciting to see how many new faces are coming up and also shaping the sport, you know, especially younger athletes coming from the shorter distance and bringing more speed into long course racing as well. And I still feel like I'm improving. It's exciting for every race because you never know if there's a new face coming up that you might have not on the radar.
Thank you to Laura Philipp for our Fighting Chance episode presented by Precision Fuel and Hydration. And if you want AFC shorts, go over to the Ironman Instagram, Ironman Try, or the YouTube channel. And we have our Ruby T2 fastest times so far, and it is Laura Philipp who was Ruby T2. The top 3 fastest females, she was fast 1:37, and Katrin Christensen a 1:41, and Rachel Zelinskas 1:47. As we saw with the men's race, we have Laura Philipp running through the streets of Kalmar. All the crowds are out. Looks like the sun has come out as well again. Might not be as good for the athletes and spectators. Maybe James won't need his sweater that he was moaning that he needed earlier. But we have Laura Philipp, our female leader, on the left, and Jonas Schomburg, who seems to be picking up the pace, what we're understanding. Now looks like he's moving around a 2:33 marathon pace, but I think that might just be a brief moment. The rest, Gregory Barnaby and Matthew Marquardt, are still holding, and we say that slower pace. They're still on for a 2:38, 2:39. So it is some very, very fast running by our pro men so far, 14 kilometers into the run. And for our pro women, Laura Philipp, 3 kilometers into the run. And let's do a little bit of a recap of our Hoka run course. 3-lap, 42.2 kilometers. The run course, it's legendary reputation, as we've been talking about all day. As the whole city turns out, we can see that in the pictures now, to passionately cheer on the racers. The athletes are along the beach, they go through the city centre, they go through some of the neighbourhoods, which all have parties and competitions to see who can be the best supporting for the athletes before they come through the Vastaport and the finish line next to the cathedral. As we've got some iconic pictures on the screen now of Jonas Schomburg, our men's leader, going through the castle gates, or the fortress gates, onto the cobble streets, into the centre of town. Still looking pretty good, Crowe. 14 Ks in.
He looks fantastic. He looks fantastic. So, yeah, excited to watch how this unfolds these next 2 laps. He looks great. I mean, there is 28 kilometres of running, but he looks comfortable to me. I don't think he's holding a pace that's too fast for him. But we'll keep an eye on it. It is early days, as you mentioned. And interestingly, I mean, if we go and recap our men's top 10, we've got, you know, end of lap 1, we've got Jonas Schomburg leading. Robert Callan, still 2 minutes 2 back in second. Gregory Barnaby hovering around 2:26. So he's Gregory Barnaby's almost holding Schomburg's pace, maybe losing a little time, but Barnaby's moving well, holding third. Looks like he'll make the pass for second shortly. Matthew Marquardt in fourth, 3:39. And Andreas Solversberg with his hydration pack in tow at 4:06. And he's keeping company with Kasper Stepniak, who's also at 4:06. Daniel Bakkegaard, 4:44. He's a bit further back in seventh spot. I guess the big mover, the man who's made up a lot of places, is Trevor Foley. He's up in the ninth spot, still looking at a 10-minute 40 deficit to our leader. But again, we know Trevor's capable of a 2:32 or 2:34 marathon. So if he hasn't overbiked, I mean, for whatever reason, it wasn't the bike ride that Trevor would have hoped for. But if he's packed his running legs, he can still make a dent into this top 5 today.
Yeah, that's right. And you just never know with Trevor Foley. He's a little bit unpredictable in terms of some of his race performances. But if his legs are there, he is an incredible runner and can certainly make up a lot of time. And he came here for the Pro Series points. So really he needs to sort of, we've said it, every second counts. And so as much time as he can gain, even if he's not going to get that win or get onto the podium, he may still do, but he needs to gain every one of those seconds, having made the trip over from the US, as we see Gregory Barnaby charging through. And I think that was the pass on, or about to be the pass on, Robert Callan as they go through that gate and back into the city centre. And I mean, Robert Callan's moving well, and I thought Jonas Schomburg was moving fast, but Gregory Barnaby just flew past Robert like he was standing still. Barnaby looks to be now moving, as fast as Jonas. I mean, obviously it's hard to tell when they're not side by side, but he was not messing around as he went past Robert Callan just then.
Yeah, no, made the pass under the cover of darkness in the tunnel, and I guess that's the difference between a predicted 2:38 marathon and a predicted 2:51. We just got to see it in the real world what that looks like. So Barnaby's bringing his 2024 form to the table. I know he won that inaugural Ironman Pro Series, had 2 top 10s at both World Championships, the Ironman 70.3 and the Ironman World Champs. Changed focus a little bit, did some T100 events, which probably wouldn't have hurt his speed at all, but it's great to see him back here and racing really well. So looks like we've got in this split screen our 2 fastest men on course at the front of the race. I think Trevor Foley probably has a lay claim to being one of the fastest men on course, so we'll get a pace comparison for you shortly. But this is our men's leader here, Jonas Schomburg, and looking fantastic as he's well out onto his second lap now. Done the section through the centre of town on the cobbles. The roads are starting to open up now. He'll hit the neighbourhoods and then the forested section. And, I think the lower temperatures will help these athletes hold pace a lot longer into this marathon before they hit that critical breaking point. The temperatures are key in these marathons and keeping that core body temperature down. Of course, they're on top of their fueling and everything. We just see Jonas is carrying something in his hand that could be salt tablets, could be some nutrition. I can't exactly see what he's carrying there, but
could be his, is it his watch or is that on his wrist? I know I know before one of his last races, because of his tendency to go out too fast, he was talking about running with a watch to try and help pace. And I'm just wondering if that is his watch in his hand that he's got, and using that, and that was just double checking his pace. In fact, he is still moving faster. He's averaging a 3:33 minutes per kilometre. Barnaby at 3:40, and of course, actually, the fast Foley is moving around 3:45. But of course, the fastest man on course would be Matt Hansen, who's currently running at a 3:29, albeit 20 minutes back. But as James had the conversation in transition, it was all business as usual for Matt Hansen and setting about on the run off the bike, as we have Jenny Jędrzejczyk on screen again. She is looking to be running well. She's sitting in 4th place at the moment. She's actually only kind of 30 seconds behind Rachel Zielinska, so has a shot for the podium up ahead. And obviously, but for Jenny, she's looking for that Kona slot. She just missed out in Hamburg, as we move back to Laura Philipp. Was looking supreme as ever out on this Hoka runner. She goes through the disco tunnel. I'm not sure she'll be dancing as such, but I am impressed with the lights. Corey, talk to me. This course is a 3-lapped course. Obviously, Kona is kind of one big lap. Did you have a preference when you were racing big lap, 1 lap, 2 lap, 3 laps, 4 laps? Because sometimes I think it can really actually be a great way of breaking the marathon down if it's, I mean, I think 3 laps for me was a great, I enjoyed 3 laps. 2 laps was kind of big, 4 laps just seemed to be a lot. 3 laps seemed just right. Did you have any preference when you were racing?
Look, it's still the same distance, isn't it? But there's no doubt the mental trickery and the mental gymnastics that you do with yourself out in the marathon. I think when you're checking off the laps, you feel like you're making progress. Also, the scenery's changing. I think a course like this is perfect mentally. You have some crowd section, get the hype train going, then you get some sections through the forest in the shade. I think it's a great course, but I think most athletes, it's an individual preference thing, but most athletes prefer a looped course or laps. They can see they're making progress, change of scenery as well. So it's just the mental gymnastics that we as athletes play with ourselves as we see Schomburg now running through the aid station and grabbing what he needs. And it looks like it is his watch. Maybe his coach has said, his Popper coach has said, don't put the thing on your wrist, just carry it so you can see it's front and center. You can see, you can look at it on your wrist like you could look at it in your hand, but maybe it's just a strategy he's using as he makes his way through the second lap of this Hoka marathon course.
Just do it, be fine.
It's breakfast with precision. It's breakfast with precision.
Thank you, Poncho Man. Welcome to Breakfast with Precision at Hugo's on the Rocks. I'm Andy Blow, co-founder of Precision Fuel and Hydration, and we are stoked to be the official hydration partner of the Ironman Global Series.
Hey, what are you doing at my set?
Get a plan for your next race at pfnx.com.
Security! It's breakfast with precision. It's breakfast with precision.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Hello and welcome back once again to Ironman Kalmar, the 13th race in the Experience Oman Ironman Pro Series. And currently on screen we have Gregory Barnaby, who is sitting in second place. And we can see as well on the left hand of our screen, we've got our Athletic Brewing podium predictor. So what this is telling us is, going on current pacing, this is what we think this is how the athletes would finish if they carry on at the current pace. So Jonas Schomburg is our current leader, and our podium predictor has him keeping that lead and taking the win. Gregory Barnaby is in second, and we have him, the predictor has him keeping second. But then we have Robert Callan and Matthew Marquardt actually dropping down, and Andrea Salvesberg, who is currently in fifth, moving up to that third place podium spot. So that is our Athletic Brewing podium predictor for our male pros. We will see how close we get at the finish. Currently, though, Jonas Schomburg looking really good, moving really well through 17 kilometers on the Hoka run course. I think he's about to overtake Rachel Zelinskas, who's sitting in third for our pro women's race. He overtook the lead pretty close, around 10K onto the bike. And obviously now carrying that bottle in one hand and carrying his watch in the other hand. I'm not sure they quite balance each other out. But Crowe, it's interesting, we were talking about carrying his watch, and I've actually seen quite a few athletes have their watch in their Revi T2 transition bag, and yeah, they don't put it on their wrist. I don't know whether it's just it takes too long to faff around putting it on, or they prefer to have it being carried. It's easier to look at. I'm not so sure. Any thoughts?
Yeah, potentially. I mean, I don't know, but I would guess that having it in your hand keeps it front of mind, so you'll look at it a little more. If you're not used to wearing one, if Jonas has raced a lot of his Ironmans previously off perceived exertion or other metrics, maybe he's just not used to, looking at his wrist. So having it in his hand will remind him to keep checking in on his pace. Something that we've seen the Norwegians, particularly Gustav Iden, do religiously. They just check, make sure they're right on pace. And as we get the split screen again with our two leaders, Jonas Schomburg, our men's leader on the left, and Laura Philipp, our women's leader on the right here, both looking great. And, those Athletic Brewing podium predictors have proven themselves to be pretty accurate throughout the course of this season. And, so we'll keep an eye on that. But it's saying this man on the left is going to take the top step of the podium, and Barnaby's got second spot sewn up. Well, not sewn up, but that's the prediction right now. So we'll keep an eye on those predictions as we flash back to Laura Philipp here.
Yeah, the other interesting thing that we're looking at now, and we get our stats team, is also that Kristen might be in second, but she's sitting virtually in first place on the Pro Series. As I am going to take you on another little history journey to Kalmar Castle. And the history began in the 12th century when a defensive tower was built there. During the 13th century, it became a large fortified castle. And in 1397, an important meeting connected to the Kalmar Union took place there, uniting Denmark, Norway, and Sweden under one monarch. And the castle was important for protecting Sweden's southern border. And then in the 16th century, King Gustav Vasa and his sons transformed it into the beautiful Renaissance castle. It was also involved in several wars, including the Kalmar War of 1611 and 1613. And today, Kalmar Castle is one of Sweden's best preserved historic castles and a popular tourist attraction. So there you go, run course. On the run course, you can see such iconic and historic landmarks of Castle and of Kalmar, and you didn't realize you're going to get a history lesson as well today as some fantastic racing. As we got split screen again, Laura Philipp on the left and Rachel Zelinskas in third place on the right-hand side. She was our swim leader. She had a fantastic race in Lake Placid a couple of weeks ago and now sits in third place, although only 20 seconds ahead of Jenny Jędrzejczyk that we've already mentioned, who's chasing that Kona slot.
Yeah, it's a great little battle going on for the minor placings here, and Jenny Jędrzejczyk has a sub 3 hour marathon to her name. She ran a 2:58 in Hamburg recently. And, for Rachel, 3:05 is her PB from Arizona. So again, we don't run our races on paper, but it's always a good form guide. So the form guide in recent history would suggest that Jenny's going to finish over the top of Rachel there for that podium spot, and potentially maybe even push for second spot, although we know Katrina's been running really, really well and ran a 2:45 in Hamburg. So again, recent form would suggest that Katrine Christensen's quite safe from that third podium position fight, but let's see, each day's different. Just looking at this course here, Sid, there's quite a few sections on hard-packed trails, which are quite fast to run on, as we see Laura run past husband and coach Philip Sipe there. Great to see him, one of the best coaches we have in our sport, and he must have said something to Laura because she's gestured something to her head. Yes, yes, Philip, I am thinking. Maybe that's what she was saying, but she looks great. And yeah, I was just making the point about the hard packed dirt, some sections on the hard packed dirt, the cobbles, and also some of the wooden boardwalk or bridge sections. You know, I'd take that in a marathon any day over just bitumen or concrete the whole way. So, you know, we were talking earlier about the impact of doing a marathon 8 weeks out from the Ironman World Championships in Kona. You know, some of the run surfaces here are probably a little more forgiving on the body, particularly that hard-packed dirt.
Yeah, I agree with you, Chloe, in terms of that recovery, having that little bit of give from the different surfaces. Although for some people, like it's not necessary, it depends what sort of type, again, individual runner, whether you're just you know, the changing surface means you've got to change rhythm a little bit. And I'm now really interested to think or listen to what that conversation was between Philip Sipe and Laura. She's she looks like she's working. She's 8Ks in, and I wonder if that conversation was kind of be sensible. You're in control. You've got a race coming up. You don't need to push this, or whether it was that, hey, you're really close to going 8:05, and let's pick up the pace or something like that. But as we did with the men, we're going to have a look at our athletic. Well, there's Philip Sipe. So there's the conversation being had. I couldn't lip read as we went past, but the Athletic Brewing podium prediction for our pros. So it does have. So this again is if the athletes continue at their current pace. So we have Laura Philipp taking the win, Katrine Christensen in third, and then actually Leonie Kinsala moving up to third. She's currently down in sixth. And actually, Chloe, when you were talking then about Rachel Zelinskas and Jenny Jendrishik, I was actually going to mention Jackie Herring and Leonie Kinsala running behind, and actually whilst Jenny might move up onto that third spot of the podium, I think she needs to be aware that she's got Jackie and Leonie coming behind. Jackie, a bit of an unknown. Well, we know she's a fantastic runner, but she has been coming off a running injury, so we're not sure where her marathon form is at, but she has pedigree and she has lots of fantastic running behind her. And Leonie, she had the breakout in finishing 9th in Kona last year. Not as quick a swimmer. She was 51st out of the water, but then had the one of the fastest runs and fastest bikes in Kona to ride and run herself up into that top 10. So the predictor had Leonie finishing in third, but I think between, Jackie, Leonie, Jenny, we need to keep an eye on them, and obviously keep an eye on this lady here. Katrine Christensen, currently sitting in second, losing a little bit of time to Laura Philipp, but hoping to maintain her run of podium results here in Kalmar.
Yeah, she's on track to do that. She looks super relaxed, very calm. No stress in her face, no grimace or external signs of effort. So, yeah, she looks great. And I mean, we saw the run split she put in Hamburg recently. So, yeah, it looks like that predictor again. I mean, I guess you don't have to be Nostradamus to say Laura Philipp 1, Katrine Christensen 2. It looks like an obvious selection right now, but I know it factors in a whole lot of other information and data. So, Katrine looking great. She looks like she's going to get another podium here in Kalmar. Yeah, Jackie Herring's an interesting one, isn't she? Because I know she's had some issues with a running injury recently, a DNF in Boise, I think it was, in the previous Ironman Pro Series 70.3 race. But I also saw her in Ironman Cairns last year run a sub 3-hour marathon to take the win. You know, the same week she'd flown down to Australia from Europe in Ironman Hamburg, and that mechanical we talked about the week before. So we do know that Jackie Herring has that run pedigree, that background and that ability. Question mark is over the current fitness level and that recent injury she's had to deal with.
Yeah, and looking at Katrine Christensen as well. So both, she's currently, I think we were mentioning it, she currently is the virtual leader of the Ironman Pro Series. So taking over from, I think, Grace Tech, who is at the top of our series at the moment. But both Laura and Katrine can have fantastic results to add to the Pro Series. They've obviously got one Ironman race counting of Hamburg and a 70.3, so this would add another Ironman race to their tally and catapult them right up the leaderboard to challenge for those top sets in the Pro Series. And then we go back to Kona, and we've got the excitement that is building around Kona and the race for that World Championship title. But then it also leaves the race for the Pro Series open as well. And I think potentially on both the men and the women's side, we're potentially leading up to one of the closest battles for the Ironman Pro Series coming to the end of the year, and really coming down to the wire with the World Championships in Kona and the 70.3 World Championships in Nice.
Yeah, and that's, I think if you were writing the script, that's exactly how you would want it. You want the season to build to a climax or a crescendo. You want your best athletes in their best form for the biggest races, the championships. And we're in race 13 now of the Experience Oman Ironman Pro Series. We've got Ironman 70.3 Zalamji in 2 weeks, and that wraps up the regular races. Then we just head into championship season. So certainly some mouth-watering prospects. I mean, as we just see Laura here continue to go about her work, and she looks great. If we get a chance, we might get James to ask her after the race what that conversation was with husband and coach, Philip Sype. Be interesting to get a little insight in which actual hat he was wearing there. Hey, sweetie, world records in play, go for it. Or let's be sensible here and put the cue in the rack. Bigger fish to fry. So hopefully we'll get James on the job as we flash back to Katrine Christensen here in holding down second spot and looking great.
Yeah, I'm always interested with the coach-athlete relationship on a race, especially when the athlete's getting into that hurt locker or getting deep into the marathon. And then I think there adds another element of twist to that when the coach is your partner, husband, wife, or even member of the family. We heard Jonas Schomburg, his coach is his dad, and he says they have a good communication and everything. But I'm always interested in then how you separate out from the coach-athlete to then the day-to-day. But yeah, hopefully James is still following along and can ask Laura that question, or find out even now on the ground what that conversation might have been that was going on. As we have our 2 race leaders on screen now, Jonas Schomburg and Laura Philipp, both of them putting master classes of running on. Laura Philipp is 9Ks into our Hoka run course, and Jonas Schomburg is 20Ks into the Hoka run course. So he's almost at halfway, Laura a quarter of the way through, as they navigate through, as you said, Crowe. This run course has everything, different surfaces, different stimuli of going through neighborhoods and the crowds out. They're going on crushed gravel. But the one thing is, there seems to be a lot of fans and support out all around the course.
Yeah, it's a phenomenal course. The locals have certainly come out to support it. Schomburg looks great. He's slowly edging away from Gregory Barnaby. That deficit's out to 2 minutes 50 now. And Andreas Solversberg seems to be pacing beautifully. He's got himself up into 3rd spot. He's 4:02 back, and perhaps that strategy to wear the hydration system and keep his momentum through the aid stations is paying dividends. We know he's an experienced athlete, and also we know he's a tough athlete, because at one point in that bike ride he got distance from the group, but was able to clench his teeth and get back up there.
Yeah, and we're going to have a look, as we did on the bike, we're going to look at our Morton Momentum Index for our professional men. So this is the athletes that's moved up the most number of places currently on the run, and no real surprise at the top is Matt Hansen. He started in 41st position. He is now up to 25, so moved up 16 places. He's still 25 minutes back or so from the lead, but he is certainly moving the fastest on course. And then also we have Lavicki and Voits, who have also moved up 10 and 8 places respectively. So that is our Morton Momentum Index of the athletes that have moved up the most number of places so far on the race. Now this guy in the lead, he only had to move up a couple of places, but he's moved into the lead. We talked about it earlier. He talked in the A Fighting Chance episode that we saw. You know, he races hard, and that's like how he likes to race. But actually, I think he's been pretty controlled on the swim and the bike. So I think either he was telling us some fibs about his race tactics, or is just being patient and sensible, and now is hopefully going to execute the run that I think he's always been capable of, but just being new to the sport and learning that pacing of the marathon as opposed to 10K, but also getting his nutrition right. Yes, we've still got half a marathon to go, but perhaps this is the day we're going to see it.
Yeah, I think we're going to see something special from Jonas today. He doesn't, show any signs of slowing down, even if he slows down a little bit. I think he seems to have been a lot more efficient in the first two disciplines, not as aggressive, and perhaps that was by design, perhaps that was what he discussed he would do with his dad, or perhaps it was part of a bigger plan to get through this race, in a professional manner and save as much energy for Kona as he can. Whatever the catalyst for the decision, I think his pacing's been on point. He's, was close to the lead of the race, but never quite in the lead on the swim, same on the bike. Never looked in any distress in either of those disciplines of being dropped or getting distance from the front of the race, and then, launched his attack out of T2, which is a little later than normal. We normally see him attack from the cannon, to be honest, but I think it's a really controlled and measured performance, and it's awesome. It's awesome to see another contender. He finished 6th in Nice last year, and there's a stat doing the round somewhere. I think that, at the Ironman World Championships, the winner 85 or 90% of the time comes from the top 4 the year before. I think it's a good stat, but I think we can add, if we look at the top 4 from Nice, we can add a couple more names into that. This man's name for one. I think obviously got the 3 Norwegians as big favourites. I think Sam Laidlow, obviously, Martin Van Riel's another one, and I think we can add this man's name to the list.
Yeah, I think certainly, and you were talking about shooting at the cannon, and we're also getting those split screens. I'm going to give you another history lesson, and we can see on the right-hand side is Borgholm Castle, which is one of Sweden's most historic ruins, and it's located on the beautiful island of Öland, which is where our bike course went earlier today. And its story began around 900 years ago. It was first built as a medieval fortress to protect the area. And over the centuries, the Swedish kings have transformed it into a magnificent royal castle. Unfortunately, in 1806, a devastating fire destroyed much of the building, and the castle was sadly never fully rebuilt, but it does leave behind some pretty dramatic ruins that we can see today. And now Borgholm Castle attracts visitors who come to discover its fascinating history. So if Ironman Kalmar is on your bucket list, you have so many things to see in the region. There's so much history and there's culture, as long as obviously racing yourself or being out on course cheering our amazing athletes on, and cheering one of those athletes on, Jonas Schomburg. He's our men's leader through halfway in our Hoka run course, running super well. As you said, definitely going to be, well, not definitely, hopefully adding his name to the list of athletes and accolades that have gone before him. He's through 22.5 kilometers, 2-minute 52 lead over Gregory Barnaby. Andreas Salversberg is sitting in third place, 4 minutes back. Hopefully making the most of his hydration vest that he grabbed out at T2. And so as our athletes, the men are over now halfway in our Hoka run. Laura Philipp leading the women's race through 11.2 kilometers. Still, of course, lots of racing, lots of running to go. We will follow all the action shortly.
It's the beauty of Oman. Our tradition, our hospitality, the sounds of limitless opportunities to explore. Listen, it's Oman.
And they may well ask, why climb the highest mountain? We choose to do things not because they are easy, but because they are hard. Because that goal will serve to organize and measure the best of our energies and skills. Because that challenge is one that we're willing to accept, one we are unwilling to postpone, and one we intend to win.
And welcome back to Ironman Kalmar, and today's broadcast is brought to you by Oman. Beauty has an address, endurance has a destination, experience Oman, and by Morton. Get used to it. And we are here with our race leader, Jonas Schomburg. Crowe, do you want to bring us up to date on where the racing is at and the fast times that we've potentially got on course for the finish line?
Yeah, well, our men's leader, Jonas Schomburg, has just passed the 23.7 kilometre timing checkpoint. He currently has a 3:01 lead over Gregory Barnaby, and then it's another 1:07 back to Andreas Salversberg. So Andrea is 4:08 back from the lead and having a great race. So there's a few battles going on further down in the men's field. We've got Matthew Marquardt. He drifted out to about mid-4 minutes back, 4:37, but he's sort of hovering there. So he would still have Andreas Salversberg in his sights, and we know that typically he comes home strong, Matt, or he holds pace, I should say. No one really speeds up in the end of a marathon, but he tends to hold pace quite well. Our big mover, who we were keeping an eye on early, Trevor Foley, seems to have ground to a halt a little bit with his charge, so he's lost some more time. And our fastest man on course, no surprise, he's a long way back, but he's currently clipping off kilometres at 3:28, 3:29 per kilometre pace is Matt Hansen. So as we rejoin our women's leader, Laura Philipp, here doing a little loop around the local track and then back onto this nice hard-packed dirt section. Laura looking great. She's holding strong, leading our women's race here in Ironman Kalmar with Katrine Christensen currently holding down second spot, and Jen Dryschik in third. So, Jenny made that pass over Rachel Selinskas. We're also keeping an eye on Jackie Herring, who's still in fifth spot, but losing a little bit of time, and Leonie Gonzalo, who's in sixth spot, and who our Athletic Brewing podium predictor did say would snap up that final podium position. So plenty still to unfold here in the women's race and the men's race as well. There seems to be some people we thought looked like were drifting off the pace, were now holding pace, and maybe closing down time to the person in front. So the big question for me and the big storyline is Jonas Schomburg. Can he hold this pace? He went through the half marathon point in around an hour and 16 minutes. So that's obviously a 2:32, 2:33 marathon pace. You wouldn't expect him to hold that pace. We mentioned his previous PB was a 2:36 at the Ironman World Championships last year, which was off a very hard bike and a hot day. So, you know, I'm thinking Jonas can run a sub 2:36 here. And if he does, that'll bring a low 7 hour and 20-minute race into play. And we know that, you know, Sam Laidlow set an Ironman distance best time earlier this year in Challenge Ride. It was a tick over 7 hours 21, I believe, 7:21:04. And the fastest official Ironman time was Christian Blumenfeld. Surprise, surprise, with a high 7 hour 21 time. I mean, these times are just staggering, Sids, really. I mean, when we see some of these records fall, they don't just fall by a little bit. Like today, the bike course record, they're falling by 10 minutes, some of these bike course records, and half a dozen athletes are doing it on the same day.
Yeah, it's crazy the way the times are kind of just falling down, whether it's the bike. But interestingly, the swim, we're not getting that many swim course records in the last few years. We looked at the records from this, you know, they go back to 2019 and the same in some of the other races, but it's the bike and the runs that are just getting demolished by not just one, but several athletes. And I just wanted to note as well, just previously you talked about the different run surfaces. We had a bit of track running in there as well, but just as we saw Laura on the track, we also saw Katrine Christensen walking. And she is sitting, I'm hoping it was maybe just a bit of walking, some stitch or something like that. Hope it's nothing more than that. She's not in too much trouble. She's just under 10 minutes back from Laura Philipp in first, Katrine sitting in second, but she has got, as we said, sort of a few athletes queuing up behind her. Now she's still got a couple of minutes buffer, but they are only 10 kilometers into the run. And if she is starting to struggle, then that podium spot or that second place could be in doubt. So we will try and keep an eye on Katrine Christensen and see if we can get any of our spotters on the ground to give us a little bit more information. Someone who certainly doesn't look to be struggling too much at the moment is Laura Philipp, on course, our female leader, running super well. So here we get a split screen again, and I'm just looking, and Katrine, she doesn't, I mean, it's easy to say it now because we've seen her walking, but she doesn't look that comfortable. Again, splitting hairs when you look at the two screens. We saw it on the bike as well, how smooth Laura Philipp looks, and Katrine was shifting and fidgeting and moving around a little bit, and she just looks slightly stooped forwards, slightly leaning to the left, just a little bit more labored. And obviously they are 10K into the marathon after 180K on the bike and a 3.8K swim. So unless you're Laura Philipp making it look easy on the left, she's looking a little bit labored, Crowe.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it, as we see Laura split two of our age group male competitors there. A rose between two thorns, shoots up the middle and off into the distance. And I mean, we do like to assess technique and form. It's about who can hold efficiency late in the race. And, you know, there's no right or wrong with technique. It's more what's right or wrong for that particular athlete with their body, their strengths and weaknesses. What's interesting is how someone's form changes within a race. So I agree with you. I think Katrine definitely looks a little different to how she looked halfway around lap one. You know, every athlete has little telltale signs that are indicative of just the accumulation of fatigue and wear and tear over a long, hard day of racing. So she's tough, though. She's, you know, she in second spot. It's a course and a race she knows well. No doubt would have had some pressure coming in as the defending champion, but she does know this course, and I always think that's a huge advantage, especially when you battle some adversity. You can break the course down into bite-sized pieces, and, you know, if we get it, this is the first shot we've had of front on for a little while. Her face still looks relaxed to me, so whilst I would agree her posture looks a little different, maybe that's a telltale sign of some fatigue, she still looks quite relaxed in her face, and I think that's always a good sign.
Yeah, and looking at her races this year, it is actually Katrine's third Ironman of the year. So she was second at Ironman South Africa back in April, and then third at Hamburg. And if we're talking about Ironman races, I'm going over to your side of the world, Crowy, and we can head to Ironman at Cairns and head to Australia and race in Paradise at the 2027 Cairns Airport Ironman at Cairns. Set between the World Heritage listed Great Barrier Reef and the Daintree Rainforest, Cairns delivers one of the most spectacular courses on the planet. You start on the palm-lined shores of Palm Cove, you ride the iconic Captain Hook Highway with breathtaking ocean views, and then soak up the electric atmosphere on a flat, fast run through the heart of Cairns. Register now and discover why athletes keep coming back. And you've already mentioned that Jackie Herring, one of our female pros racing today, had a fantastic race in Cairns. I think, was it last year or the year before? She came off a disappointment race in Hamburg and then flew out to Ironman Cairns and took that win. As we see once again, Jonas Schomburg going onto the athletics track. I think that's a really bizarre change of surface, because you're going from, I understand like the gravel and the concrete, but then you go to the running track, which is sort of soft and spongy. And maybe just it's my mental PTSD from doing track sessions as an athlete, track athlete growing up, that it would just probably give me anxiety running onto the track again in the middle of a marathon.
Well, you know, one thing, you can get an accurate split. It's, you know, a track's well measured. So, I mean, I'm surprised Jonas hasn't gone for a little 400-metre segment here. But, yeah, I think it'd be good. It's a bit softer. Still responsive, though, and fast. Tracks are fast. So I'm sure the athletes will get a bit of a lift off the surface, particularly with the carbon-plated shoes. So, yeah, I love it. I love when racers take in a lot of the landmarks of the town. And I think this is pretty cool. They're going through the stadium here in Kalmar. Jonas, I saw him gesturing to one of the volunteers. It's like he was lost. It's like, mate, it's a track. Just keep going around. You'll be fine.
Just keep going around. You're going to come out at some point. Just don't, make sure you come out at the exit. It's funny, you talked about getting accurate splits on the track. I was actually having a conversation on a podcast the other day. I was saying one of our bugbears as athletes or as coaching is when people run on the track, but they use their GPS on the watch. And it's like, the track is a standard 400 meters. You don't need the GPS, which is never perfectly accurate. You know that one lap is 400, half a lap is 200. You can take your time splits that way. And that's how I always used to work on the track. I knew what pace I needed to be running for 200 meters. But yeah, gladly though, Jonas didn't get lost on the track and he's made it back out on to the race course and running still incredibly well, which is exciting to see. The men, he is now through 25, almost 26 kilometers on the Hoka Run course here at Ironman Kalmar.
Yeah, he's certainly an exciting athlete to watch. And the way he races is aggressive. It brings entertainment to the race. You know, every race he's in, you know, he's impacting the dynamics. We've seen a slightly different mode of operation from him today, for want of a better expression, but it's been a smart way of racing. He's explosive, he's dynamite. That race in Frankfurt, he was 2 or 3 minutes off the front before he lost an aero bar last year, like 40 kilometres into the bike. I just think he had so much excitement to these races. I love watching races he's in. Same with Martin Van Riel. I think he's brought a lot to middle distance racing and long distance racing. It's great to see. I mean, the limiting factor in all these events, whatever the distance, is speed. And these athletes have been cultivating their speed for years. And, you know, you change training focus a little bit and it doesn't take long to work out, you know, the nutrition side of things, a little bit of trial and error, get good people in your corner, get a good team around you. And these athletes certainly all have that. I think they can fast track a lot of those things that potentially in the past, you know, it might have taken a bit longer to dial in. I think with the nutrition products the way they are now, they're better. These athletes can work that side of it out pretty quickly. Yeah, and it's just great to see Jonas live up to, I mean, I think he's always lived from his very first race in middle distance and long course. He was ambitious. He would take on Ironman races and then the following week he'd turn up on a 70.3 start line. he's audacious in his scheduling and his racing, and he's just fun to watch. And I want to see what time he can, if he can really close it out here and run that sort of break new ground with his marathon, get a PB under the 2:36 he ran in Nice, and set himself up beautifully for a tilt at the title in October.
Yeah, so I was going to ask you that question, but I was going to go back to, you said he sort of jumped around from distances, adding a few WTCS races as well last year in between 70.3s. He's exciting to watch, totally agree. Martin Van Riel is exciting to watch, very much agree. Do you think they can have an impact on that rate? We've talked about the women's race and how excited we are about that in Kona. Let's give the men some love. Do you think Schomburg can have an impact on the men's race and challenge the Norwegians, Sam Laidlow, Martin Van Riel? He was obviously 6th last year at the World Championships in Nice on debut at a World Championships. What impact do you think he can have in Kona?
The short answer is yes. I mean, I think he can, but it doesn't really matter what I believe. It only matters what he believes. I think, no doubt, those other gentlemen you talked about are, in my opinion, all-time great athletes as well. We got some Ironman world champions, Ironman 70.3 world champions in there, athletes who have set the fastest times in history. We've got a guy in Martin Van Riel who gave Nice a good shake last year, coming off a pretty ordinary running injury that he had to deal with in the lead-up. I think we've seen his forms better this year, and I certainly think Martin and Jonas can be in the mix. Why not? Those other boys have a little bit more experience over the distance, certainly not more experience at big-time racing. All of these guys and girls have raced at the highest level of our sport at all distances, so they know what it takes to peak for a big day. They know what it's like dealing with the pressure and the expectation, the media commitments, all of those things. And they're hardened pros. So, yeah, I think the men's and women's races this year, I'm super excited for this, next 8-week period. I think what we're going to see in Nice will be something really special. I love that course. I think it's a true championship course. Great fields assembled for the men and women. And, yeah, Kona, everybody coming back together, the men and women this year, it'll be like a celebration. And just, it's the two fields that we could have on the start line. It's mouth-watering. I think we're going to see some fireworks for sure with the aggressive style of racing and the experience there. But, yeah, to answer your question, I think Jonas and Martin can be in the mix. Why not? I think at that level, it comes down to 0.5% here or there. Who's still got some juice in the tank late in the season? Who races the day the smartest? Potentially last year in Nice, we saw Casper Stornes win on the men's side, and it looked to me like Christian had.
I think I've lost Croy for a moment there, but I'm going to ask him a few more questions. But we've got Gregory Barnaby on screen now in 2nd place, who's running very well. He's been holding 2nd place for a while now, but he's 3:38 down from Jonas Schomburg. He's got about a minute's gap over Andreas Salversberg and Matthew Marquardt. They're all getting pretty close together. That 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th is Daniel Bakkegaard at 7:16 back. But it's certainly not over. 27 kilometers into this run for Jonas Schomburg. But those final podium spots, and even the first podium spot, it's never over. We've seen races change in latter stages, as we have Gregory Barnaby going through town at the moment, and just soaking in that atmosphere, still running super well. A little bit further down, so Matt Hansen has continued to make his passes over everyone. He's now 21 minutes back, but he's moved up to 17. Trevor Foley is 13 minutes down, back in 8th. Now, we did have word on the ground that he's blown up, but talk about someone, and I do believe he's got a sweatshirt on. We are going to go down to James Cunningham on the ground. James, what have you got for us?
Hi, Laura. Thanks. Jonas Schomburg just ran past you, just missed him, didn't come to me quite quick enough, probably because he's moving so quick. He's clearly having a really good run. I did tell you that the conditions were great for running. As you can see, I now have my jacket on. It's not zipped up, but I do have my jacket on because it's a little bit windy, but it's perfect conditions for running. Laura Philipp also just came past us just a few minutes ago, obviously a little bit ahead of Jonas, but one lap behind, and she also is looking absolutely sublime. She was just completely calm, completely smooth, and clearly there was not even etched pain on her face. She just looks completely in control of this race, as she has been now for quite some time. I think both of them are a little bit in the situation now where they could bring it back and slow down a little bit and get to the finish line as quick as relaxed as possible. However, at this point of an Ironman, I actually think breaking your rhythm, changing your rhythm, is almost more dangerous than just keeping the rhythm that you're on and pushing through. It's quite literally a case of the quickest way to make the pain stop, and no matter how smooth both of them look, I absolutely guarantee you they're both in a lot of pain right now at this point of an Ironman. But the quickest way to make the pain stop is actually just keep the pace going until you get to that finish line. It's one more lap for Jonas Schomburg to get his first Ironman victory, and it's going to be a substantial victory. And a real marker to everyone who's been doubting his form over the iron distance and his strategies over the iron distance, but also a real marker as we look ahead to Kona. It's going to be an exciting end to the season. But let's wrap up this race first. I'm just waiting for the next men to come through. It's going to be a few minutes though, so I'm going to throw back to you and you guys can come back to me in a little while.
Thank you, James. Yes, I can come back to you and give you more stick about wearing that sweatshirt and jumper down at Ironman at Kalmar. Europe is going through a heat wave, and I appreciate Sweden is quite far in the north of Europe, and obviously not quite as hot as other places in Europe at the moment. You have been in the UK, which has been having a heat wave, but I do see you now with a sweatshirt on, and we'll come back and you can give me some stick back. But I think you're right. Jonas Schomburg is on track with a lap to go to take his first Ironman win. Obviously, still anything can happen. We've had races finish, even the World Championships last year in Kona, all changed within the last 10K and then the last 2K with Lucy Charles-Barkley and Taylor Knibb unfortunately not finishing. And then we got our current world champion Solveig Lofseth ran through. Hopefully do not wish that on Jonas Schomburg. He's certainly looking fantastic at the moment as he's running, and yeah, putting all those people who have put his run form under question. He goes out too hot, all the rest, he hasn't got the pacing right, he hasn't got his nutrition and fueling right. He's certainly at the moment at 28.8 kilometers seems to be getting it right today. He's got his watch in his hand, he's obviously keeping track of his pace. He just looks, for the whole race, to be very calm, controlled. I mean, like James said, he's obviously hurting. He's obviously working hard, same with Laura Philipp. But he does look very much in control and in a good place with the last lap to go. And hopefully feeding off the crowd, the amazing support that is out on the streets of Kalmar. And hopefully lots of distractions as well with the different types of area that the athletes are running through. They've got the cobbles through the center, they go out into the neighborhood. They've got all the different fans in the sport. As Crow was said, there's lots of different surfaces that these athletes are running on. They've got a hot lap around the track, 400-meter rep. If only there was a bonus for the fastest lap time. Still plenty more racing to go, and we're gonna come back to see how the rest of the racing pans out.
And there it is, the Ironman World Champion.
Endurance isn't just about medals, it's about showing up, even when your brain says go and your body says no. Showing up means taking care of yourself, skin and all, because when you train hard, your skin works hard too. That's where Bulldog comes in, with products packed with brilliant natural origin ingredients that help prepare, protect and recover your skin. No fuss, no nonsense. Bulldog Skincare is man's best friend. Official men's care products of Ironman Europe.
And welcome back to the 2026 Ironman Kalmar. It's our last Ironman race in the Experience Oman Ironman Pro Series before we head to Kona and the World Championships. We have Ironman 70.3 Zellamzee in 2 weeks' time, which is the last 70.3, before we head to Nice 70.3 World Championships. I am joined today on the ground. We have James Kunemar giving us all the thoughts, insights and action from the ground. In studio, I did have Crowe Alexander with me. We've unfortunately lost Crowe. We think he's stuck in the storms in Kona. He was doing us a favor today. He just landed off a plane and was standing in at the very last minute. So for the moment, you're back to just me, my dulcet tones, and obviously James Kunemar on the ground. But we are 30 kilometers in to the Hoka run course. You have Jonas Schomburg on screen in the lead. He is our race leader, and we're going to go throw down to James on the ground on the run course now.
Thanks, Laura. Yeah, you're back with me here. We've just had most of the ladies come through. We've got Katrin Christensen, and then a minute behind her, we've got Jenny Jędrzejczyk, and then a minute behind her, we've got Jackie Rachel Zelinkis, and now, as you can see, coming down the road now, we have Jackie Herring. And there is literally almost exactly 60 seconds between each of those four ladies. Oh, she gave me a thumbs up and a smile. So clearly she's not feeling too bad, and everything to play for second place. I think Laura Phillips in a league of her own today, but there's a lot to play for in second place in that women's race. And, well, I was going to say Jack Herring's not in the driving seat there, but she's the only one who gave me a smile and a thumbs up when she ran past this place. So maybe she's feeling better than those ladies in front of her, and she's going to pick them off towards the end of the marathon here. There is still a lot of running to go, and a lot can happen. But yeah, when you're feeling good and you're giving people a thumbs up, that's always a good sign when you're 14 Ks into an Ironman marathon. All right. There's not many more athletes coming past here for a while, so I'm going to throw back to you and find another spot on the course to show you later on.
No, I love that from Jackie Herring. But no offense, James, but do the other women know who you are? I mean, it's been a while since you were racing, so you know maybe that's a new generation coming through, and you're not quite as familiar with those. But Jackie Herring, I'm happy to say that she gave you a thumbs up. Go on, James. I can hear you want to reply.
Yeah, that is possible, Laura. Although I am wearing an Ironman Pro Series jacket, so they should know that I'm part of, I'm wearing the jacket, Laura. So they should know that I'm part of the broadcast team and give me a thumbs up, right?
Maybe it was the jacket because you're not in a t-shirt like everyone else out there in the sunshine and they're sweating away on the run course. Anyway, enough of the piss taking the banter between us. I'm sure he'll get his own back on me, I'm sure. Back on screen we have Jonas Schomburg, and we've just been saying many things about this athlete. Still pretty new to the long distance racing, but come up from the Olympic distance, been to the Olympic Games, so certainly knows how to perform on the big stage, but is currently about, less than 10K, no, just over 10K away from potentially taking his first Ironman win, and obviously maximum points, 5,000 points in the Ironman Pro Series, and putting his name in contention and in the mix for the World Championships in Kona in October. On our split screen, on the other side, we have Gregory Barnaby also having a fantastic race. He's 4 minutes back from Jonas Schomburg. He's had a mixed year. Certainly, again, another world-class athlete, has been top 10 at the World Championships. He won the inaugural Ironman Pro Series back in 2024, and then last year took a different tack, stepped into the T100 distance, so now has returned to the Ironman racing and the full distance, and so not quite sure what form he was in. He had some sickness before Ironman South Africa, and then had a bike crash in Frankfurt. So fantastic to see Gregory Barnaby back to his best and over the full distance, sitting in second. But this guy on screen, Jonas Schomburg, is certainly putting on a display to be proud of, to make other people stand up and take note. He just seems to be learning and getting better. He's got an interesting relationship. He's coached by his dad, and that's been his coach for many, many years, I believe. But a fantastic athlete. I love the way he races. Normally attacks hard from the swim and wants to make everyone work hard or punish them. But sat in a little bit with the lead group on the swim, sat in a little bit on the bike, did his share of the work. I'm not going to say he wasn't working hard. And hopefully I think that was smart and patient racing to be able to now run his way into the lead. We have our split screen, Laura Phillip, another athlete just looking supreme all day. And as James says, sort of in a league of her own today. But certainly behind Laura Phillip, it is getting very close. We have Katrin Christensen, Jenny Jendrusik, Rachel Zelinskas, Jackie Herring, all sort of coming in, as James says, 50 to 60 seconds between each of them. Leonie Gonzala is not too far behind either, but certainly the rest of that podium for the women is still up for grabs. Just a mention as well, so Robert Callan, for those joining us now for the run portion, or those in the United States and North America getting an early start on a Saturday morning. Robert Callan posted a Ironman world best time on the bike, a 3:53.12. He's just slipping back a little bit now on the run. He's 13 minutes 11 back from Schomburg, looking around a 3-hour marathon, which is kind of his average over the Ironman distance, but unfortunately it means he's potentially just slipping out of those Kona qualification spots. This is the last chance for our professional men and women and our age groupers to gain a spot for the World Championships in Kona. And we have 3 spots per gender up for grabs, 3 for the men, 3 for the women. There are plenty of athletes wanting those spots. So Jonas Schomburg has his slot as he went through 32 kilometers, so we have 10 Ks left to go. But looking for those slots are Robert Callan, Daniel Beckergaard, Gregory Barnaby, Andreas Salisberg, and several others, but they're the ones in contention at the moment. And again, split screen. As I said, Gregory Barnaby on the right, going along the bike path along the waterfront. This course in Kalmar has pretty much a little bit of everything on the run course, all kinds of surfaces. One thing it has got in spades, though, is the crowds. And I was saying earlier, they had 1,300 kids at Iron Kids yesterday, which I think must be some record along the way. And at a local, I say local triathlon, midweek triathlon race, obviously part of this event, on Wednesday night, 1,400 athletes, which is simply incredibly impressive, but there's no surprise why Ironman Kalmar gets so many records, accolades, is a fan favorite, is an athlete favorite. Speaking to Lisa Norden yesterday, she won this race in 2023, and she couldn't, and obviously she is Swedish, and so it's a hometown race, and she couldn't speak highly enough of this event and the announcers, the volunteers, the supporters, everyone that comes out and support it. And we're saying how much Sweden or Lisa has done for this sport, and she also now gives back. She's just had a baby, but she does work in the Swedish Federation now, giving her experience and learning to other athletes after that epic silver medal at the London 2012 Olympics from Lisa. On screen now, second place, Gregory Barnaby, having a fantastic day. Although Andreas Salvesberg is only 15 seconds behind him now, so actually could be pretty close for that second and third spots. Jonas Schomburg is 4.5 minutes in the lead, but as with the women's race, this podium is not finalized yet. Gregory Barnaby is 4:33. Andrea Salzberg is 4:45, and Matthew Marquardt is 5:27 down. So certainly not over for the minor places. Out of those three, Barnaby and Salzberg are looking for Kona slots, but obviously the fight is for the podium, and we're going to pan back to see if we could get sight on that 15-second gap back to Salzberg. Salzberg was in that front pack of the swim and in the front pack on the bike. Took a few extra seconds in Ruvi T2 to put on a hydration vest. He wanted to take no risks on getting his fueling right, and you could see him just in the background then, just behind Gregory Barnaby. So I'm expecting there to be a pass shortly from Salzberg to Barnaby, and then we'll have to see where Matthew Marquardt ends up from that. Obviously Marquardt coming off a fantastic race at Ironman Lake Placid. He was just 4 minutes shy of that impressive performance from Martin van Riel. Both of those performances were pretty much solo effort. Martin van Riel off the front all day, and Matthew Marquardt as well when he got himself to the front of the chasers on the bike and then set himself up on his own. And we had the guys, the rest of the pack, for the last podium spot chasing behind, and that was Ben Canute that sealed that third place. But still having a great race here today. Matthew Marquardt in fourth place, 5:27 down, but just this guy on screen on the left having an outstanding performance, and one that's probably been brewing for a while since he moved up to the full distance from that debut in Ironman South Africa last year, when it was just sort of hopped into as a training race, and then going through to getting sixth at the Ironman World Championships in Nice last year. Now looking to have a fantastic day and potentially take his first Ironman win, and his first Ironman Pro Series win. 5,000 points and a lot of confidence going in to Kona. On the women's side, to give you an update, so it is getting super close, as we said, apart from Laura Philipp, who is in her own league. And I'm going to eat my hat, because when I was researching before the race, the predictions had Laura Philipp winning by about 20 minutes, and I just didn't believe that would be the case with some of the other athletes racing. But she is currently at 20 kilometers. She's 13 minutes 44 seconds ahead, so potentially that 20 minutes is looking likely, and that's ahead of Katrine Christensen, who was our 2025 Ironman Kalmar winner. Jenny Jadrenschik is having a fantastic race. She's at 15 minutes back, so closing in on Katrine, and she's looking for a Kona slot. Rachel Zelinskas is now just dropped back to fourth at 16:10, but soon going to be passed by Jackie Herring, who is at 16:17 back. And there we go. That is the pass of Andrea Salzberg passing Gregory Barnaby. He looks to have ditched his hydration vest. I am not seeing a hydration vest on him now. He's still got his bucket hat on, but he's obviously ditched that at an aid station or in one of the trash cans, and is going solo or going alone, just taking the aid from the nutritional. He's got it shoved down the front of his top by the looks of him. But we have a new second place in our pro men's race. Andrea Salzberg has moved in, and now so you don't have to just listen to me babbling along on my own. I am pleased to welcome Ahad Crowe, and now we're going to go to another commentator that I've worked with this year at races from the UK, Tim Don. I believe you are joining me for a bit of the commentary and for the finishing off this race in Ironman Kalmar.
Hi Sid, how you doing?
I'm
Wow,
good.
what a race we've got going
Very
on
happy
here.
that you're joining me.
No, it's always a pleasure. I've been following the race this morning. Can't believe it's the last race this year in the Ironman Pro Series and qualification for before Kona and Nice.
I know, it's crazy that it's the last full distance. It doesn't seem too long that we were in New Zealand and starting the series, the Experience Oman series off, and now, very quickly after Kalmar and then Zelamze in a couple of weeks, we are well and truly into World Championship season. Tim, if you've been watching it, what are your thoughts on the race so far?
Well, my rate, I think for the men's side, I mean, if I'm going to do a Sunday run, I think I just might quit it and go straight to racing. I mean, it's mad what Jonas has been saying this week, that he's just going to do a Sunday run, so he's racing. But I'm really not amazed, but people have travelled a long way for this race, considering we're getting near that championship season. And you can see here, you know, the speeds that they're going on the bike is just fantastic on the men. And then, you know, they're laying down great run times. And then with the women's, you know, Laura Phillips, she hasn't had the best season by her amazingly high standards. Obviously getting ill, we don't truly know what happened to her. But to hit another Ironman out this close to Nice and to Kona, and not just take part in it, but really, really, be this dominant. I mean, as James was saying, when she came through, you know, she was trying to get the crowd behind her. So lots of confidence out there. This is and every second counts as well for some of these athletes who are chasing the Ironman Pro Series.
Yeah, that's right. It definitely is. Every second counts. I think the interesting thing, we've had like several races within one race here. You know, you've got that race for the win, and obviously a title, but then you've got the athletes that are trying to get that last qualifying spot for Kona. You've got athletes, like you said, they've traveled a long way because they're after those points for the Ironman Pro Series. You've got some, as you said, out for just their Sunday jog, but happen to be at the front of the race, leading the way of a catered training day. And you've got others, you know, coming off the back of Lake Placid or other races. You know, if I look further down the list, Trevor Foley, he's in 7th, 15 minutes back. You know, he decided to come over here and chase the Pro Series. He's down to do 70.3 Zelamze as well in 2 weeks' time, and the 70.3 World Championships in Nice. Chasing the series at this point in the year, it's a hard call to make, isn't it, when you're traveling around the world?
Absolutely, yes. I do think hitting those early season races well really puts you in a much better position because you can be more selective. But as you said, people are committing to the series because they want to be the best in the world. They want to win that series. But yeah, I mean, there's some athletes have done some massive travelling. And then if you even look back at Matt Hansen, I mean, he's nearly, you know, he's running very well. He's kind of running 320, 323, 325k pace, but he's over 20 minutes back. And, you know, he's probably going to run a top 10, which in any other race would be great. But 20 minutes is a lot of seconds for him to lose, isn't it?
It is, yeah. And Tim, I want to get your thoughts on the Robert Callan's bike course record and that 3:53:12 split.
I mean, we know the biking is improving. We know that the training methods and the way to kind of like monitor your training is just out there and fueling. But that's a big bike today. And I think, you know, we saw on the course some of the athletes not struggling, but they were dealing with the wind as well. And that can, you know, on an ideal day, you probably want, you know, less wind than more wind. And I would definitely say it looked like more wind than less. So it'd be interesting to see his I guess his power file. Hopefully he's going to download it and we can all analyze it. But I just think it's impressive, and he hasn't really, you know, fallen off a cliff either so far.
No, he hasn't. I mean, he has obviously dropped back. He's 15 minutes back, and he's sort of probably out of the running for the Kona slot, which was obviously what he was coming here today, but obviously gets that Iron World best time. But yeah, not drastically dropped off, perhaps not having, but had to put himself in the best position. And the other guy that's in the best position at the moment is Jonas Schomburg, who is leading our professional men's race.
It's the beauty of Oman. Our tradition, our hospitality, the sounds of limitless opportunities to explore. Listen, it's Oman.
Ironman is the journey of a lifetime that begins long before race day. Life is busy and time is precious, but we need to stay on course. We ride, we practice, we improve, then we do it again. So when the day arrives, we are ready, and every one of us crosses that finish line to hear the words, "You are an Ironman." Get race day ready with Ruvi and practice on your course in advance.
And they may well ask, why climb the highest mountain? We choose to do things not because they are easy, but because they are hard. Because that goal will serve to organize and measure the best of our energies and skills. Because that challenge is one that we're willing to accept, one we are unwilling to postpone, and one we intend to win.
Today's broadcast of Ironman Kalmar is brought to you by Athletic Brewing. Brew without compromise. And also by AG1. Better finishes start with AG1. Welcome back to the coverage of Ironman Kalmar. I am, joined today by James Kunema, who's been down on the ground giving us sights, sounds, insights, info, and all the rest in his sweatshirt down on Ironman Kalmar racecourse. In the studio, I am now lucky to be joined by both Tim Don and Crowe Alexander is back. Crowe, I'm going to throw this one to you. Looking at the splits now, Jonas is he's in the lead. He's got about 5 minutes, but it is getting super tight for those second and third podium slots. Matthew Marquardt is soon to be catching Gregory Barnaby. Crowe, thoughts on the podium?
Yeah, it's good to be back. Sorry I disappeared there for a while, unlike Schomburg, who seems like he's not going anywhere. And hello to you, Tim. Yeah, I mean, it's never over until it's over, is it? Your pace can fall off a cliff. That's one thing about Matthew Marquardt I think that we've seen is that he doesn't fall off a cliff. Even if he's not having a great day, he tends to just hang around. So, Andreas Solversberg, hats off. I think he's had an awesome race. He's such a great swimmer. He's always in contention. He fought hard on the bike for positioning, got dropped, got back on, and has, didn't launch out of Ruvi T2 like a lot of the other athletes. Had his plan with his hydration pack and a strategy to unlock a great marathon. It seems like he's doing a good job. It looks like he's going to get one of those Kona spots. So, but yeah, this next 15 or 20 minutes should be interesting with the minor podium spots still up for grabs and Kona qualification still up for grabs.
Yeah, that's right. And if you're looking on the screen now, and Tim, I'm going to throw this one to you. Do you think Laura looks like she's struggling now? She's obviously, we are 23 kilometers in. She's got just under half. She looks like she's slowed a little bit, which is understandable given the position she's in. But tell me if you're seeing the same or different, or still think she's moving pretty well.
I still think she's moving well. I would think at this stage, she's always got Philippe and a team around her giving her splits. She knows the job is in hand and there are bigger races to come. Yes, every second does count, but also she wants to turn up fresher. She wants to recover You know, by Wednesday, Thursday, she wants to be back into some sort of training, not just a massive recovery week. So I would like to think that this is a deliberate slowdown and manage of her energy at this stage. You know, hopefully it's so, you know, we're seeing it maybe next time she goes for an aid station or fuel, just to see if she's got any stomach issues. Is she still taking on enough fuel as she's running? But I would like to think that this is now, they've said, let's back off, you know, a couple of percentage and save ourselves for later in the year.
Sometimes though, Tim, it can be harder though to like change your rhythm. I know James was saying that earlier, you know, to if you're in a rhythm, apart from the natural fatigue slowing you down, actually sort of physically trying to back off if you are in, yeah, those Ironman legs and run, it can sometimes be harder, right?
Absolutely, no, it can. But I definitely think when you're leading the race by such a margin, you know, 14 minutes, you know, if you do the maths, 14 minutes to roughly 21 kilometers to go, kind of, you know, she really needs to fall off a cliff. And that can happen, and we have seen it happen. We saw that with Chelsea when she started to walk in her last race. But I don't think, you know, she looks like that. But as we talk about this commentator's curse, and maybe she's just gone for a bad patch as well. You know, we have those eddies and flows, you know, through a marathon. We saw she was out there on her own. She biked very, very strong. Is that coming to bite her in the butt? You know, she's grimacing there, but is that a little smile? You know, if anything, it could make it for an exciting 21K.
It certainly could. We've still got just under half the marathon left to go, and while she has got that 15-minute lead, Chloe, like with the men's, those podium positions for the women, it's not finalised or settled yet. We've got Katrine Christensen at 14:50 back, and then Jenny Dejrejczyk at 16:07. Jackie Herring has now overtaken Rachel Zelinskas at 16:47. Rachel Zelinskas 17:03, and now Leonie Consala is 18:53. So actually, those podium positions are pretty close. But before I come to you, Crow, I'm just going to go through our Morton Momentum Index for our pro women. And again, this is the athlete that has moved up the most number of places. So unlike the men, where we had Matt Hansen just running through all the field and jumping up double figures of places, only got 3 places moved up for Medna, Corpores and Greiger. So that's our Morton Momentum Index for the run at the moment. But coming back to you, Crowe, the podium for the women, apart from Laura, given that she carries on and she just controls things, it's not decided for the women yet, is it? The 2nd and 3rd place?
No, not by any stretch. I think 2nd through 6th place is 4 minutes. There's a little bit of movement there, a few ebbs and flows, as Tim said, and it'll be interesting because, again, I mean, we look at the form guide and we look at, you know, recent data points. We know Jackie Herring's a good runner, but she's had that injury. You know, who's done a recent Ironman? Most of these women raced in Hamburg. So, yeah, there's a few dynamics at play here. I agree too. I think Laura doesn't look like she did an hour ago. Probably an obvious comment, but, you know, when you have that much of a lead, I think she really just needs to bite down hard on the mouth guard, get some nutrition in. If she can get through that next 10K, then there's light at the end of the tunnel. You know, I think given her point scoring this year and where she sits in the Ironman Pro Series, possibly her, you know, once she bags the 5,000 points, hopefully that happens and all goes to plan for her. Her competition for the other top spots for the Ironman Pro Series are not in the race today, so she doesn't need to, you know, keep her foot on everybody's throat and win by 15 minutes. She only needs to bag those 5,000 points, and then, like Tim said, the mind turns to the championship races, some good recovery, because she still needs to race well in those 2 races to figure high up in the Ironman Pro Series, if that's something that her and Philip have talked about. You know, I feel like this is the best version of Laura we've seen this year, given her health struggles earlier in the year. It's still an Ironman. That's just a long way, isn't it? It's a long way to have a training day or to go through the motions. And I think the whole theory around scheduling races has changed. You know, we talked about nutrition being better, recovery protocols. I think that the shoes play into that. We don't get as beat up potentially in the last 10 or 15 kilometres of a marathon, but it's a long day, isn't it? And you know, Jonas joked about a training day. It's not a training day. It's a little more than that.
That's right. And even if you're winning the race and having your best performance and it's all flowing, it is still a long day. And whatever your reason to come and do an Ironman, considering it as a training day, it is still a long day. I joke that as, again, I say I know athletes that are racing Kalmar and then heading to Copenhagen to another Ironman tomorrow. But we mentioned Laura in the Pro Series. She's currently sitting at 15th in the Ironman Pro Series, but with 5,000 points, she would jump right up to being in contention at the top of the Pro Series, or certainly those top few spots. And then it certainly becomes a closer fight and a closer battle between the likes of Solveig Lofseth, Grace Tech, who's currently at the top, but I think Solveig Lofseth, the likes of Hannah Berry, Lisa Pertera, even, you know, Kat Matthews is a few more points down after her race or not finishing the race in Texas earlier this year. But with Laura's 5,000 points, it certainly leaps her up from 15th up to the top ranks of the Pro Series. And on the men's side, we have another change. So Matthew Marquardt has now moved himself up into 3rd position, passing Gregory Barnaby. Gregory Barnaby in 4th. He's sort of dropping off the pace a little bit, 6:14 down. He has a little bit of a buffer before Daniel Beckergaard, but still sits in that 2nd qualification slot for Kona. Currently on the men's side, and I'm sure one of the team will tell me if I'm incorrect, but Andrea Salvesberg will take a Kona slot, Gregory Barnaby and Daniel Beckergaard, how it stands at the moment. And we see our top 2 men on screen at the moment, Jonas Schomburg and Andre Salvesberg. Tim, give me your thoughts on the race from a Salvesberg perspective today. Any insights into how he's performed?
Amazing. I mean, we always know he's going to be top 3 out the water. I used to train with him years and years ago when he raced short course, and he's such a committed athlete, and he just hasn't put it together. I've always thought, no, this sounds like he'd be better at Ironman than he has actually shown, because he's a class athlete, and I think this is the level that he can race at. But we know, as Chloe was saying, it's not a long season. There is no season. There's lots of races to choose from, and it's just getting that balance right. And, you know, to see what he's doing now, he kind of like, you know, he was smart in the swim, and on the bike as well. You know, it was windy, so lots of people would have saved more, even with 20 meters. And we saw early on that big, long pace line, athletes would be saving more energy. You know, we talk about their power, their watts per kilo, but in what parts of the course were they saving? And he's just had a very, very smart race. And, you know, let's hope he's still got his fueling right, because he's definitely got, you know, some people around him that could still, you know, go over the top of him in the last 5 kilometers. But no, it's really great to see him execute this and get on the podium in an Ironman Pro Series.
Yeah, and Crowe, you know, if we go back right to the beginning of the day and we looked at that front swim pack, and yes, we had Robert Callan rode off the front of the bike, but ultimately this podium has come out of that front pack. We haven't seen, you know, Trevor Foley is in 7th. Actually, Matt Hansen, looking at the splits, has now run himself up into 8th, into the top 10, but is, you know, Trevor's 17:50 back, Matt Hansen's 19:31 back. The podium came from that front swim pack, and whether it was WhatsApp chat or just that was the decision on the day. I know some of them that were going for Kona slots didn't want to do the work, but it's certainly them working together on the swim and the bike has benefited them. Now we're coming to the last few kilometers in the run.
Yeah, well, that's usually the way it works. You want to have different options to race, but all of those options hopefully include being strong in all disciplines so you can respond. We know the athletes talk, we talk about the WhatsApp chat and we laugh about it, but I mean, that's been happening since day dot, athletes getting together and talking and you know, forming partnerships of convenience in the race. And, you know, that front group, but a special mention again to Andreas Salversberg, because he got dropped from that group. He was distanced from that group, as was quite a few, because it was 13 strong to start with. And then with the addition of Robert Callan, I think there was only 6 left from that original front group. And Andrea was dropped, but he got back on. And then he hasn't launched out onto the marathon course at light speed like a lot of the other athletes. I think he's played it a little more patiently. And as Tim mentioned, we've known about Andrea for a long time. He's had pedigree in the sport. And I think when you're as good as he is, it's only a matter of time before you figure it out and join the dots. And he's doing that. And let's hope he holds on, because we know he's coveting that Kona slot. And I mean, from all the races in the Ironman Pro Series, he's been involved in shaping the race dynamics in every race he's in. So I think he, you know, nobody, I guess, owns a spot, but he definitely deserves a spot. I think he's earning his stripes this year, as he did last year. He's just good swimmer. He's in the box seat. And to your point, Sids, I think it's always advantageous to be in that front swim group, because you know who's coming from behind. You get a chance to settle and then match their pace if you need to. You get to make all the decisions rather than just being reactive and on the back foot the whole race.
And looking at the splits now, you see it's definitely not over till it's over. Matthew Marquardt is now only 20 seconds behind Andreas Salversberg. Are we going to see another change in positions before we get to the finish line? I'll send that one to Crowe, yes. Sorry.
We definitely could do. I mean, that's one thing you talked about, Sids, early on with Matthew, is that he tends to even split his bike and run legs. We've seen him do it time and again. You know, no one negative splits. Even, I mean, elite world-class marathoners may negative split by seconds, but we're talking that's a different sport to what we're looking at here. And, you know, I think it's pretty well accepted if in an Ironman marathon, if you can even split or get as close to it as possible, even if you only lose 3 or 4 minutes in your second half, you tend to be competitive in the marathon portion. And that's what Matthew does. We see him every Ironman race. He comes on strong, the back end of the bike, and you know, he holds strong in the marathon. So he's not one of these guys who fluctuates and yo-yos. He tends to go through bad patches, but he consolidates. He doesn't lose too much time. He doesn't fall off a cliff. Like Tim mentioned, as we see Schomburg coming off that track and making this right-hand turn down onto the hard-packed gravel track along the lake. So yeah, we could see another move from Matthew. I mean, let's see what happens. Can Andrea fight back? That difference is 19 seconds. It's coming down kilometre by kilometre. Maybe Andrea, who knows the headspace? Maybe he's happy just to wrap up a Kona spot, or has he got some fight left? Tell you what, we're going to find out pretty soon.
Yeah, that's right. We have Jonas Schomburg through 39 kilometers. And Tim, what's going through Jonas's head now? He's finished. He's got a 5.5 minute lead. The finish is almost there, not quite. You're about to get 5,000 points. You're about to take your first Ironman win, Ironman Pro Series win. What's in his headspace at the moment?
Sunday runs will never be the same again. No, but seriously, I'm sure as much as we found out he was going to race quite late, you know, I know he trains a lot in Leeds, so I'm sure he knew the shape he was in. And he is one of those kind of volume athletes. He's, you know, looking at his watch, Hayden Wild style, he's holding it. He is running to schedule. Now in his mind, he's probably thinking, I knew I could do it, I believed I could do it, but I haven't done it yet. And he is going to do it. And at this stage now, you know, he is going to be an Ironman champion, an Ironman Pro Series champion. You know, he's probably thinking it was the best decision I made, you know, coming here. But is that going to affect him? Because, you know, the big boys are watching this, you know, the athletes who are, the current world champions, the world champions of the last couple of years, who he has been going toe-to-toe with and not beating them. You know, are they looking at this going, wow, he is now a Kona contender, a Nice contender? Or are they saying, oh, is that one Ironman too much? You know, he doesn't have the experience that we have. And I think going back to Matthew, going through tough times, earlier in his career, he was cramping like out the swim and spending 5 minutes in transition, stretching his quads, and then he would still come back. So he definitely knows, Matthew, how to dig deep. And he knows a lot about the body, obviously, with what he's studying at the moment. But, what Schomburg is doing, a tip of the hat to him, turning up and, dominating a race like we know he has the capability of doing.
And yes, dominating the race, but I'm now looking at prediction times, and obviously looks like he's going to smash the course record of 7:38 from Brownlee back in 2022. He's going to go close to Christian's Ironman world best time of 7:21.24, like potentially around that 7:23. Now, every course is different, of course, but does that send warning signals out to the boys, to the Norwegians, to Martin Van Riel, to Sam Laidlow?
I don't think so.
Let's go, Tim. Tim, you pick up on that one. No, that's all right. We were talking.
I don't think so, because every race this year, they seem to be getting close to faster times that we've ever seen. I think, we know there's evolution in sport, in any sport. God, look at them going round, everyone. But I just think at the moment, we're in like a hyper speed. So, unless he's going to run a 2:27 off the bike, and I think he went a 4:02 bike. Unless he goes a sub-4 and runs a 2:27, I'm not saying they won't be worried, but they'll be going, yeah, that's around the ballpark of what I can do.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think these athletes and some of the main contenders and the athletes who have won championships, that they know the quality of this man anyway. I don't think they've seen something today that's changed their opinion. I think they would be of the opinion, if they were in this race, they would be with Jonas or possibly even in front of him. It's very hard to draw comparisons between. We just talked about the record going down. Alistair Brownlee is one of the greatest triathletes I've ever seen. So for his time to be beaten by 15, 17 minutes, that speaks to conditions, course, equipment, innovation, but also the brilliance of the athletes. I just think sometimes it's hard to compare an apple to an orange. I think we know a great performance when we see one. This is certainly a great performance. I think the Sam Laidlows and Christian Blumenfelds of the world are sitting back saying, chapeau, Jonas, well done. And we'll see you in 4 weeks and in 8 weeks. And I think they've always respected him as an athlete and what he brings to the table. And still they think that, the status quo is that they're going to beat him. Because that's basically, until he disproves that theory in a major championship, that is the status quo.
Yeah, that's right. He's got to perform it when everybody is there lining up. We have had a stacked race today for Ironman Kalmar, particularly at this point in the season, albeit with Pro Series points on the line. But yeah, you've got to put that performance out again when all the world best, all those title contenders are there. And we've got Jonas Schomburg. He is 41 kilometers. Just 1 kilometer less to go as he's navigating around some of our age group athletes who are out on the Hoka run course. On the left-hand screen, we've got Andreas Salversberg checking over his shoulder. He's 14 seconds ahead of Matthew Marquardt with 3K to go. He's got a little bit further. It's going to be pretty close. I'm sure Matthew Marquardt can see Andrea ahead, and Andrea keeps looking over his shoulder. That one could be a close one down to the wire. But Jonas Schomburg looking pretty impressive as he comes through the final few kilometers. We're going to get him in the finish line, not too far away. And just checking back on the women's race, Chloe, it's getting pretty tight there. In fact, I've just seen Jackie Herring has now moved into third. Chloe.
Yeah, great run by Jackie. Way to hang in there. No, we know her lead-up's been disrupted. Didn't have a happy time of it in Boise at the Ironman Pro Series race there. So, but still a bit of running left in the women's race, though. They've got an hour of running left, so a lot can still change as we see Schomburg come over this wooden bridge and through this tunnel. And yeah, he's about to come into the centre precinct of town. What a performance. Yeah, it's a great race. You know, he raced a little differently to what we've seen. Not as aggressive, not as explosive, a little bit more subdued, I guess we could say, but certainly was aggressive straight out of Ruvi T2 and took the race by the scruff of the neck, as James Kunemar said, and hasn't looked back since then. And it's a great performance. There's absolutely no doubt about that. There's been some wind on the bike, you know, slightly cooler conditions, I would guess. That's possibly favourable and not a lot of elevation gain, but I mean, any time around 7 hours 20, and it looks like he's going to do a tick over, maybe 7:21, 22 or 7:23, somewhere around there. It's incredible racing. These athletes continue to push the limits. The question now is, can he recover? Can he turn it around? And that's where his head should be. This is a great performance, but really it means naught unless he can turn it around and back it up in 4 weeks and then again in 8 weeks, and I'm sure that's what he's thinking. He wants to replicate this with some of the other contenders in the field at the championship races.
That's right, as we are seeing the final few meters of Jonas Schomburg. He can see the big screen up ahead. He's going to be able to take a left-hand turn. The rest of the athletes, the age group athletes he's going past, are going to go right to their laps. He is picking up the pace. He senses, he can smell, he can hear the finish line, and he steps on to that red carpet. The celebration has begun. It's been a fantastic performance by Jonas Schomburg. He was in the lead pack from the swim. He sat in the lead pack on the bike. And this man, only in his second year of racing the long distance, has taken his first professional win, the Ironman 2026 Kalmar champion, Jonas Schomburg. And a time there just a little bit shy of 7:23. A fantastic performance. He just looked so controlled throughout that whole race. And as Crowe has said, very different style to how we've seen him race before. He's raced hard and aggressive from the start, and we've seen him blow up, I say that in inverted commas, and not being able to maybe just stick with the pace on the run. But today he certainly managed to do that, and he can take it all in, soak it all up. He is now an Ironman champion. And as Crowe also said, and Tim, recovery is key to make sure he is now ready and fit for the World Championships. So we do have, presented by Experience Oman, our winner today, Ironman Kalmar champion Jonas Schomburg, a time of 7:22.57, a run course time of 2:34.36. That was breaking the previous course record. We have our I'm going to say podium girls, but I think I'll get into trouble. So our very much Swedish Vikings supporting at the finish line, escorting Jonas down. And now we head back to second place today. He's had another incredibly consistent race. As we saw in Placid, he put himself out there at the front. And today, I think the marathon just let everyone run off at their own pace. Paced it well, paced it consistently, and is going to come down for second place in Ironman at Kalmar. So that's Matthew Marquardt. But for now, Jonas Schomburg is definitely going to enjoy the finish line. It's an incredible atmosphere here in Sweden, in Kalmar. You can see all the Swedish flags. The stadium is packed. The finish line is packed. The age group athletes running alongside out on their first, second and third lap get to also witness a fantastic race as we are waiting now for the second and third place to round out that podium. A few more minutes to wait. Crowe, thoughts on Schomburg? Yes.
He does look like he's just done a Sunday run.
He does, Tim, doesn't he?
What a finish, though, for this podium. You know, it just goes to show it's not over till it's over. You know, balance and pace from Jonas and from Matthew with a key component to their first and second, it looks like, racing their race. And I think Jonas racing like that is just going to change his mind and his approach to the championship season coming. God, he's full of running, isn't he, here, Matthew?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's come on strong, hasn't he? I mean, 2 words that describe this man are strong and consistent. He just consistently delivers performances where he's at or near the front of the race. He comes on strong at the end of his races. And he's tough, mentally tough. I mean, it's amazing. Great battle between him and Andrea, actually. It's been a great battle. You know, Matthew had some time to make up out of the water. He did that. Andrea had his struggles on the bike, but he overcame those. And then they've had a great run battle. And yeah, Matthew looks great. I think he will be detouring via Billund, Denmark to go to the home of Lego and spoil himself, because this has been another great performance. And yeah, Schomburg's just incredible, right? I mean, that effort will have hurt him, but yeah, he certainly looked like he held pace. It's a marathon PB for him, 2:34.36, so he's broken new ground there. An Ironman best time for him too, 7:22.57. And on a day for it, yeah, you could argue the conditions have been favourable, but they've been favourable for everyone on the start line, and he's the one who's taken full advantage.
Yeah, that's right. As we see now, Matthew Marquardt turning the last few corners towards that finish line. I feel running, he's definitely got a second win, but running a little bit scared as well, because Andreas Salvesberg isn't too far behind. And like you said, Crow, they have been tussling a little bit in these final few kilometers. Matthew Marquardt, just another impressive performance after Lake Placid just a couple of weeks ago, where he was pretty much out on his own and had a great run and race, just finishing behind Martin van Riel. And now, having just paced himself all through the marathon, he was a few minutes down from some of the athletes ahead of him, even at 30K, and as he is able to take that left-hand shoot to the finish line, he also steps on to the red carpet. Another impressive performance from Matthew Marquardt, another podium from the American, as he takes second place here at Ironman Kalmar today. And I think in a few moments' time, we're also going to be able to see third place coming across the line, Andrea Salvesberg. But you can just see how much effort that has taken out of Matthew Marquardt. And you know, we'll talk about recovery and bouncing back to Kona now. Matthew's had 2 hard races in the last 4 weeks with Placid and Kalmar, as Andrea Salvesberg just crossed the line and we saw him just collapsing. We saw a bit of a shake of the hand. There he is on the floor. He's secured his Kona slot though, so he'll be very happy with that. Crowe, thoughts on the podium?
Yeah, great podium, and what a fight by those 2 boys. That was awesome. I mean, you can see when you leave it late into the marathon, the toll it takes. And Matthew's never out of it, is he? He's a man with a plan. He sticks to his plan. He has faith in his training, knows he can come on strong. But Andrea as well. I mean, that was a ding-dong battle. Both those boys, you know, were a little behind. Gregory Barnaby was sort of in second place, holding strong for a while. Robert Callan was up the front for a while. You know, they would have been getting splits that Trevor Foley was coming hard from behind and Matt Hansen, but they just hung in there. That was a great finish, very close racing, and coincidentally or ironically, they looked more spent than the man who won, and it was 5 minutes up the road, which is, I guess, always the way. When you're winning, it always, I guess, feels a little easier. But Matthews emptied the tank there, so is Andrea. That's a great race by those guys, and that's what it means. I mean, you know, Matthew had his Kona spot sewn up. He had his qualification. He had great Ironman Pro Series points, but these men are competitors. They're racers, and you know, all that is forgotten when you're getting the splits to the person in front of the one behind. They're competitive by nature, and they will go deep into the well to deliver us a finish like that, and it was awesome.
Yeah, certainly impressive. And I think, yeah, Matthew Marquardt is one of those athletes that is probably can go to the deepest point that I think a lot of athletes can, and seems to be able to back up and come back again. Tim, throw it to you. Your thoughts on on the podium in the race today from what you've seen?
I mean, second and third, 26 seconds in an Ironman, kind of, you know, and with what, 30K into the run, it was flipped the other way where there was about 90 seconds between the two of them. So I think it just goes to show you, you know, he's got his Kona slot. Every second counts. Maybe that was what was going through his mind. He knew Jonas was up the road, but he needs to close them down. But, you know, and I think what we you know, with Jonas as well, is young when it comes to Ironman racing, you know, compared to the likes of Christian, of Sam Laidlow, of Gustav, of, you know, Stoners. All of these athletes have done plenty more Ironman than him. And I just think he's still figuring it out. We expect to see him win these races and podium, but now maybe he's raced so differently in the past that it's what's working with him. So, you know, I think that this people will be looking at these splits and just say, is this the new norm? Is this the new standard that it takes to get on the podium? And here we've got the 4th place finish here as well.
Yeah, Gregory Barnaby finishing in 4th place. He held 2nd place for so long on the run and just fell off the pace towards the end, or as we said, Matthew Marquardt and Andreas Salversberg were just that little bit stronger. But Gregory Barnaby back at the Ironman racing the full distance and secures his slots for Kona. So we will see him once again at the World Championships. I think job done for Gregory Barnaby today. And we'll have a few minutes left before I think it will be Daniel Beckergaard who will be across the line next, and he will also get his Kona slot. And so fantastic to see Daniel back racing. We've talked about the struggles he's had this year mentally. He's gone to coaching himself just to give himself a bit more space, but he is currently in 5th, a few minutes away from the finish line, but should take that last Kona slot. Give an update on the women crew. We've got Laura Phillip back on screen and on our split screen. She's in a league of her own today.
Yeah, she certainly, well, she's in a different postcode. The lead's out to almost 16 minutes, and her pace has certainly dropped, whether that's a conscious decision or I think it's just a season management decision. To be honest, there's no need to push and tickle that red line when you know you've got other battles coming up down the road. So she's a total pro, and as Tim mentioned, she's got Phillip out on course. She'll be getting a lot of information, a lot of feedback about her own race, and also where her main competitors are. We can see a slow right down here to get some aid through the aid station. I think that cloud cover that James Kuneman mentioned will certainly help with recovery. Not being a 30 degrees plus Celsius day, I think will help. I mean, it's still an Ironman, right? You've got to cover the distance, but I just think those hot and humid races, they particularly empty the tank and prolong recovery. So as we see a little grimace there from Laura, she's got just over 10K to go. So a little bit of work still to do as we get the split screen again, and Gregory Barnaby on the right. And you mentioned, Sids, before that, that front group is where the podium came from. It looks like it's where also the Kona qualifiers are going to come from. All three of those gentlemen, Greg Barnaby, Andreas Salversberg, and Daniel Beckergaard are great swimmers and were in that front group out of the water, that leading 13, the fabulous 13 that we saw. And then they made the selection when Callan came through and detonated that front group. So they've just been close to the front. And I know James interviewed certainly Daniel and Andrea before the race, and they talked about, how Kona qualification was strongly influencing their race plan and their race execution. So they can certainly say that's a job well done, because they've punched their tickets, and we'll see them on the Big Island in October.
Yeah, and what a World Championships we are going to have with the start line that is building. Obviously, we've got the 70.3 World Champions before that. And actually, a couple of points. I want to come back to the 70.3, and I'll come to Tim. You both said it's still an Ironman you've got to do, and Laura's got 10 kilometers to go. And yes, she's in a commanding position, but she's still got to get through those 10 kilometers. We're going to shortly we'll have our Hyper Ice Recovery Zone interviews soon. But quickly, Tim, this year it's the first year for a while that we've had the 70.3 World Championships before the World Championship in Kona. What impact do you think that might have on the racing this year? For the past few years, it's come after Kona.
First of all, I love the fact that Ironman Pro Series is finishing in Kona. The champions will be decided in Kona. That is just amazing. And secondly, there's a lot of travel. If you're North American based, you then got to fly to Europe for the World 70.3s and then fly from Europe. And it's not even a direct flight to Nice, I don't think, from anywhere in America, maybe New York. So there's a lot of travel and a lot of logistics. So let's see if that field in Nice is going to be as strong as we think for the non-Europeans. But Laura, you know, she's in Europe, so it's great. She likes to get to races early. She knows the course. She's raced elements of that course before. But having it this way round, I think, is something that's exciting.
It is, and I think, like you said, it certainly feels right having it, the series finishing it in Kona. And obviously there's that World Championship title on the line, but we're also going to get, as I think it's going to be, we're going to get some, it's going to be close at the top of the Pro Series, both on the men and women's side, and something that perhaps we've not seen in the last couple of years, how close it's going to be. And so, again, we get to Kona. Obviously, people are going for that win. They want that World Championship title. Kona does funny things for people. It's boom or bust for a lot of people, but there will be some who always, you know, race Kona in a solid, steady way and pick up the pieces of those in front that are blowing up and go till they blow because they're going for the win. And yeah, are fighting for that Pro Series points at the end of the day. So yeah, we have exciting, there we go. Again, I wish I was a little bit better at lip reading. Crowe, Tim, did you understand what Philip Sipe said then to Laura? I think he was sort of saying maybe slow down or shut it down. Don't know on that one. Yeah. Anyone have any ideas?
Yeah, I definitely saw. I didn't hear, but I saw him kind of like stand up and push his hands down as if to say, easy, easy. And I think that's the smart thing to do at this stage. There's a lot of hard racing to go, you know, for the rest of the season with the two big championship races. So I think, you know, with a 16-minute lead with, you know, 10 kilometres to go, you can mathematically really back down. Smart move there from her coaching team.
And we are going to head down. Thank you, Tim. We're going to head down now to James Kuhnema, who's in our Hyper Ice Recovery Zone with our men's podium. Over to you, James.
I'm here in the Hyper Ice Recovery Zone with third place, Andreas Selversberg. You weren't really hoping for third place. Are you surprised?
Yeah, super surprised. I came here to qualify for Kona, and yeah, today I was just flying.
You told us before that best case scenario was qualifying for Kona. You got the first qualifying spot and got on the podium at an Ironman Pro Series. So you surprised not only yourself, but all of us. We spoke before the race about your strategy on the swim. You said you were going to hold back a little bit and back yourself for later on in the race. Did that strategy work?
Yeah, it was perfect. I think we did some part in the swim at the beginning and then I could hold back. But also the rest, the bike and the run, I was always in control. I felt good, at my nutrition dialed in. And yeah, I was stoked for the race.
On the bike, you had a bit of a gap open up to the main chase pack and then you closed it back down towards the end of the bike. Was that strategy, just trying to keep your powder dry?
Yeah, I was just going back. I saw that I have huge numbers and I needed to slow down a bit, get nutrition in as well, because when I ride too hard, I can't get it into the body. And yeah, it worked well. I didn't even realize that suddenly I was back in the group and I felt good. But yeah, the last part was a bit hard again. Nutrition was a problem and I was just fighting to get back into transition.
We saw you run out of transition with a hydration vest. That clearly worked. Is it something we're going to see lots of pros adopting now? You're going to be an early adopter?
I think it depends on the pros. I sweat a lot. I need a lot of carbs. So this is I trained with that. I just thought, yeah, maybe it works. And I didn't lose that much time in training. So it was perfect. So much. I had a 2 liter with huge carbs amount. And yeah, it was going really well.
Excellent. Well, I mean, absolutely sublime race. Congratulations on your Kona qualification and on your podium. We're going to bring in Matthew Marquardt now, so I'll let you get back to the Hyper Ice Recovery Zone and recover a bit more. Thanks, Andrea. Well done. Now joined by second place Matthew Marquardt. Well done today. Happy with your race?
Thank you very much. Yeah, overall I am. I mean, I think there were some aspects that I would do a little differently, but overall I'm very happy, and I think it was a very strong race throughout the field, and you can always be very happy with the podium.
I mean, you're only a few minutes after the finish line here, and you're already critically analysing your race to see where you could have done better. So I think that tells us a little bit about your approach. On the run, you kind of dropped back a little bit. You seemed to hold back, and then you finished really strong, managed to get that second place back. That part of the strategy?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's a long day, and so on the run, you really have to run your race. And I felt like at Lake Placid, maybe I took it out a little too hot. And truthfully, when I started the run, I think I was still feeling the fact that I did it at Lake Placid 4 weeks ago, and so I really just wanted to be patient and, like, you know, really try and negative split it, and I think I was able to do that, but I'm not really exactly sure, and so it was a part of the plan all along, yeah.
And obviously first place was a way down the road, but everything to race for. What's next for you?
What's next for me is my brother's getting married in 4 weeks, so that's the next big event, and then Kona.
Perfect. Well, congratulations today, and we'll see you in Kona.
Thank you so much.
And now welcome to the Harper Ice Recovery Zone Ironman champion, Jonas Schomburg. Does that sound good?
Very good, yeah. Super happy to take my first pro Ironman win, and can't be happier to do it even in Sweden. I love the country, I love the people, I love the atmosphere here. What a day.
What a day. Tell us a little bit about your day. How did it unfold? Take us through the swim, the bike, the run.
Yeah, I tried to push a bit the swim with Andrea, you know, like I know we can push a bit the swim, put the others a bit under pressure. Had a solid swim, was second out of water, and then on the bike I wanted to push, but I felt like it might be a puncture, so stayed in the group and just focused, and then after 120 it got actually accelerated, and I stayed in the group, made it to the run, and tried to pace myself well, and actually I did it.
You did indeed pace yourself well. You've come under a bit of criticism previously about going out too hard in an Ironman. You clearly have put all those doubters to rest. What is next for you? Are you going to move on to Kona now? Is that the next big focus?
First Nice, 70.3 worlds, and then Kona.
Excellent. Well, congratulations on your first Ironman Pro Series win, your first Ironman win, and we're looking forward to see you in Kona. You were just a few seconds outside of the Ironman world record all time. Does that frustrate you in any way, or we're not worried about that at all?
I think there are many more years to come, and give another shot next time.
All right. He's coming for that Ironman world record. You heard it here. Congratulations, Jonas.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to let them enjoy the rest of the Harper Ice Recovery Zone, and I'm going to go put my feet up too.
Thank you, James. Fantastic interviews from the men's podium in the Harper Ice Recovery Zone, and I think the scary thing is what Jonas said at the end, is that, you know, I'm still young, there is plenty of time to get that Ironman world record time. We still have a lot of racing to go. Our pro women are through 33, 34 kilometers. Laura Phillip is in the lead. She's been out in the lead for a lot of this race, from about 30 kilometers on the bike. And as said, a lot of racing for these women still to go. She might be on for the win, but the rest of the podium is certainly not finalized as it was with the men. We will find out shortly.
Life is a road full of forks, hills, dips, and roundabouts. And while we don't always know where we're going, we'd like to think of our road as a pursuit of progress. And the further we go, the more we realize that a better tomorrow starts with a better today. Athletic Brewing Company, non-alcoholic beer that's fit for all times.
imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
And once again, welcome back to today's coverage of Ironman Kalmar. We are in the last 10 kilometers of our pro women. We have Laura Philipp out in the lead. She took the lead at about 30 kilometers onto the bike, and she's been in control and ahead all day. We've just seen a fantastic finish on the men's race. That was won by Jonas Schomburg, 7:22:57, just shy of the Ironman world fastest time. Matthew Marquardt in third and Andrea Salvesberg Matthew Marquardt in second and Andrea Salvesberg in third. But importantly for Andrea, getting his Kona qualification spot. Crowe, you've watched Laura from the start of the run. Are you seeing? She looks like she's picked up a bit of pace again. What are you seeing out there?
Yeah, I don't think she's trying to push it, to be honest. I don't think she's trying to. She may have just gone through a really rough patch. We saw her grimace a few times and slow right down at the aid stations. But I think she's just in a rhythm now, and I think she's just going to try and hold that rhythm and that momentum through to the end. She has such an economical running style. She looks like she's floating along, but there's no floating in the last 10 kilometers of a marathon, really, is there? It's hard work. One of the saving graces, I think, for this course, we talked about the different surfaces. There's a tartan track, there's hard packed dirt, there's some wood, but you've also got some bitumen and concrete as well. So, it's an interesting time of the year. If you're a European athlete with the European 70.3 World Championships coming up in Nice, I think to Tim's point, you're going to minimise your travel, which it's important. I think it's important when you're trying to accelerate recovery, just be on the same time zone. We all know one of the best things you can do for recovery is sleep a lot and sleep well. So changing time zones is kind of counterproductive to that. So I think, a lot of the European athletes up here, to Tim's point, they'll be in a good place. I mean, the Precision Fuel and Hydration Ironman 70.3 World Championships are on this continent. Laura looks good. I don't think she's trying to push it. Of course, we saw Philip Sipe on the side of the road before, telling her to keep a lid on things. I think she's doing a great job of that. She's got 17-minute lead, and it's been a clinic by Laura. It's great to see her back at or close to her best. I think, on the men's side, guys, those 3 Kona qualifications went to Andreas Salvesberg, to Greg Barnaby, and also to Daniel Bakkegaard. So congratulations to those gentlemen. Great insightful interviews by James in the Hyper-Ice Recovery. I think Andrea talked about his race through a sort of strategic lens, how he was trying to save energy. Kona quali was his main priority, so he checked that box. The hydration vests. We know these athletes do so much testing. That's not the first time he's ever run in it. He's run in that countless times. He's probably done all his long runs in it. These athletes know their fueling requirements, their numbers for hydration and nutrition. So I think it was a smart move by him. So well done. And Matthew Marquardt, he's a critical thinker, already critically analysing the performance. And so I'm sure he's got a lot to take out of this, a lot of positives to take out of this race. And congratulations to Jonas Schomburg. What a performance. Won by close to 6 minutes. PB overall time, PB marathon time, and probably one of the most lucrative long runs he'll ever do, long training sessions. So it'll top his bank account up nicely. 5,000 Ironman Pro Series points and a full head of steam heading into championship season.
Yeah, that's right. And I think you put it better. Probably when I was saying Laura looks to sped up, she just looked a little bit more fluid and smooth again. Given, with the fact that she is sort of 10Ks to go in the in the marathon. But yeah, fantastic performances by our podium men. Matthew Marquardt can definitely take himself off to Legoland and buy something big and impressive to build and take home. Just wanted to update on an impressive run that we did have on the men's side, albeit he was a little bit further down. We talked about Matt Hansen running ridiculously fast as always. He finished in 7th place in the end, albeit 19 minutes 31 down, but did run a 2:30:59 marathon. So once again, Matt Hansen puts down another 2:30 marathon and change. But in the women's race, it's looking, well, whilst Laura is out in lead, it is looking pretty close still for those 2nd, 3rd, even the 4th and 5th, 6th places. We've got Katarine Christiansen in 2nd place at 16:55. Jackie Herring, 18:30, moved into 3rd. Jenny Jadrzyk in 4th, and Leonie Conchala has moved up into 5th. Tim, with 12Ks to go left, who are you seeing being the mover out of the 2nd to 5th, 6th place?
I mean, it's Jackie's running very strong, and I can see her just building on this. She's come a long way, like geographically, and I don't think she'll be, not saying happy, but in this position of the race, she'll be not backing herself, but she will be looking to close that gap on 2nd spot. Again, Jenny and Leonie, they're running really well. And there's still, we saw in the men's race, it went from a 90-second difference between 2nd and 3rd to a 26-second lead by the end. So there's nearly 2 minutes of shift in the last 10K. And if you look at the women, they're running close enough where 2nd, 3rd and 4th, it could flip up, it could totally flip the other way. It's who's got their pacing strategy right, their fueling right. Maybe that when we look back at more detail in the data, we can see, the minute they lost here and there on the bike in transitions, it could prove decisive, or they missed the bottle on the bike that we didn't see. But just going back to that men's race, what's blowing my mind is, Matt Hansen ran the fastest run time and he biked to 4:17. Those other lads are running within 2 minutes of him and they're biking 20 minutes quicker. Maybe something happened to Matt Hansen out there, whether it was a penalty or some sort of, Laura's smart there, slow in right hand. I love it, when you're getting to the end of an Ironman, you do the double-handed, aid station, you use both hands to get it. But it's the bike times of the men which are just, the run isn't slowing down, yet the bike times are getting astronomically quick. I think that's what's fascinating for me. But Laura, she's still on for a 2:50 run, and we're saying she's been told to back down. We think she's been told to back down. So she is still looking very, very strong.
Yeah, and, for Laura, if it's testing her fitness, ready for Kona, she's certainly getting a lot of information. It's getting another Ironman 5,000 points for her on the board. It puts her right up in the contention for the Pro Series. And yeah, I think my mind is blown as well, but we are going to head down. We'll see on our split screen the men's podium. So in 3rd place with a 44:59 swim, a 4:02:23 bike, and a 2:38:43 marathon for a 7:22:57 overall, plus a Kona qualification slot, we had Andreas Salvesberg. And in 2nd place, Matthew Marquardt from the USA. He had a 46:30 swim, 3:58:50 on the bike, 2:39:50 on the run, a 7:28:28 for that 2nd place. And our champion here today at Ironman Kalmar, his first Ironman win, his first Ironman Pro Series win, 44:57 swim, a 4:00:44 bike, 2:34:36 for 7:22:57 overall, Jonas Schomburg from Germany. You're going to see the celebrations, the Athletic Brewing podium celebrations. They're going to drink the beer, throw the beer, cheers the beer. Beer showers all round. Perhaps it's very civilized at the moment, just a couple of there you go. There we go. Matthew Marquardt throws it up in the air. Jonas Schomburg out to the crowd. That is our men's podium today. The champion, Jonas Schomburg, Matthew Marquardt in second, and Andreas Salvisberg in third.
I think the challenge for all of these athletes, not just our men's podium, is can they turn it around now in 4 weeks and get the speed you need for the 70.3 Worlds? Because we've talked about who we think the contenders are for the Ironman World Championships. Let's not forget, for the Precision Fuel and Hydration 70.3 World Championships, we've also got to add Jelle Geens, our 2-time defending champion, into the mix. Hayden Wild, I believe, was also going to be there. So that's on that course, it's probably going to take a 106, 107 to run. So that's, whilst the times we saw today are quick, 2:34 marathon by Jonas, he went through half distance in 1:16. These athletes need to recover and get a little bit of speed work in. You know, they're going to need to find another gear for half this distance with some fresh legs and fresh competition.
So Corey, how do you go about doing that then? How do you get that balance? And I know it will be different for every athlete, but how do you get that balance between the recovery, but also then working on that speed ready for the Precision Fuel and Hydration 70.3 World Champs?
Yeah, well, you need to have done some of that speed work before this race, I believe, if you had this in your schedule. You know, when I was racing and 70.3 Worlds got moved to 3 or 4 weeks before Kona, I think it's very course specific and course dependent as well. The 70.3 Worlds, when they're at Las Vegas, it's a very hot and hilly run. So more of a strength run than a speed run. It's more of a 110 or a 19 that takes to win, which is still a good run on a hilly course, but it's not a 106. You know, it's very course specific and temperature specific. If we look at the winning times at the 70.3 Worlds the last decade, those times will depend on the athletes who were there, but also the technology they had available. But the course and the conditions would have played a lot into that. What was the temperature? What was the course profile? And, you know, a 106, 107, 21.1 kilometer run off a hard hilly bike with so much elevation gain in Nice, they're going to need to find another gear. And hopefully for the athletes racing here, they've done some of that speed before. Because if we look at it through the lens of time, there's a week or 10 days of recovery here at least. And then you've got the taper on the other end as well. So it doesn't leave a lot of time to get some speed adaptations in the middle.
And then, of course, if you flip it round the other way, you've got the athletes getting ready for the Ironman 70.3 World Championships, finding that recovery, finding that speed, and then they've got to bounce back from that, and they have another 4 weeks to then prep themselves back for the Ironman World Championships in Kona. As we are closing out in the final few kilometers of our women's race, we'll find out how it finishes shortly.
It's the beauty of Oman. Our tradition, our hospitality, the sounds of limitless opportunities to explore. Listen, it's Oman.
Welcome back to our coverage today of Ironman Kalmar. This is the 13th race in the Ironman Pro Series for 2026. We started in Southern Hemisphere at Ironman New Zealand, and we've travelled all around the world, and this is our last Ironman race before we go to the Ironman World Championships. We had a fantastic men's race, but we are currently fully locked on to the last few kilometres of the women's race. I am joined for these closing kilometres by both Tim Don and Craig Alexander. Tim, tell me what you're seeing developing in the women's race at the moment.
Well, Laura Phillips is still on for a 2:51, so backing off or not backing off, that is class running. But we're definitely seeing here, Jackie and Jenny are in third and fourth, and there's only 30 seconds in it. So if anything goes amiss, you know, when they hit the running track, when they hit that gravel path, they're going to be able to see each other on that running track. So there's some fascinating mind games there. We know Jackie is a strong athlete. She's come here to get as many points as possible. But with these kind of splits away from Laura, it's not going to be in her favour. It looks like Leonie in fifth is falling back. So she's losing time, you know, relative to the two ladies in front fighting for that second position. But I hate to say these words where you say someone is back, but Laura Phillips is just showing that she is peaking this year at the right time, whether it's through, you know, engineering or her unfortunate illness early in the season. She is looking really, really in control at these late stages of the race, just like Jonas did in the men's.
Yeah, and you don't want to say illness or being sick and having health issues is sort of a blessing in disguise, because it's not. It sucks as an athlete to be injured, to be sick. You want to be out there racing. But I do wonder if it has enabled Laura and Philip to shift her season to make sure she has timed it to perfection, or timed it in the right way to peak at the right time. Now, I'm not saying that if she hadn't been sick, she wouldn't have been in a great place earlier on in the season and be able to carry that through. But it is great to see her back coming into this sort of form at the right time of year. And it certainly makes Kona a mouth-watering prospect again. I'm looking at the splits, Tim, and you were saying about Leonie looks to have been sort of dropping back. She's now on a similar time to Rachel Zelinskas again. So she did pass Rachel and now looks to be running shoulder to shoulder. There's still only 20 seconds between third and fourth, Jackie Herring in third and Jenny Jędrzejczyk in fourth. Laura Phillip is 38 kilometers in, so she is in her final few kilometers. The rest of the women a little bit further back, they've still got sort of 9K to go, and with only 90 seconds, 20 seconds, and a couple of minutes between those top five, there's still a lot of racing left. Crowe, are you seeing anything else from how the rest of the race is developing further back, along with Laura's impressive performance?
Yeah, we don't want to say that being sick is ever a blessing in disguise, but sometimes it's a blessing in disguise, because as athletes, it can save us from ourselves. You know, Tim mentioned that there's not really a demarcation between seasons anymore. The racing just goes on and on from Southern Hemisphere to Northern Hemisphere. So many options for our pro athletes, which is amazing. But it requires a bit of planning and sometimes a little bit of restraint in order to get our best performances when we want to have them, when we feel it's the most important. And each athlete have different goals. Some target the Ironman Pro Series, some target individual championship races, some target short course events. Every athlete has their own Mount Everest. But yeah, it's certainly timing is everything in life, and it's everything in endurance training. You know, we hear athletes talk about peaking all the time, and you want your best outputs and your best performances to be on days when it counts and when it matters. And it looks like Laura's trending up in that regard this year. This is certainly her best performance of the year. I think it's a nice luxury to have such a huge lead. I mean, Tim talked about what a classy athlete she is, and got a great team around her. Philip was there just to say, yeah, let's keep a lid on things here. Job done today. Let's just see this one out and then look forward to recovery and you know, the next 8 weeks. So, yeah, hats off to Laura. the rest of the women's race has been intriguing. It's been interesting. A lot of these girls, there are Ironman Pro Series points, and we know a point equals a second, and second through fifth is close. There's Kona qualification, which is still up in the air. Katrine Christensen has had a lock on second place. She's 17:38 down, but she's only a minute 20 up on Jackie Herring in third, who in turn is only 20 odd seconds up on Jen Drysiek. So it looks like, again, I agree with Tim. I think Leonie and Rachel they've run their race in terms of trying to get onto the podium here. It looks like they're trending in the wrong direction in terms of their pacing and splits. But yeah, let's watch with interest. Second and third, I think, still up for grabs here.
Yeah, definitely. I think that those final few podium spots have not been decided at all. Yeah, now, as you said, we're seeing Jenny right behind, back up with Jackie Herring, just a couple of seconds behind. So certainly not over as Laura picks up, must be a satisfied feeling picking up that last armband so that she can, signaling that she can head to the finish. She's done 39 kilometers. She's just got 3 kilometers to go. And again, I said this earlier, the predictions were that Laura would win potentially, on paper by 20 minutes. I didn't think that would be the case today. It certainly looks like it's very much near or around that. Tim, Laura's won the Ironman World Championships when it was in Nice. She's come third twice in Kona. She's had a 4th place as well. What does Laura need to do to win the Ironman World Championships in Kona, given the other women that are going to be on that start line with her?
She needs to do something she's never done before, and that's going to be in training, not just obviously crossing the line first. And going back to when her season, changed early, it just goes to show, how classy she is. And it happened as well to Kat Matthews when, her season kind of went out the window, not went out the window, but she got in Texas, she had the puncher. So, her plans changed. She ended up going to Elsinore, racing there, relatively, I think, late decision. And she had a class race there. These top women, these top 4 women we're always talking about, Laura, Kat, Lucy and Taylor Knibb as well. They are a class apart. Let's just say this again. The second place woman is running 17 minutes behind Laura Phillips. Let's just put that into perspective. That is a world-class performance. So, they say stuff happens and it's how you deal with it and what you change. And she's obviously had to change her season. Going forward now, there has to be a plan that is going to enable her to fight for a podium. I always used to say, it's very, I wouldn't say arrogant, but it is very, to publicly say, I am going to win Kona, because, no matter what shape you're in, that island, that can do all sorts of things to you on race day, let alone your competitors. So she needs to be in there with a fight, and she needs to do something different now. What that is, hopefully Philip and her coaching team know, but she can't have the same prep as she's had before, because I would say history will repeat itself, and she could be on the podium, but she might not be on the same step. Likewise with last year with Lucy and Taylor, they're going to have to do different preparation leading in, because, what happened last year didn't enable them to finish the race, let alone fight for the podium. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting times ahead. And I think, as Crowe said, this World Championship 70.3 before, if you stand on the start line of a world champs, you want to be competitive, but they're different demands. You've got to run fast. You've got to have, massive climbing in your legs for Nice. Yeah, Kona is not all, but a lot of it is about pacing, is about fueling, and is about the heat. So there's some tactical decisions that need to be made by all of these top athletes over the next, block of training and racing.
Yeah, thanks, Tim. Fantastic insights to get your thoughts on that for how the world champs may pan out, as we've got our split screen and we're getting first eyes on for a while at least Katrine Christensen, who's in second place, and as you said, Tim, she's 17-18 minutes back from Laura Philipp. A truly world-class performance. And if we think back to Hamburg when Katrine Christensen was not too far behind Laura Philipp in third place. It's certainly been an impressive performance by Laura. Crowe, in your eyes, from what you've seen this year out of our top women, who do you think is going to be favourite for taking the top spot in Kona?
Well, it's an impossible question to answer, but I think to answer your previous question first, I think Laura, to be competitive in Kona and Nice, has to be a bit closer to the front out of the swim. I think you're on the back foot and chasing all day. We know there's going to be different athletes. I think last time the 70.3 Worlds were in Nice, Lucy Charles-Barclay was up the road, got a drafting penalty. Of course, Denny Reef went on to win that day. We know when the Worlds were there, of course, Laura performed brilliantly there. It's a longer race, though. So I think particularly in Nice, she needs to be closer, but also in Kona, I think she needs to be a little bit closer out of the water because, styles make fights, they say in boxing, but it's the same in triathlon. And when you add Lucy Charles-Barclay and Taylor Knibb into the mix, you get a dynamic at the front of the race, which makes it super competitive, and it doesn't always play out well for those ladies, as we saw in Kona, if they get their pacing wrong too. But I think in the end, you can only do your own race. I just think that it would help Laura enormously at Kona if she could have an extra 2 or 3 minutes in her hip pocket out of the swim. I don't think in the women's race you have to be first out of the water to win it. We saw Solveig just have a decent swim, an unbelievable bike, an incredible marathon, and she won in Kona. So that should be the blueprint for any of the women who don't possess a swim like Lucy Charles-Barclay or Taylor Knibb, and potentially a bike leg like those two women as well. So it's an open race. I think when it's competitive and the more contenders you drop into the mix, the more it becomes a racing dynamic rather than an individual time trial. And that's where you see mistakes, exciting racing, great blow-ups, and sometimes come from behind victories. But I think Laura's got herself in a really good place. All she can do is get in her best shape, and I think she's getting towards her best shape. This is certainly the best we've seen her in the 2026 Ironman Pro Series. Let's hope she can step it up another few percent in the next month and two, and she's definitely going to be one of the contenders.
Yeah, and we saw Laura just giving a fist pump there. She's in the final kilometre or so of this marathon here at Ironman Kalmar. And I think it's exciting to see her back. I think she'll take a lot of confidence from this race. I think her and Philipp will also take a lot of learnings from this race as well. You know, she came here unsure of what form from a race perspective she was in, having not raced the long distance since in Hamburg, and that obviously kind of she took its toll after being not 100% at the beginning of the year. And so this race was to come and see where I'm at, see what form, what work have I got to do before the Ironman World Championships. But I think she should take a lot of confidence from this as we're back with our second place athlete, Katrin Christensen. And Tim, talk to me a little bit about Katrin and what you've seen from her as an athlete this year and last year in her development.
Well, it's been massive. She's obviously found a formula in training that works. Hamburg was such a classy race, and I think even over the 70.3 distance, where we know the swim is even more crucial. In these Pro Series races like Elsinore, she was able to bike up and past athletes who are a former world medalist. She's got a young family as well, so she's got a lot going on, but she looks, you can see we've just gone from her to Laura. The running styles are different, and I know we talk about recovery a lot, but that is the key to consistent training and consistent racing. So I think she's really got to focus on her recovery the next 10 days, because she looks like she's really, really raced an Ironman, as opposed to Laura Phillips, who, similar to Jonas, looks like they're out for a Sunday run. Obviously, they're not. But I think what she's done. She came in here as race number one. She came in here, you know, having podiums in big races this year, and she hasn't done that consistently over the years. So, you know, she's just having a great season, and she's still running second. So it's great to see. Over into the castle she goes.
Yeah, that's right. And this is it, Laura. So, yep, there we go. Sunglasses on the top of the head. That is a sign that the athlete knows they are nearly at the finish. She's got a few age groupers to navigate. It's quite a narrow run course through this section of town, so quite tricky to get around some of those age groupers. You know, you're trying to have your race. Fortunately, she's not in a tight battle for the finish, so she's got a little bit of time to spare. You don't want to also kind of harass and hassle the age groupers too much. They've got long days still ahead of them, and they're doing their best and having their best day. So she's just trying to navigate around, enjoy it, take it all in. Another fist pump. She can really start to appreciate her performance here today. And I think, you know, as she's running down this section, you get to see that. The TV screen, large board up ahead. You can see yourself on the race, on the course, running towards the finish line. She's got all the cheers of the crowd and the support. She's embracing it, thanking them. The other athletes are saying, well done. She's in the final few 100 meters before the finish line, where she's going to become Ironman Kalmar champion. There you go, trying to get the crowd riled up. We get riled up ourselves. She was playing to the crowd at the turnaround on the bike. We had James Kunema say that as she went round, which said she was in a good position as she can take that right-hand shoot to the finish line. She's really celebrating now. She deserves to celebrate. She's had a fantastic day. It is great to see her back on the way to be the best that we know she can be. As she hits the red carpet, she takes all the accolades and all the traditions that come with this race, as Laura Philipp is your 2026 Ironman Kalmar champion. An absolutely fantastic race by Laura. She put herself in the front, 30 kilometers onto the bike, never looked back, was in control on the run, and just an amazing win by Laura. Chloe, thoughts from you?
Yeah, congratulations to Laura Philipp. I'm loving the Viking hammer and the Viking hats they get. It's almost enough to bring you out of retirement, although I guess you'd have to win to get it. So that's off the table. But yeah, no, Laura's just, I think her swim today was good. She was close to the front and her bike was outstanding. She got to the front by 30 kilometers, was in control from there, as we see her finish time, 8:13:37 with a 2:52:57 marathon. So she breaks the course record by 14 minutes, a course record that is held by the woman currently in second place and our defending champion, Katrine Christensen. So again, this trend of course records being broken continues and being broken by a large margin. So that's a 14-minute deficit there from Katrine's winning time last year. 2:52:57 marathon. I guess if we put it in context, her PB is a 2:38. So if you look at it through that lens, you might say it's not a great run, but I think it was a great run. I think she did what she had to do. You know, that 2:38 was a shoulder-to-shoulder or a close proximity battle with Kat Matthews for the European Championship last year. Completely different racing dynamic as we see Paul Kay, a on-ground announcer, congratulating, and then Philip Sipe comes up, husband coach. An interesting dynamic. So I guess hopefully James will ask Laura what Philip was saying to her out on course, particularly those early exchanges in the marathon. But yeah, a wonderful performance by a great champion in our sport, and it's great to see her on top step of the podium.
Yeah, and as we see her with the Viking support, she gets that wreath. She's got the Viking hammer. I love when races really embrace their own culture and do something that's unique and really stands out for them, as we see like very much Sweden here. And I know Sweden have their own battle as well on the ground because they have Ironman Copenhagen tomorrow and they each vie for being the best Ironman race of the weekend. So I'm excited to see what Copenhagen do tomorrow at the finish line because I think Sweden has really upped it. So go again, Corey.
Philip better be careful he doesn't say too much now that Laura's got the hammer in her hand.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. Might want to watch his words. Tim?
I love it. I love it. It's awesome. Oh my God, I've never seen a finish line like it. I mean, they say that the hammer's for the pure of heart. I say it's for the pure of speed today because those athletes earned it. And Sid, you were saying, you know, that each race can show its own heritage. And I don't know, I know we've had a hot summer in Europe, but these Vikings, I thought they were hard. They're blooming tan to the max and they're ripped to shreds. It's just awesome for them for Kalmar to have this finish line. And Laura Philipp, you know, what a performance. I mean, I can't stress enough, you know, to come back from, you know, pulling out of races and, you know, spending time in hospital, changing your whole season to breaking a course record, you know, with some phenomenal splits at the right time of year. Look at Jonas as well. He's changed and ready. He's probably been to anti-doping. Oh, my days. These athletes, the fast are just getting faster. And I think, you know, we've witnessed here two great performances, you know, both men and women. And, you know, there's Philip, Laura's husband, and as you said, coach. And Crowe, I'm with you. If my wife had to coach me, oh, my gosh, I don't think she'd be my wife now. I think she'd have kicked me out with the rubbish a long time ago when I was racing.
Yeah, as Laura Philipp, that's me. Laura Philipp takes that chair, the Viking throne, and can really have a rest and sit down after an impressive performance. And when we saw Jonas Schomburg there, Tim, it took me back to when we were in Frankfurt and we were asking age groupers what their favourite or go-to post-race meal would be, and it looked like Jonas had already had his post-race meal and was very fully recovered, and I'm sure it wasn't a protein shake and a banana as one of our age group athletes said back then. So he'll be taking
Definitely
the recovery.
Not.
Yeah.
No.
And we've now got, as we said, Laura Philipp. She was at the last checkpoint sort of 18, 19 minutes ahead of second place. So we have a few minutes left before our second place female comes in. Currently that is Katrine Christensen, who you can see on the right of screen. She's through the 39 kilometer mark, so 3Ks left to go for Katrine. And she's got now a 2-minute lead over Jackie Herring, who's in third. And Jackie's just starting to pull away again from Jenny de Drijsik in fourth. So whilst we've still got 4Ks left to go for most of the podium, it is looking a little bit more certain that it will be Katrine Christensen in second and then Jackie Herring in third. However, still a few more Ks to go. And for Katrine Christensen on screen now, she won here last year. It was her first Ironman Pro or Ironman win. And she was second in 2024, which was her first Ironman Pro podium. She's going to keep her running streak of podium finishes going today by finishing second. It is for Katrine Crowe, it's her third Ironman of the year. And so then she's got even more running and biking in her legs before she heads to the World Championships in Kona.
Yeah, that's a busy schedule, isn't it? 3 Ironman events already this year, and we're in August. So interestingly, I think if Katrine can finish within 21 minutes and 24 seconds of Laura, she will take the lead in the Ironman Pro Series, leading into the penultimate or the last round before championship season, which is in Zell-am-See in 2 weeks. So that's still a target, no doubt. Should be doing the mathematical calculations or would know that. So she's still got plenty to run for this last couple of kilometres. We can see she's still leaning into her work there. And yeah, this podium battle has been awesome to watch, actually. A lot of back and forth, a lot of athletes making a charge. You know, at one stage we saw Jen Drijsik make a charge. She got up within 7 seconds of the podium, but seems to be drifting back the other direction now. Leonie Gonzala was making a charge about an hour ago. I think her run to the podium has come to an end, and Jackie Herring is just holding strong in that third position. She's now 40 seconds up on Jenny with a few kilometres to run. So let's see if Jackie Herring can hold on. We know her as a runner. We know her as an all-round great triathlete, but we've seen her win races in the run. Ironman Cairns, most notably last year. We've also seen her go head-to-head in some 70.3 races with some of the best runners in the sport. Paula Finley at Oceanside last year comes to mind. So we know about Jackie's run pedigree, but she's going to have to dig deep into her bag of tricks. You're getting to the stage of the run where it's not really about fitness. It's about other things, mental fortitude and just a desire to get there. And you guys mentioned that, she's travelled a long way for this race, has a young family as well. So, I'm sure she can find that extra little motivation that she needs in these closing kilometres.
I think, Crow, you said it there. At this stage in the marathon, at this stage in Ironman, it's not necessarily about the fitness. And I think I noticed it when Katrine put her arm out to take that armband for the last lap. It was a very fatigued, tired arm that came out. She's sort of leaning, using all that lean to sort of carry herself forward. She's just in that. How can that finish line come any quicker? I also want to say, did either of you notice the pram that randomly went across on its own, across in front of Katrine when she was running onto the track, or was that just me and was I seeing things, which is quite possible at this stage in the race?
No, I saw it.
I think if it was Germany, they'd have given a penalty for that. Assistance, running with a stroller, taking an athlete out.
Yeah.
And then rescinded it.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
In fact, talk about strollers. I think the world record for the mile with a stroller was broken recently, which is an impressive feat. I'm not sure what it is, but I remember seeing it was broken recently. That stroller, however, didn't seem to have anybody driving it. I'm not sure if there's anyone in it either. Hopefully not, but yeah. And talk to me a little bit now, Crow. We've got Jackie Herring on screen. She's been solid all day, but she came into this race off the back of a running injury, only I think having run maybe 4 or 5 minutes intervals at a time. She was fairly confident, I think, in the videos I saw that she could do this race. I know a lot of people were sort of questioning why travel and why come and race when you haven't had that run training. But as you were saying earlier, she is a runner, a fantastic runner. It's background and it's kind of always in you. I'm sure it's hurting her, but yeah, talk to me a little about what we've seen with Jackie today and the run.
I think just a mature, experienced performance from a mature, experienced athlete who's world-class, knows how to manage herself on course, given her current fitness level and some of the limitations she's had coming into this race. You do have the muscle memory, as they say. There's no question when you're not running as such, you lose a little bit of your top end. But she's probably front-loaded the swimming and the bike training. You get a little bit of crossover from your cardio, or more than a little bit. It's not quite the same as running, but she had enough experience and enough confidence to back what she did have and come in here and execute in a way. You've probably got less margin for error with your pacing and your fueling when you're not at 100% fitness, but we've just seen her stick to her plan and, had a good solid swim, faded a little bit, it looked like, on the bike, or maybe it was just Laura in the front of the race riding away, but again, showed her composure to stick to her own plan and has steadily picked her way through this field up into third spot right now.
Yeah, I think it is. It's just that mature level that speaks to experience from Jackie Herring. And I knew that our data team and our stats man would be on it. And it was Steve Pram, the dad that runs a 4-minute, 17-second mile while pushing his daughter in a stroller. So that was the world record. I know everyone was desperate to know what that world record was, having me mentioned it, as we see Katrine Christensen coming back into town the last couple of kilometers before the finish line. She is in second place. We have Jackie Herring about 2 minutes back in third, Jenny Jadrzyk in 4th, but she will be getting one of those first Kona slots. Leonie Konsala in 5th, Rachel Zelinskas in 6th, and Tonia Mawalski in 7th. That's our top 7 women for now. There is lots of racing for a lot of these women. There's Kona slots up for grabs. Obviously, Laura's got hers, Katrine's got hers, Jackie Herring's got hers. Jenny will get a slot. Leonie will get a slot. Rachel has a slot. So the next one will probably be Antonia, if it carries on how they are with the women at the moment. But yeah, at the moment, Katrine Christensen closing out the final few kilometers in Ironman Kalmar. Tim, would you ever do what's your mile? What was your mile best in your day back racing?
No, I've done a 3:47, 1500, not a mile. So that's about a 4:02 mile. But I mean, I've never done it. Done it with a stroller.
No, with a stroller.
That was a long time ago.
Was it on your bucket list, that one?
No, not anymore, guys. Just surviving. But she looks good here. She looks so compact. Everyone's got different running styles. We can't compare, at the end of a marathon, an end of an Ironman, we can't compare them to our vision of a fresh, perfect track runner. But her arms are moving well. She's got that high cadence, and she's a tall woman with long legs. So, she is clipping along nicely. She's going to get close to her old course record. So it's not a bad day in the office for her. I think that just highlights how well Laura, executed her swim, bike and run. And her swim was very, very good today. To go 56, that I'm pretty sure that's close to a PB swim for her. And she is, I think she'll take confidence from this performance, knowing she's got all of those Ironmen in her legs this year. Is she going to do World 70.3s? If I was her, I would probably be airing against it and just being all in for Kona, just with the nature and the dynamics of women's 70.3 racing.
Yeah, I think you get some of those athletes going to 70.3 Worlds are pure 70.3 specialists. And then you get the crossover of those who can do both extremely well, 70.3 and Ironman. But I think I have to agree with you with the racing that Katrine's done this year. And she's had fantastic results. But in order for her to give herself the best chance in Kona, maybe give them a miss. But hey, it's going to be her decision and her coach at the end of the day. Jackie Herring too. Well, I'm not sure whether she's made a decision to make a trip. You're saying it's a long trip over from the US to Europe for Kalmar. Would she then travel back to come back again in a few weeks' time? I'm not sure, or just as you said, trying to limit. And Tim, I think you said an important thing back there in terms of comparing the athletes to track runners. We aren't track runners, we are triathletes. We have to swim, bike and run. So often the running technique is very different because it's more around efficiency in an Ironman rather than that out and out track athlete or marathon runner, right?
Absolutely. We can take years to try and change our run technique so it looks like this perfect form that we see. The fastest, Cassandra Bowe-Grant, the national record holder for, 5,000, 3,000, 10K on the road. But I think sometimes it's better to look at what we've got and strengthen the weaknesses so our run technique can become tolerable and consistent as opposed to breaking it down and changing everything. Helen Jenkins is a multiple world champion in short course racing. And, she used to get injured because she did so much run training to have this perfect form. And in the end, her coaching and the S&C team decided to make her bulletproof for her natural style. And that worked for her. And then she went on to be a world-class short course athlete. As she goes under the arch for the finish, what a feeling knowing you have got the swim, the bike, and almost the run. Oh, she's going to be taken out again. No, she's not. That was another close one. But what a day to finish second here.
I know, absolutely amazing. And I just think, everyone said it in the leaks, the days leading in. People I've spoken to, we've seen it out on the race course. This is a fantastic race course. I'm just looking at where they're running, going through that tunnel, the castle wall, you're going through these cobble streets, there's cafes, there's restaurants. I can only imagine as well, as the race goes on, and as more of the age groupers are coming across the line, this is going to get more and more loud, packed. More and more people are going to come out. I've heard people travel in from outside of Kalmar just to come and support this race as the hours tick on and we have all our age group athletes finishing. It's known for having such an incredible atmosphere on course, and I think we're seeing that. We've seen it. I'm always saying, you know, it makes me come wanting to race and put it on a bucket list. But as we said, an Ironman is a long day, and I have no chance of getting through the swim, let alone anything else. But for Katrine Christensen, she can certainly soak up all the running and the atmosphere. She can see now that screen up ahead showing the athletes running. She can hear the crowd. She'll be able to hear Paul Kay's voice calling her in. We already saw Laura Philipp cross the line, but she is waiting as the pro that she is for the rest of the women to finish as Katrine Christensen takes the left-hand fork. It's quite a narrow fork. You don't want to hit yourself into the side. The age groupers running past parallel to the finish line, they can celebrate and cheer her on. The crowds, the stands are packed as we are going to see Katrine Christensen. She was second here in 2024. She won here in 2025, and she is second here once again in 2026. A fantastic performance. I think the aim was to finish, or not the aim, her aim, but if she finished within 21 minutes and at 24 seconds of Laura Philipp, she would be the leader of the Ironman Pro Series. I will wait for confirmation on that, unless Tim or Crowe, you can confirm that that might be the case. But yeah, you can look at just how much effort that has taken out of her to get that result today.
Yeah, she looks absolutely empty, absolutely spent as we see the replay of her coming up over the line. And I think she is inside that 21-minute, 24-second deficit as she stumbles a little bit on the ramp up under the finish arch. So I think she will assume number one position in the standings for the 2026 Ironman Pro Series. As we see her husband and daughter there, she looks completely spent. So it's been a big year, but a long year so far for Katrine, and I agree with Tim. I think we won't see her at 70.3 worlds in Nice. I think she'll focus on recovery now and try and reboot for one more effort. As we see Jackie Herring making her way through the centre of Kalmar now, and what a wonderful host city this town is. I mean, they've come out in their droves. The course is incredibly historic and scenic. It's well supported. It's such a lift for the athletes. And you mentioned, Sid, about the 3-lap run, just taking in the atmosphere, and it's been incredible. I think for the athletes, they will have all got a huge bump in spirits passing through Centerville 3 times, and we're now running with Jackie Herring as she covers the final metres of this course. She'll be taking that hard left coming up. We can see the big screen ahead, and a little bit congested here as the age group athletes who are heading out for lap 2 or 3 go to the right, and we see Jackie take that left. And Laura, why don't you call her in?
Thanks, Crow. Yeah, Jackie Herring, she was first at 70.3 Dallas Little Elm at the start of the year, 5th in Oceanside. She was 4th at Ironman Texas, 3rd at Chattanooga, 7th at 70.3 Happy Valley. Making the trip from the USA, Jackie Herring is our 3rd place finisher at 2026 Ironman Kalmar. And coming off the back of a running injury, an impressive performance by Jackie as well. So we have our pro podium for the women. Laura Philipp, supreme today, taking the win. Katrine Christensen, leaving it all out there, a hard-fought day in 2nd place, and not too far behind Jackie Herring in 3rd. Oh, look, and I can see on Jackie's cap, I'm presuming that says "Go Mummy" or something like that from her kids back. I think she left them back in the States, presumably supervised, but I think they are a little bit older. Tim, thoughts on our women's podium today?
You can see when they cross the line, they're spent. I mean, Laura went 8:13, 8:32, and then 8:34. A couple of years ago, everyone would have been like falling off their chair with women's doing these kind of times. But that's how fast they're getting. It's just phenomenal to see that. And, there's people here are racing for not different reasons, but, Laura needed that confidence going into championship season. She needed it to execute the swim, the bike and the run to see where her training was. We now have a new Pro Series leader, and Jackie Heron has come over here for more Pro Series points. Yes, she got third, but I think she'll be a little bit disappointed by losing by using 22 minutes. You can see there on her face, she's shaking her head saying, what did I do wrong? And I don't think she did anything wrong. I think that's just a level that Laura has been able to get herself into. I'm still worried about those Viking men walking around with sharp swords and hammers as well, if I'm honest. There are young kids around.
I think you're right, Tim. Like, Jackie, she's sort of like disbelief of like, I've just come third. I think she's had a pretty good day, to be honest, especially considering a lead up. But she was 20 minminutes behind Laura. Like, what do I do? Or what do I do?
You feel for her there, don't you? You can see it on her face. You can see it, this is what I'm not saying this is what we want, but, this is how deep these athletes go. It's a sport where one race result can change your future. And, the next race is only round the corner. And, these athletes are broken. And let's not forget Jenny, who just finished off the podium. She was only, another minute behind. Only another minute behind Jackie as well. So, there's heartbreak for her because she's come all this way, and been so close, actually been on the podium at some stage in the race. That it's all very, very well for us to talk about, Laura and Jonas, that they're like world-class dominating performances. But it's all these other finishes. There were, over 30 women athletes starting here today.
It's a roller coaster of emotions, I think, at the finish line. You've got the elation and the relief, I would say, of getting to that finish line. It's been such a long day. For Jenny, it might be sort of that, I don't know whether bittersweet. I mean, she's had a fantastic race. She's come fourth, but yes, being so close to the podium. But then also she came here to get her Kona slot, and that is what she's done. As we see, look, it said be careful of those Viking men with the sword.
At least he's got a smile. We've got is that Paul K on the left? I think that's Paul K dressed up. But that is Jackie Heron's second best ever Ironman time, and she was over 20 minutes behind Laura. Man, This sport is just on light speed. I mean, that's just a fantastic performance.
I think when you put it like that, and then she is sort of shaking her head because she's just had her second best time, and she was over 20 minutes behind Laura. And I just think, what an incredible performance that we had from Laura. I think obviously that 20 minutes gets filled with a lot of other women and pro when we get to World Championships, just the depth of the field. There's more women on the start line. So perhaps those gaps aren't quite or don't feel quite as bad. But I think Jackie still has to be pretty proud and pretty happy with that time, especially considering the run the lack of run training she had leading in. She did say she'd had some of her best swim and bike training, but still always limited running is going to be a bit of a shock. I'm going to tell Paul K that you thought that was him, Tim. I'm going to get on the phone. And we will be heading down, I'm sure, soon to catch up with James Kunema for our Hyper Ice recovery interviews. But just to summarize and recap for those of you that might have just been tuning in, those of you waking up in North America, we've had an incredible day of racing here at Ironman at Kalmar. In the men's race, we had Jonas Schomburg taking the win, 7:22.57, an incredible display by him on the run, taking the race on the run and putting out a 2:34.36 marathon. In second place was Matthew Marquardt, backing up from Ironman Lake Placid just a few weeks ago, to have another impressive performance, a 7:28.28. And third place in getting his Kona slot was Andreas Salvesberg. He did a 7:22.57. Our men's podium. Notes to Matt Hansen, I mentioned him earlier, he ran a 2:30.59, but was also finishing some 20 minutes down back in 7th. And we've just witnessed our female podium being completed. Laura Philipp, our Ironman Kalmar champion for 2026, an impressive display, 8:13.37. Katrin Christensen, another podium here in Kalmar. She loves this race, it loves her back. She finished in 2nd, and Jackie Herring was in 3rd. We had Jen Dreistig finished in 4th. We saw her as she crossed the line. Leonie Konsala finished in 5th, and we've just watched Rachel Zelinkas cross the line as well. Crowe, thoughts on today's racing, men and women?
Two great races, I think, kind of mirrored each other a little bit. We had a dominant performance in both the men's and the women's, and then a hotly contested minor placings, Kona qualification, Ironman Pro Series battles, sort of bubbling along under the surface there. So a few dynamics in play. I think in general, a fast course doesn't mean easy. It means power up the whole time, heart rate up the whole time, no coasting, no downhill sections to get your composure back. You've just got to lay it down on the bike and on the run. And I think that was reflected in, some of those women finishing there 5 minutes after crossing the line. Katrine is still sitting down to the side, Jackie Herring off to the other side. I think those podium battles for the minor placings on the men's and women's, they were intriguing and they were fun to watch. I was thinking as Matthew Marquardt was making up time on Andreas Salvesberg, it's an awful feeling when you're running out of steam and you've got someone coming from behind like a freight train and you're just trying to hang on to the end, and he wasn't able to do it. Matt made the pass and got the 2nd spot, but great performances all round. I think Jonas will take a huge amount of confidence. And it's nice to check off the box saying you've won an Ironman Pro Series race. I think it was inevitable. It was always going to happen. And he's done it in style. And same with the women. It's great to see one of our great champions back on top of the podium. Exciting times leading into Zelumsi in 2 weeks, but also the World Championships.
Tim, I'm going to put you on the spot. You've got one performance of the day that you can pick. What are you going to pick?
Winning your first Ironman, that's got to be it. So for me, it's Jonas. I mean, he's been so close with his aggressive racing, and I think he's had it in him, but he just hasn't delivered on race day. And we talk about performance a lot, but I hate to say it, it's all about the results, isn't it? And today he obviously changed his tactics and he executed a great race. I tell you what, though, looking at that finish shoot, can you imagine KB and Hella Gaines in their sprint finish from last year on this narrow finish line? It would have been bonkers to watch. But for me, Jonas Schomburger, definitely performance of the day, winning his first Ironman Pro Series at the right time, going into championship season.
Yeah, I think where they had to take the left-hand fork to the finish line was very narrow. If there was a sprint finish there, someone would have been in the barriers. There'd have been the race referee would have been called out for and everything.
But just saying what Crowe said, the racing is, yes, we're talking about 2 exceptional wins, but the fights for the podium, and these athletes are giving everything. And, a couple, when they look back in 1 day, 2 day, 3 days, a couple of seconds here and there can swing it for them. And I am loving this 20-meter draft rule, because even though it's a fast bike, where it's in past, we would have seen maybe a pack go all the way for 180. This 20-meter is enabling still, the athletes who are willing to take risks and put the power down, split it up. So, it really has been some phenomenal racing out there.
And Tim, we were saying earlier, Crowe and I were chatting about the 20-meter draft rule, as actually we're still seeing ridiculously, we weren't sure whether it would impact the run. But in fact, it's almost impacting it in a positive way in terms of we're seeing even faster running off the bike now. And I think is that we sort of alluded to it a little bit with the 20 meters. You're not seeing the spikes of power that the athletes were having to put through when it was 12 meters, and you'd get more of that concertina. And at 20 meters, a lot of the athletes, they're able to sort of hold that sustained effort for longer over the bike course and allowing themselves to come off with fantastic run legs. Crowe, you've had a bit more time to think about it. What's your one performance of the day?
I'm going to go with Jonas as well. I think first Ironman Pro Series win, third quickest recorded time over the distance globally. I guess from a historical perspective and context, probably carries a little more weight. So if you're forcing me to pick one, I'll pick that one. Loved seeing Laura back though. So I think it's just setting us up nicely. It's setting the table for what's to come later in this Ironman Pro Series. And I'm really excited for obviously Austria in 2 weeks, but the big championships that are coming up.
And what's your thoughts and prediction? Let's go first with Ironman 70.3 World Championships.
No, it's too early. Come on, you cannot do that to us. Too early.
I've been making you both choose. I've been making you both choose from the race start this morning for things. Yeah, so we are...
Crowe might want to choose, but I'm not putting my head on the block just this early, let me tell you that.
It's so hard. It's so hard. I mean, we can look at the form guide, we can look at past performance, we can look at championship pedigree. There's an unknown there, which is why we watch the races. Jelle Geens, I don't know. I mean, he's shown he can ride with the bigger boys in stature on a flattish course, on a hilly course. I think it's got to suit him quite well. You know, that run course in Marbella was interesting with some twists and turns. Potentially the run into the finish suited him a little better. You know, you got Christian, the long striding, gets in a rhythm. You know, when he didn't break Jelle coming off the break wall in Marbella, I think Jelle was in the box seat, but we can also add Hayden Wild into the mix. You know, we saw those three guys race at Ironman 70.3 Geelong earlier this year, and it was a great race. And Christian got the better of his foes on that day. But you know what? That's March, and that's a long way from September in Nice. And on the women's side, I don't know. It's tough. It's competitive.
That's right. Thank you, Crowe. Yeah, we're going to head down now. We have our female podium in the high price recovery. So we will hand over to James to chat to our podium. Over to you, James.
Welcome back to the Hyper Ice Recovery Zone. I'm here with third place at the Ironman Kalmar, Jackie Herring. Congratulations, Jackie.
Thanks.
You don't seem too enthused. From the outside, it looked like a long day of patience. Is that how it felt to you?
Yeah, it was good. I'm just like so dead. I have no energy left. It was really hard to finish. As we talked about beforehand, I didn't have much miles in the legs at all, so that last lap was like a real push to get it done. So I'm happy. I'm just tired.
I mean, you have to be happy, and you expected to be tired when you came third at an Ironman Pro Series race, so that's okay. You obviously had some travel issues with your equipment coming here, and obviously that's going to take something out of you. I can tell you, though, that you're up 9 places in the Pro Series ranking to 8th place. Is that some consolation for the effort you put in?
That's fine. I mean, Laura had a great day. It looked like she went so fast, and as expected, I guess, you know, she's very good. So I did the best I did the best I could. That's all I had.
Well, it's a very solid run considering the run training and the run injury you've been coming off the back of. Congratulations, very well done, and I think that you need to go put your feet up and relax.
Yeah, thank you.
She left it all out there, clearly. Bringing in second place now, Katrin Christensen.
Yeah.
Congratulations on your second place. Are you happy?
Yeah, I'm just happy I made it to the finish line today. I think it's the toughest race I've ever done. I was just felt terrible from the start, and yeah, I'm just happy I made it to the finish line. And,
well,
to make a second place I'm really proud of myself. Yeah.
To get second place in an Ironman Pro Series on a day when you weren't feeling your best, your bike split was incredible, really good. At what point were you thinking on the run about every second counts in the Pro Series?
Actually, I was just thinking about keeping one step forward because it was terrible. It felt terrible, and I cramped everywhere. But I'm just happy I managed to like keep on going and push all the way through. And I'm proud I made it to the finish line and in second place.
Well, I'm pleased to tell you that you did actually do enough on the Every Second Counts Ironman Pro Series to take you to the top of the rankings. You are now the leader on the Ironman Experience Oman Ironman Pro Series. Does that some consolation for the effort you put in today?
Wow, yeah, that's I'm really happy about that. I didn't know that. Again, I'm just happy I managed to push and give it my all and keep on believing all the way.
Congratulations, very, very good performance, and we'll let you go and put your feet up and recover now.
Thank you.
And while she gets out of the shot, we're going to bring our champion, Laura Philipp, in. Experience Oman, Ironman Kalmar, Pro Series champion. Congratulations, Laura Philipp.
Thank you very much. That sounds very nice.
Tell us a little about your day. How did the swim go?
Yeah, pretty good. The atmosphere before the swim was amazing. It was like the sunrise and so many people out there, and it's a very special swim course. I've never done something like this. It was pretty cool to navigate. When like on the furthest part out, it got quite choppy, but luckily I was like swimming with others, so that made it a little bit easier. And I think I haven't really seen my time splits or anything, but from like my feeling, I think it was a good swim. I led a lot of the swim, so that's also something I don't do too often. And then the deficit to the front wasn't that big, so the bike was pretty good as well. I really wanted to prove to myself that I can ride strong on a flat bike course, and it was pretty windy out there today. So I think I can be proud of the bike performance, and the run was one of a kind. It got tough. The atmosphere was great, like the whole race I can only recommend, but the cobblestones, the wind, and also some heat surprisingly made it quite tough from the beginning.
When I saw you 120 k's on the bike, you came through the hot corner there, and you were G'ing up the crowd, and I said to my fellow commentators, I said, she's got this one. You only had a 5-minute lead at that point. Did you feel the same? Is that why you were celebrating and enjoying your race?
Well, I was really happy that I felt good. You know, Hamburg was my last race, and there I felt really bad on the bike, and I think Katrin Christensen, she rode 6 or 7 minutes faster than I did, so I was really expecting her to trying to catch me, and then it was just such a great surprise, you know, that I was actually building a lead, and that really gave me a boost, to be honest. And then the second part of the bike course is quite fun, because it's a lot of corners and just very different, and
and then on the run we saw you had a pretty in-depth conversation with your husband slash coach on the first lap. What was said there? Was it slow down or was it push harder?
So it was, Laura, if you feel like you can do it, you can go really fast today, like from the overall time. But unfortunately, my quads didn't felt like I could do that today. So they were pretty sore from the beginning on, and this is a tough run course, to be honest. So it's not easy. But yeah, the race organizer told me that he thinks that if there would have been different weather today, that I would have maybe gone really fast.
Well, congratulations. You have had an absolutely incredible race. You're clearly back, and it bodes very well for championship season just around the corner. We're looking forward to seeing you there. Congratulations again. We'll let you go and celebrate.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you, James, down in the high price recovery. Fantastic interviews. I think you could see the difference in energy, how tired Jackie and Katrin were, sorry, and then the buzzing energy, which often happens when you win. And thankfully, James did ask the question we'd been wanting, was what was that conversation with Philip that Laura had on lap 1? And interested to find out that it was, if you're feeling good, you can go really, really fast today. So he was letting her off the reins. Unfortunately, as we heard Laura say, she didn't quite have the legs, and the quads were hurting. So we'll wait for our podium presentation, which should follow pretty shortly. But Crowe, a few final words for you on what you saw today.
Amazing racing across the board. A couple of takeaways from those interviews. I mean, I think Laura did go very, very fast anyway. Seemed like Philip had the husband cap on as well as the coach cap, loosening the reins and letting her do her thing, which was good to see. My other big takeaway was just how spent Katrine and Jackie were. I think they had emptied the tank and probably had emptied it, 30 or 35K into the marathon. So just a gutsy performance from those ladies. And, we talk about course profiles and every course is different. It presents its challenges. You look at a course like Nice and the elevation gain. Konya got wind and heat and humidity and a little bit of elevation gain that spread out over the whole course. This was challenging today. It didn't have the heat, but it had fast racing. It was like a drag race. And, these, particularly the ladies, they emptied the tank. They were spent second and third place, and that's what it means to them.
Yeah, thanks, Crowe. And as we can just see the women gathering for that podium, Tim, I might cut you off, but in the meantime, final words from you.
It's a brutal, beautiful sport, Ironman, and you saw that with the beauty of Laura winning, and then how brutal it was with the second and third best athletes on the field as well. How broken they were emotionally and physically. It takes everything out of you to prepare for a race and even more to execute. And then there's that unknown, the X factor, whether it's the weather, the conditions, the course. As Crowe said, going into championship season, both across the men and the women, we're going to have some great battles. And I think once they recover, they're going to look back at this and say that there was some fast racing. The fact Jackie had been injured. Katrina's raced so much this year and, she was cramping up and she still finished second. And then on the men's side, we've got new athletes into Kona. Matthew just racing his own race. Jonas putting it all together. I'm excited for what's to come, but also, what we saw today was just another great Ironman Pro Series race this deep into the season. We have 2 new leaders as well.
Yeah, it is exciting times. We have 2 new leaders in the Pro Series. We are setting ourselves up for the World Championships, both 70.3 and the Ironman World Championships. We're going to head down now for our pro podium for our professional women. In third place, struggling to get up on the podium. A lot of effort, I think that took. From the USA, Jackie Herring, she did a 52.40 swim, 4:35.13 on the bike, a 3:03.34 run, 8:34.56. I think we said it was one of her fastest or second fastest Ironman times. She's even struggling to hold the pint of beer in her arms. That's how much that race took out of Jackie for third place. And in second place, from Denmark, she timed a 56.29, a 4:26.23 on the bike, 3:06.08 run for 8:32.22. She won here last year, but she came back to attack the race this year, and she finished second, Katrina Christensen. And our female professional winner for Ironman Kalmar from Germany, a 52.37 swim, 4:24.51 on the bike, 2:52.57 marathon for 8:13.37 on the day. Laura Philipp, a fantastic performance. Once again, back racing, back on the top step. And as we were saying with Crowe and Tim, setting ourselves up very nicely, very excitingly, mouth-watering for the World Championship season to come. We've still got a 70.3 left in the Ironman Pro Series, but that is our female podium today. Cheers drinks. Are the women going to drink? Yes, they're going to sip. Are they going to throw it as well? Laura looks like she's ready to throw. Jackie looks like she hasn't got the energy. There we go. Much better effort than the men's podium, I think. Women's podium today. Laura Philipp, our champion. Katrine Christensen in second. And Jackie Herring in third. And we are going to now look at our results shortly. We'll have a look. We've talked about having new Pro Series leaders, so we're going to catch up shortly on the tables and see where the points stack up. We heard James announcing or telling Katrine that she is the new leader, and so we'll have a look at where the points stand. Just working out the numbers, we're going to go through the top 10 as well. So our men's result from today, the top 10 for Ironman Kalmar. Jonas Schomburg, that first professional Ironman win, 5,000 points. Matthew Marquardt coming off Ironman Lake Placid, impressively in second. Andreas Salvesberg in third. Gregory Barnaby, Daniel Beckergaard, Henrik Ghosh, Matt Hansen, Trevor Foley, Andy Kruger, and Will Grace rounding out our top 10. And how does that change the Ironman Pro Series? Well, Matt Hansen has moved up one spot. He was second coming in. He is now on the top step in the Ironman Pro Series, Experience Oman Ironman Pro Series. Trevor Foley jumps up 10 spots to second, so his decision to chase the points has paid off. They've dropped Christian Blumenfeld down to third. Obviously, you can see on the right-hand side, both Matt and Trevor have 3 Ironman races counting. Andreas Salvesberg has jumped 17 places up to fourth, and we can see at the bottom as well, Jonas Schomburg and Matthew Marquardt have jumped 19 and 17 places, and they are now in the top 10 for the Experience Oman Ironman Pro Series. And our top 10 female results, or top 8 at the moment. That impressive win by Laura Philipp, 5,000 points for the Pro Series, 8:13:37. We saw how much it meant to her. We then saw the contrasting energy and how much hard work it was for Katrine Christensen in second, Jackie Herring in third. Still good points for the Pro Series. Jenny Jędrzejczyk in fourth, Leonie Gonzala in fifth, Rachel Zelinkas in sixth, Antonia Milowski in seventh, and Linda Brandlund in eighth. That's our current female finishers. And how does that affect our Ironman Pro Series overall? Well, as we heard, Katrine Christensen is our new leader, 13,156 points. 2 Ironman races, 2 70.3 races counting. Grace Tech therefore drops down into second. The only other big mover I see, well, 2 actually, I can see 3 even. Laura Philipp, Jackie Herring, and Jenny Jędrzejczyk all move up 9 places to now fit in the top 10. So they are now 6th, 8th, and 10th respectively. Thank you for watching the 2026 Ironman Kalmar. We had 2 fantastic races today, and you can catch on-demand replays of all the Ironman Pro Series broadcasts. Globally, watch proseries.ironman.com or Ironman Try YouTube channel or any of our global media partners. We will see you in 2 weeks for the 14th stop of the Experience Oman Ironman Pro Series, Ironman 70.3 Zell am See in Austria. And it's the final race. I can't believe we are there already. It's the final race of the Ironman Pro Series season before heading in to both World Championships races. Make sure you stay tuned to Ironman's social media channels and YouTube to catch all the exciting pre-race building. I personally want to thank today Crowe and Tim Don for stepping in very last minute for the broadcast, and to all the team on the ground, into the studio, and to the various places around the world for helping out today. It was a massive, very much appreciated from myself. But until the next race, on behalf of Craig Alexander and Tim Dodd and James Kunema on the ground, all of our crew, thank you for joining us for today's coverage of Ironman Kalmar. We will see you in Austria.
copyrighted broadcast of World Triathlon Corporation may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without express written consent of World Triathlon Corporation.